except for that. Present evidence.
Yeah.
Should I move it down?
When they present evidence, they'll be sitting there, but the majority of the witnesses will be doing impact statements from the podium.
Okay. Impact stuff is coming first? Okay, so I can go ahead and move this.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm sure that
If they want you to put the commission evidence. That's a good reason. Yeah, I'm trying to get into the drug course. They people want it.
yeah, they're able to hear everything. So
Make sure it was working. Okay.
yep.
Your Honor, may we briefly approach?
Yes. Is everybody ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
For the name, for the record, can you put your name on the record, please? Okay. Okay, what I need you to do is that microphone off or on?
It's on, sir.
For now, if you don't mind turning it on, make sure that you can hear you. And how old are you, Mr. Gray? 16 years old. You're represented by Mr. Charlton Allen standing next to you? Yes, Your Honor. All right, Mr. Allen, if I'm correct, you've been representing him since it was the beginning of the year, is that right?
Yes, Judge, I was retained on December 18th.
Mr. Gray, my understanding is you were before me this morning because you intended to enter a guilty plea to the indictment. Is that accurate? Yes, Your Honor. I want to go over some very important rights with you before you enter a guilty plea, okay? Yes, Your Honor. So understand that the decision to plead guilty has to be voluntary on your part. No one can force you to enter a guilty plea because you have an absolute right to a jury trial. Yes, sir. So if you wanted a jury trial, you would obtain one. We have one scheduled in October. You understand that? Yes, sir. Now understand that Mr. Allen would represent you throughout the jury trial. You understand? Yes, sir. And that at trial you'd be presumed innocent. You could not be convicted unless the state was able to prove your guilt to a jury beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that? Yes, sir. Understand that Mr. Allen would have the right to confront and cross-examine each and every witness that testifies against you. Yes, sir. You understand that you would have a right to subpoena your own witnesses to testify on your behalf? Yes, sir. To testify in your own defense if you wanted to? Yes, sir. But that no one could force you to testify at a trial because you have a right to remain silent at trial? Yes, sir. If you chose not to testify, the jury would be instructed they could not use your silence against you in any manner in their deliberations and in reaching a verdict. Understand that? Now, also understand that if you had a trial and there were any legal errors that occurred during the course of the trial, you have a right to file an appeal for any of those legal errors. You understand that? Yes, Your Honor. When you enter a guilty plea, however, as you're about to do, you waive and give up each of the rights I've just gone over. Yes, sir. So you understand each of these rights? Yes, sir. Do you have any questions about them whatsoever? No, Your Honor. Do you wish to voluntarily give up those rights and enter a guilty plea today? Yes, Your Honor. And that's a decision that you're making with your own free will because that's how you've decided you want to resolve your case? Yes, Your Honor. All right. Let's look at feedback somewhere as well. Where it's coming from. Mr. Allen, have you completed what we call a plea sheet?
Yes, Judge, I have. Now, approach.
Yes, sir. Mr. Gray, take a look at that document real quick. You recognize it? Yes, Your Honor. All right, Mr. Allen. So, Mr. Gray, I'm holding up the document that you've just been handed that you just identified. You do, in fact, recognize the document? Yes, Your Honor. Did you review it in its entirety with Mr. Allen? Yes, Your Honor. Is this your signature on the back side of the document? Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Allen, can you put on the record how you reviewed it with him?
We had a conversation yesterday on the phone where he was looking at a copy, and I was in my office, and we went through it line item by line item. I explained each item to him. This morning, when he came in, I took that same document, we went back over it, and he put his initials on each one of those answers that you see before.
Mr. Gray, is that accurate?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Gray, on the form, in the next to each of the numbered questions, there's initial CG. Did you place those initials, or did Mr. Allen?
I placed them, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Gray, do you have any questions whatsoever about any of the rights or advisements contained in this form?
No, Your Honor.
So you understood it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Allen, do you have any concerns that Mr. Gray does not understand any of the rights of what he's in himself from entering a guilty plea?
No, Your Honor, I think he's fully capable of making this decision.
Mr. Gray, are you presently under the influence of alcohol, drugs, or any other substance?
No, Your Honor.
For any reason, are you supposed to be taking medication?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you had access to that medication?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you been taking it as prescribed?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you have a treatment provider and you're following their recommendations, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Were you able to take the medication yesterday?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you take the medication today?
Yes, Your Honor.
You feel all right today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any mental health issues or mental health disabilities?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that why you take the medication?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Your mind's clear.
Yes, Your Honor.
And again, your mental health treatment provider, you're following their recommendations as well, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Gray, are you a citizen of the United States?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Smith, state, what charges is Mr. Gray pleading guilty to today?
Your Honor, all 55 charges.
All right, all 55 counts of the indictments. Mr. Allen, I'm assuming that you have reviewed the entire indictment with Mr. Gray.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Gray, are you aware of all of the charges in the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any questions about any of those charges?
No, Your Honor.
And this is a 55-count indictment, if I'm not mistaken, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Allen, you've reviewed all 55 charges with Mr. Gray.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Gray, you understand all 55 charges,
Yes, Your Honor.
and you understand that you would be pleading guilty to the entire indictment today, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, as I understand it, I want to discuss the maximum and minimum punishment with you, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you understand, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, the minimum punishment that you're facing with the charges that you're pleading guilty to is a life sentence that could be parole.
Yes, Your Honor.
The maximum punishment that you're facing is the rest of your life in prison without parole. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, anything you need to add?
No, Your Honor.
Sort of that goes. All right. Now, this is a non-negotiated guilty plea, is that right?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, make sure you don't mind saying. So, Mr. Gray, you understand that with a non-negotiated guilty plea, there's no plea deal, that the state will present a case and make argument for what they think the appropriate sentence is, and Mr. Allen will do the same. Both sides have the opportunity to present witnesses, evidence in aggravation, evidence in mitigation. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that the sentence is solely for me to decide.
Yes, Your Honor.
And that once the sentence is pronounced, you understand that you have no right to withdraw the guilty plea.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Now, as I indicated, pleading guilty has to be voluntary on your part. With that in mind, has anyone forced you, threatened you, or coerced you in any manner to get you to plead guilty today?
No, Your Honor.
Have you been promised or offered anything whatsoever that's causing you to plead guilty today?
No, Your Honor.
Have you had sufficient time to discuss the case with Mr. Allen, telling him everything you want him to know about the case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the legal representation and advice you've been given?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Smith, I'm going to need a factual basis for the charges.
Your Honor, as a point of order, the original indictment was under seal. I believe we've given you an order to unseal that. Can I?
I've signed the order. You have the unsealed.
I do, so I will unseal it, Your Honor. Your Honor, counts 1 through 12 go towards the 4 deceased victims. They consist of malice murder in Barrow County on September 4th, 2024, that unlawfully and with malice aforethought caused the death of a human being by shooting them with a firearm. Felony murder in Barrow County on the same date while in the commission of a felony, that felony being aggravated assault, it caused the death of a human being. And aggravated assault in Barrow County on the same date did make an assault upon the person of another with a firearm, a deadly weapon. As to counts 1, 2, and 3, the malice murder, felony murder, and aggravated assault are for the victim of Christian Angulo. Counts 4, 5, and 6, which are the malice murder, felony murder, and aggravated assault for the victim Richard Aspinwall. Counts 7, 8, and 9, the malice murder, felony murder, and aggravated assault for the victim Anna Christina Irami. Counts 10, 11, and 12 for the malice murder, felony murder, and aggravated assault for the victim Mason Schermerhorn. Your Honor, counts 13 and 14 are for the injured adult. That would be David Phoenix. Count 13 being aggravated assault in Barrow County on the same date did make an assault upon the person of another with a firearm, a deadly weapon. An aggravated battery in Barrow County on the same date that maliciously caused bodily harm to David Phoenix by seriously disfiguring his body by shooting him with a firearm. Your Honor, counts 15 through 23 are for the children who were injured in the assault. That being the charges being aggravated assault in Barrow County on the same date did make an assault upon the person of another with a firearm, a deadly weapon. Aggravated battery in Barrow County on the same date did maliciously cause bodily harm to another person by seriously disfiguring said person's body by shooting them with a firearm. And cruelty to children in the first degree that in Barrow County on the same date did maliciously cause a child under the age of 18 years cruel and excessive physical and mental pain by shooting them with a firearm. For counts 15, 16, and 17, the aggravated assault, aggravated battery, and cruelty to children in the first degree is for the victim Melanie DeLira Castaneda. For counts 18, 19, and 20, the aggravated assault, aggravated battery, and cruelty to children in the first degree for the victim Natalie Griffith. And for counts 21, 22, and 23, the aggravated assault, aggravated battery, and cruelty to children in the first degree for the victim Taylor Jones. Your Honor, the next two counts, 24 and 25, are for the non-injured adults that were in the room 2152 at Apalachee High School that Colt Gray stepped into and fired indiscriminately. First adult victim was Cassandra Ryan. That's count 24, aggravated assault. In Barrow County on the same day, it did make an assault upon the person of another with a firearm, a deadly weapon. Count 25 is the victim Stephen Edwards. Aggravated assault in Barrow County on the same day did make an assault upon the person of another with a firearm, a deadly weapon. Your Honor, counts 26 through 53 are for the non-injured children who were in room 2152. Those counts consist of aggravated assault that in Barrow County on the same day did make an assault upon the person of another with a firearm, a deadly weapon, and cruelty to children in the first degree that in Barrow County on the same day did maliciously cause a child under the age of 18 years cruel and excessive mental pain by discharging a firearm multiple times inside a classroom occupied by said child. For counts 26 and 27, aggravated assault and cruelty to children in the first degree for the victim Landon Adams. For counts 28 and 29, aggravated assault, cruelty to children in the first degree for the victim Jackson Beaver. For counts 30 and 31, aggravated assault, cruelty to children in the first degree for the victim Hayden Bowen. For counts 32 and 33, aggravated assault, cruelty to children in the first degree for the victim Jalen Brady. For counts 34 and 35, aggravated assault, cruelty to children in the first degree for the victim Michaela Brown. For counts 36 and 37, aggravated assault, cruelty to children in the first degree for the victim William Carricker. For counts 38 and 39, aggravated assault, cruelty to children in the first degree, for the victim, Marquez Coleman. For counts 40 and 41, aggravated assault, cruelty to children in the first degree, for the victim, Kendez Lawrence. For counts 42 and 43, aggravated assault, cruelty to children in the first degree, for the victim, Martin Marino Galdamez. For counts 44 and 45, aggravated assault, cruelty to children in the first degree, for the victim, Tyler Moon. For counts 46 and 47, aggravated assault, cruelty to children in the first degree, for the victim, Ariana Norman. For counts 48 and 49, aggravated assault, cruelty to children in the first degree, for the victim, Brittany Rubio. For counts 50 and 51, aggravated assault, cruelty to children in the first degree, for the victim, Ronald Vega. And for counts 52 and 53, aggravated assault, cruelty to children in the first degree, for the victim, Nautica Walton. Your Honor, counts 54 and 55 were for a child that was in the hallway, Zane Zinni. Aggravated assault is count 54 in Barrow County did on the same date make an assault upon the person of Zane Zinni with a firearm, a deadly weapon. And count 55, cruelty to children in the first degree in Barrow County on the same date did maliciously cause a child under 18 years of age cruel and excessive mental pain by pointing a firearm at said child.
And is there anything the state needs to add or would like to add for the factual basis?
There.
Mr. Gray, you heard the factual basis for each count just announced by the state, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you agree that there are facts to support each of the charges against you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty to each of the charges because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, is there anything I need to address before accepting the plea? Anything else?
There.
All right, Mr. Gray, I will accept the plea. I find there's a factual basis for it. You understand the nature of the charges, the consequences of the plea, the rights you give up when pleading guilty, and you are entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so as far as proceeding, I believe the state would be able to present the victim impact evidence, any evidence in aggravation. We'll go from there to the defense for any evidence in mitigation. And we'll have the argument, which I realize may be that. Thank you. All right, the guilty plea has been entered on the indictment. You can be seated.
And Your Honor, before we present the victim impact, I'm going to provide you with a stipulation to the admissibility of evidence that we discussed previously. The defense and the state have agreed to the introduction of evidence from the Apalachee school shooting that the court can consider without having to replay the surveillance video for you today. We have placed it on the thumb drive for you.
Mr. Allen, is that accurate?
Yes, Judge, we discussed this. They gave me a list of what the items would be. I have no objection to it.
All right. So the evidence that's addressed in the stipulation is on a thumb drive that I'll have, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor, you will have it. It was previously introduced into evidence at State versus Colt Gray, and the court has already seen the evidence. So we're asking you to consider the evidence you have previously seen, and the defense has stipulated to your ability to do that. If you need to review it again, it is on the thumb drive for you to do that.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, at this time we'll start with victim impacts. We're going to call Brianna Skirmerhorn.
Ms. Brooks, if you want to pull that microphone down.
Just speaking of that. Your Honor, do you want me to swear her in?
You might as well.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Okay. Can you just go ahead and introduce yourself to the court? First,
My name is Brianna Skirmahorn.
and will you go ahead and tell the court what you would like him to know with regards to the sentencing of Colt Gray?
I'm the mother of Mason Alexander Skirmahorn. Although Mason is no longer here physically, I'm continuing to learn from him. Mason was so much more than a victim. He was a son, brother, grandson, and friend. He was deeply loved. Mason was kind, compassionate, funny, and fiercely protective of others. As a child with exceptional needs, he understood what it felt like to struggle and be overlooked by others. Instead of becoming bitter, he became an advocate, not only for himself, but also for his friends. He made people that were typically unseen feel seen, accepted, and safe. Mason even became friends with children who started out as his bullies. I had no doubt in my mind if Colt had actually attended school as he should have, that Mason would have befriended him. That is a legacy that he should be remembered for. As much as I have felt that I needed to hold on to the hate that I have felt, I know that I can't. Not only for my own health, but how can I say love like Mason and hold on to that? So I'm choosing to continue to learn from Mason and honor his legacy. I want it to be very clear that I do not forgive Mr. Gray. However, I can acknowledge that there are two truths that can exist at the same time. The first is that the adults in that young man's life failed him. The people who should have protected, guided, recognized the warning signs and intervened when it mattered the most did not do what they should have done. They failed to give him the support, boundaries, and accountability that every child needs and deserves. That failure is real, and it is tragic. I can acknowledge that he was failed without excusing what he did. I can have the compassion for the child that he once was while holding him fully accountable for the choices that he made as a young man. And those things are not mutually exclusive. There's another truth that cannot be ignored. He knew the difference between right and wrong. He knew that bringing a weapon into a school was wrong. He knew that pulling that trigger was wrong. He knew that every choice he made that day would forever alter countless lives. The failures of the adults around him may explain parts of his story, but they do not excuse the decisions that he made. Those decisions were his and his alone, and because of those decisions, my Macy Mace is gone. My family, both biological and chosen, have been forced to endure horrors that no family should ever experience. A member of our family that has been an integral part of our village was who had to identify Mason in the school that day. That is an image that he will carry the rest of his life. He and another family member were in the room when we were told that Mason was gone. I can still remember the silence and the confirming nods by my family when I looked to them in utter disbelief, wishing it was untrue, and the heartbreak on my other children's faces. In that moment, our lives split into two parts, before September 4th and after. In one sentence, our future was stolen. Since Mason's death, I've had the privilege of spending a lot of time with the Angulo family and some of the victims, or actually I don't want to say victim survivors. While each of our experiences are different, we are forever connected by the trauma that his choices caused. I have witnessed incredible strength, resilience, and courage in people who were never asked to carry this burden. None of us should know one another because of a school shooting. Yet here we are showing up, loving one another, and trying to rebuild lives that will never be the same. Colt didn't just take Mason's life that day. He took every birthday we would have celebrated, every holiday, every graduation, every milestone, every hug, every conversation, and every dream that he should have had the chance to live. Mason deserved to grow up. He deserved the chance to continue advocating for those that needed a voice. He deserved to become the man, husband, and dad that he was meant to be. Mason deserved a future, and we all deserved a future with Mason in it. And Colt took that from Mason and everyone who loved him. I hope that one day he truly understands the weight of what he chose to do, not because it will bring our loved ones back or erase the damage that he caused, because nothing ever will, but because genuine remorse begins when excuses end. Every morning I wake up to the reality that my son is gone. Every night I go to bed knowing that there is nothing I can do to change it. I have lived 688 days so far of a sentence with no parole, and that is what he should receive as well. Thank you.
We will next have Alana Skirmelhorn, Mason's sister.
Did you have any questions, Mr. Allen?
Not about him, no.
All right, if I forget, you just speak up if you have any questions.
Do you need to know? Okay, if you decide you need to change it, that's okay. Go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Yes. Okay. Go ahead and speak into the microphone and introduce yourself to the court.
My name's Alana Skirmelhorn Wallace.
And can you tell the court what you would like him to know in the sentencing of the state of Georgia versus Colt Gray?
Before I talk about what was taken from me, I want to talk about who Mason was. To the court, he may be known as one of the victims of September 4th, but to me, he was my little brother. Out of all my siblings, Mason and I were the closest in age, and because of that, I felt that we shared a bond unlike any other. We grew up together, we understood each other in ways that's hard to explain. He wasn't just my brother, but he's one of my best friends. Some of my favorite memories are simple ones. We spent countless hours playing video games together, whether it was Roblox, Minecraft, Genshin Impact, or whatever game we were obsessed with at the time. We always found a way to have fun together. If one of us couldn't beat a level, complete a quest, or figure something out, the other would jump in and help. We celebrated each other's victories, laughed at our mistakes, and never hesitated to help each other out. Looking back now, I realize the ordinary moments became some of the most meaningful moments I have. Mason had one of the brightest souls I've ever known. He saw the good in people, even when they couldn't see it in themselves. He coached kindness over anger. He believed people deserve second chances, even the people who bullied him. They eventually became his friends because that's just who Mason was. He didn't hold on to hate. He had a way of bringing out the good in others. He never judged people for their disabilities, the way they looked, where they came from, or anything that made them different. He accepted everyone exactly how they were. He treated everyone with the same kindness and respect because that's how he lived. Even during difficult times, Mason seemed to find some light. He had a way of making people smile, making situations feel less heavy, and reminding people around him that things would be okay. That is the person who's taken from us on that day. Not just the name in the courtroom, not just another victim in a headline, a little brother, a best friend, a great, compassionate, and genuinely good person who deserved the chance to keep growing into the incredible man he would have been today. September 4th, 2024 started like any other Wednesday. I actually woke up a little later than usual that morning. Mason and I went to different high schools, so by the time I got out of bed, he had already left for school. I never got to see him that morning or say goodbye like I normally did, which didn't seem like a big deal at the time. Around 10:52 that morning, everything changed. I was a student helper in one of the band classes helping a group of freshmen in a separate practice room when I got a text from my mom saying, "Are you okay? What's going on?" I didn't understand what she meant at the moment, so I ignored it, and I kept helping the students. And then, not even a minute later, someone came into the room and said we were going into lockdown. Rumors started spreading almost immediately. Students were shouting things out that they saw online, shooting at Apalachee. There were 5 shooters. Nobody knew what was true, what wasn't. We didn't know how serious it was. We didn't know if the danger was over. We didn't know if anyone had been hurt. We just waited. As the minutes passed, several of the freshmen came up to me because they were scared. They'd heard the attack mainly involved freshmen, and they were worried about their friends at Apalachee. I don't remember every conversation, but I remember one perfectly. One of the students looked at me, and he said that he was scared for his friends. I didn't know students and teachers. He said he was scared for his friends. Trying to confront him, I told him the chances of anyone in this room being directly affected are slim to none. And I believed it when I said it. At that point, I didn't know there were confirmed deaths. I didn't know students and teachers had been shot. I didn't know people were fighting for their lives in hospitals, also trying to calm a frightened freshman who was terrified about people who he cared about. Around that same time, my mom texted me again, "I can't get a hold of your brother on the phone." Even then, I wasn't worried. I told myself Mason probably left his phone in the classroom, in his book bag. I never imagined there would be another reason that he wasn't answering. As the day went on, the room became quieter. The panic settled into silence as people played games while we waited to go home. During this time, my phone never stopped vibrating. Family members, friends, coworkers, everyone kept asking me the same question: has anyone found Mason? But no one could give an answer. At that point, someone from my work group chat sent a video of students being evacuated from Apalachee. And in the background, there's a body covered in the hallway that I later found out was Mason. That was the moment I realized this wasn't just another school lockdown. This was real, and I wanted nothing more to go home. Around 3:13 p.m., 2 minutes before the bell rang, I opened social media just to pass the time while I waited to be dismissed. Instead, I saw my sister's post saying that Mason did not make it out of the school alive that day. September 4th was not just the day I lost my brother. It was the day I lost the life that I knew before. It was the day my sense of safety, my ability to see the world the same, and the future I imagined with Mason in it were taken from me. The hardest part is that the world kept moving after that day. People went back to school. People went back to work. People continued their normal lives, but my family didn't get to. We didn't get to learn how to live in a world where Mason no longer existed. This experience has changed the way that I have seen safety. Before September 4th, I believed that something like this could never happen to me or someone I loved. School is where I went to learn, see friends, and make memories, but then it happened to Mason. Now every time I walk into a school building, a thought immediately crosses my mind. If it can happen to my brother, then why can't it happen to me? The question is something I never had to ask myself before September 4th. I find myself looking for exits when I enter buildings. I pay attention to the people around me. If someone is walking behind me in a hallway or a staircase, I feel myself wanting to move away or get somewhere safer. Loud noises, unexpected sounds, and certain situations can bring me back to the fear and uncertainty of that day. It's not because I think every place is dangerous. It's because I know that the place where I once felt the safest was the place where I lost my brother. I used to walk into school believing I would leave the same way I came in. Now part of me is always wondering if I will. The impact of this day did not only change the way I felt when I walked into school building, it also changed the way I was able to function as a student. After losing Mason, I was trying to balance two realities at the same time. I was expected to be a full-time student in college, completing assignments and preparing for my future while also trying to grieve and process everything that had happened. During this time, I had to miss a lot of school because of court proceedings and everything that came with seeking justice for Mason. I wasn't missing classes because I didn't care about my education. I was missing them because I was dealing with something no student should ever have to experience. And what hurt was that I had to provide proof of what happened in order for my situation to be understood. I had to provide my brother's death certificate to my school for my absences to be excused. Having to prove my grief was another painful reminder of what happened. I wasn't asking for special treatment. I was asking for understanding. Being in court for college trial wasn't just difficult because I had to hear what happened, but it was also difficult because I saw things I shouldn't have. Throughout the case, I was exposed to multiple photographs, evidence, and video from the shooting. The close-ups of the bodies, the autopsy reports, and even the video of my brother's final moments. This isn't something that I can just forget. I replayed the video in my head all the time. I replayed the video in my head all the time. The way you shot my brother twice. You saw him scared and running. And then you proceeded to shoot him in the head, killing him instantly. You saw how scared he was. You saw how he was trying to run. But all you cared about was murdering innocent people. All you cared about was murdering innocent people because you want to be like your twisted-minded idol. But of course, the twisted-minded stuff doesn't end there. Because of the people on social media purposely finding my accounts, my videos talking about my brother, saying that he should have dodged the bullet or that he deserved what happened to him. I want you to understand something. What you did not end on September 4th, 2024. You may have pulled the trigger that day, but the pain you have caused has continued every single day since. You didn't just take my little brother from me. You took away him from my parents, my siblings, his classmates, his teachers, and everyone who loved him. You took away a future that Mason deserved to have, and I'm angry that you did that. I'm angry that I had to sit in the classroom comforting scared freshmen while not knowing you had already ended my brother's life. I'm angry that I had to walk into my own home knowing Mason would never walk through that door again. I'm angry that I had to see evidence from the worst day of my life and carry memories that nobody should ever have. I'm angry because none of this should ever happen. But I'm also angry at how cowardly you are. You sat there and you planned everything that you were going to do that day. You sat there and wrote down the amount of fatalities you wanted. You made sure that you packed everything that morning so you'd be ready. And then you sat in that stall preparing for what you were about to do. Instead of going through with this plan, Instead of going through with this plan, I honestly think he should have killed himself. Instead of killing 4 people and injuring others, he should have taken himself out. Instead of coming up with this whole elaborate plan, he should have made a plan to off himself instead. I'm not saying this just because he took Mason from me. I'm saying this because if he had this sick and evil thought to be like that other worthless school shooter and inflict pain on a whole community, he doesn't deserve to be here. You had time before you left school that morning to change your mind. You had time in your first period class to change your mind. You had time while you were in that bathroom to change your mind, but you didn't. Instead, you went through with your plan. And not only that, but as soon as you were caught, you surrendered. You can willingly shoot all these people. It didn't feel an ounce of remorse, but as soon as a gun is pointed towards you, you get scared because you're the definition of a coward. You didn't feel remorse after shooting into that classroom. You didn't feel remorse after you shot those teachers, and you definitely didn't feel remorse after you shot my brother in the head. You didn't feel remorse after you watched my brother collapse and bleed out in front of you. He should have killed himself. Because him being gone would have saved this whole community from experiencing the unimaginable, and then maybe his life would have actually meant something. You will always be remembered as a coward, a psychopath, a freak, because of what you decided to do. But the victims, Christina Irmi, Richard Aspinwall, Christian Angulo, and Mason Skirmerhorn, will be remembered because of the people they were. They will be remembered because of their kindness and positivity they added to the world. They deserve to be here today. Mason deserves to be here today. Mason was kind when he didn't have to be. He saw the good in people when others didn't. He turned people who hurt him into friends. He never judged anyone for how they looked, what challenges they faced, or what made them different. You took away someone who chose kindness every day. You took away someone who still had so much life ahead of him. You took away the chance for me to see who my little brother would become. And that is something I can never get back. You will soon face the consequences of what you did, but my family will spend the rest of our lives facing the consequences of what you took from us. The difference is that you made a choice that day, but we did not choose this.
Mr. Allen, do you have any questions?
No. Mr. Moore, you first.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. Liliana Ahmed is another sister of Mason. And if you could raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could just introduce yourself to the court.
My name is Liliana Ahmed. I am the oldest sister of Mason Schermerhorn.
And you can go ahead and tell the court what you would like him to know in regards to the sentencing of Colt Gray.
September 24th, 2024 is the day that altered my life in more days than I can think possible. That day is unfortunately a day that is branded into my brain. It was a Wednesday. I was at work. It was a normal day. Started off good even. At 11:25 a.m., I got a text message from one of my close friends asking if I heard about the school shooting at Apalachee. I instantly thought this was a joke or a false alarm. Nothing like this is supposed to happen in Winder. I graduated from Apalachee when the school body was barely 1,200 kids. We always poked fun about how boring and rural our school was. There was no way this could be real. My first instinct was to call my mom. I thought surely if Mason was scared, he already called my mom and told her he was fine. Of course, it's no surprise to you that Mason was not okay. I lost it. I had my first ever panic attack. I stayed at work fighting the thought that my brother was dead. There's no way that this could happen to me. By 2 p.m., there was still no update on Mason. No one could find him. I felt hopeless, so I posted a picture on social media begging people to message me if they saw him. He used to run away when he got really emotionally overwhelmed. And I was praying that this was still true in this instance. Praying that he was scared and hiding somewhere. From my car, I frantically called every single emergency room in Atlanta, Gwinnett, Barrow, and Clark Oconee counties to see if anyone had a John Doe that fit his description. No success. At this point, I was at home because I was holding out hope that Mason was okay. My mom even asked me, when we find Mason, can we have a sleepover? Mason had to be okay. I will never forget the exact moment I found out Mason was dead. The exact moment that I found out you killed him. The hour-long drive to Winder was the quietest car ride I have ever had with my husband. The only thing I could manage to mutter was my baby brother, over and over again, like my brain was rejecting the thought of him being gone. We arrived at my parents' house, a place that used to hold nothing more than laughs, happy memories, and petty sibling arguments. Turned into a place that sends my nervous system into absolute disarray. From that point to about 6 months following, everything is a blur. As you can imagine, I have had a lot of time to reflect on how the past 688 days have impacted my life. Since I was 7, almost 8 years old, a large part of my identity has been being a big sister. I am the oldest of 4, and there's a significant age gap between me and my siblings. Being the oldest sibling and oldest daughter has shaped me in more ways than I can express, especially being a big sister to siblings with special needs. One of the ways that has shaped me has been my ability to look beyond a person's behaviors and search for the why. There's always so much more to a person's actions besides what we see at face value. This ability has led me to be naturally forgiving and compassionate. I've even dedicated my professional career to this ability my siblings have fostered in me. Whenever I come across a child that is met with any circumstance out of their control, whether it be a diagnosis or environment, I can't help but feel compassion. Admittedly, I feel compassion for Colt, and I hate that. He is a product of 2 people that did not deserve the privilege of bringing life into this world. His actions are a testament to that. He's broken. He made so many cries for help that were met with little to no action. He grew up around so much turmoil. He saw and experienced things that no child should even be able to imagine. He could have rebounded from all that. Instead, he decided to allow my baby brother to pay for the pain others caused him. He still had the ability to be resilient, but he chose to doom himself. He is ultimately a failure. Despite the little bit of compassion I do feel for him, being in the same room as him disgusts me. I know much is not known about Mason, so I would like to take some time to tell you all about him. Mason is a success story that Colt could have been. He struggled a lot in school. He had big emotions that he didn't know how to regulate. He was bullied. He had a cocktail of mental diagnoses from a young age. He had the ability to turn into Colt, but he didn't. He even spent the summer before his freshman year of high school being tutored through algebra because he was that determined to succeed. Teachers and students across all the schools Mason went to talk about how big of a heart he has, how he is so sweet, the kind of sweetness you don't expect from a 14-year-old boy. He spent most of his school years in more contained classrooms, but he had friends in special education and general education classes. He didn't care what someone looked like, what disability they did or didn't have. He was going to be friends with them, and he could have been he was friend to so many, and he could have been friend to one more had Colt not robbed himself of that. Mason would have loved him. My mom would have taken him in. My family's house could have been a haven for him, but he robbed himself of that. Not only did he rob himself of Mason, or rob himself of that experience, but he also robbed Mason. From a very young age, Mason wanted to be a family man. He wanted to have a wife, kids. He wanted to go to school and pursue a career. He even asked questions about God. All of these different parts of himself he didn't get to explore because of Colt, because of his pain. Because of him, my little brother Gavin has to grow up without his best friend. Because of him, my little sister Alana has to grow up without her best friend. Because of him, my mom has to live with 1/4 of her missing. Because of him, I have to live without the little boy that gave me so much purpose from such a young age. Because of him, laughing or having a good day feels like betrayal, because I feel like I shouldn't experience those things with my brother gone. Because of him, I get a pit in my stomach anytime I look at pictures of Mason. Because I know that's the only way I can see him now. And because of him, large crowds and gatherings make me anxious. And because of him, I'm forced to write in a journal when I want to talk to Mason because I don't want to miss any details for when I see him again. Because of him, my brother died alone and scared. He was the last person to see Mason alive, and you took him from us. All of this because people hurt him, and he felt like others needed to atone for it. All for what? Just to become another statistic. He has quite literally reduced his life to his failures and shortcomings. He could have made something of himself. He could have had a friend in Mason to lift him up. Instead, he made himself nothing more than another data point. I hope he lives with that for the rest of his life. I hope he remembers that he is insignificant. Despite him stealing the lives and innocence of so many people, their endings and this pain he caused will not define them. They will define him, however, and he will be forgotten. I hope he remembers that he did this to himself. I hope he remembers that any regret or remorse he feels is a privilege compared to the death sentence he gave my brother. I don't care what his sentence is, and I don't care what happens to him. It won't measure up to the sentence he gave my family. He stole my baby brother from me, and I don't forgive him. I hope the rest of his days are filled with remembering just how much of a waste he is.
Next, we have Shayna Aspinwall, Richard Aspinwall's wife. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
And go ahead and introduce yourself to the court, and then tell him what you would like him to know in the sentencing of Mr. Colt Gray.
My name is Shayna Aspinwall. I am the wife of Ricky Aspinwall, who was murdered in the Apalachee High School shooting on September 4th.
You can go ahead.
Okay. No words can fully express what was taken from me and our family and everyone who loved my husband. On the morning of September 4th, he left for work. We expected him to come home, just as he always had, and said our lives were changed forever. My husband was more than a victim. He was my partner, my best friend, and the person I planned to grow old with. He was a loving husband, a devoted father, a teacher, a coach, an uncle, a son, a brother, and a friend. He brought kindness, laughter, and strength into our lives, and his absence is felt every single day. The grief of losing him is constant. There is an empty chair at our table, silence where his voice used to be, and countless moments when I instinctively reach for him only to remember he's gone. Every holiday, birthday, anniversary, and ordinary day is a reminder of what has been stolen from us. Our family has had to face not only overwhelming emotional pain, but also the practical realities of moving forward without him. The future we planned together no longer exists. The dreams we shared ended the moment his life was taken. Now, our daughters, who were 5 and 2 at the time, must grow up without their father. They will miss his guidance, his encouragement, his hugs, and all the milestones he should have been here to witness. Birthdays, graduations, weddings, and the everyday moments that make up a lifetime will forever be marked by his absence. No sentence the court imposes can bring my husband back. Nothing can restore the life he should have lived or the years he should have shared. But I ask the court to recognize the profound and permanent harm this crime has caused. The loss extends far beyond one day. It is a life sentence of grief and trauma for those left behind. I ask that Ricky's killer is not given an opportunity for parole. The trauma it would continue to bring me and my daughters, knowing that there is a chance, even a small chance, that he would get out of prison, would be continued torture for my family. We have already been through enough without having more fear in the back of our minds. Once I die, my daughters will then have to suffer through parole hearings alone. I think that everyone would agree that facing it alone is a burden that they should never have to bear. In closing, I hope my husband's life is remembered not for the violence that ended it, but for the love, compassion, and dedication he showed to his family, his students, and colleagues, and everyone fortunate enough to know him. That is certainly what his family and friends remember about him. And until I take my last breath on this earth, I will always remind my daughters of what a special person he was. Thank you.
All right. Next, we have Ismail Angulo Jr. He is Christian's brother. Go ahead and raise your hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Go ahead and introduce yourself to the court, and then you can go ahead and tell
My name
them.
is Ismail Angulo Jr. I am the oldest sibling of Christian. Your Honor, I am writing this statement to share the devastating reality of what was taken from my family and to ask this court to deliver the absolute maximum sentence allowed by law. The impact my brother's loss continues to have on my family is something I wish on no one. Every day is a nightmare that we have to wake up to remind ourselves of our new reality. A very painful one. The days my nephew comes up to me and tells me he misses Titian breaks my heart. I have no words that I can tell him, so I just hug him tight. My little brother Christian Gabriel Angulo was only 14 years old. He was the best uncle, the best brother anyone could have asked for, and a great son to my parents. The defendant's family will still get to see their son, talk to him, and know he is breathing. My mother, my father don't get that privilege. The only way to visit Christian now is by standing over his grave. There is no fairness in this in that reality. Christian was a beautiful, innocent soul who was robbed of his dreams and had so much ahead of him. Because of this defendant's choices, Christian will never get another chance at a life. I carry so much pain from that day, knowing that this coward's violent acts shattered thousands of lives in a single instant. I know the death penalty is off the table because of the defendant's age, but if his age is being considered, I want to ask, does Mason Skimmerhorn get a second chance when he was only 14 years old, robbed of his dreams, stolen far too soon, before he even had a chance to grow up? Does Coach Richard Aspinwall get a second chance to be with his wife and be a father to his young daughters? Or will he miss the rest of their lives because this coward took his life? Does Miss Christina Ermy get another opportunity to live, teach, and be with her husband? Do all 9 of the people who were injured that day get to live without the physical and emotional scars forced upon them? Does my little brother Christian get another chance to live another day? No, they don't. They will never get to experience the beautiful or painful moments that life has to offer because this defendant deliberately took those chances away from them. The defendant showed no mercy when he stole their futures, and therefore he should not receive the grace of a second chance. While the law spares him from the ultimate penalty due to his age, it does not require this court to ever grant him freedom again. For Christian, for Mason, for Coach Aspinwall, for Ms. Ermy, and for every person injured and broken by his actions, I ask that you sentence this defendant to life in prison without the possibility of parole and ensure he never has the opportunity to walk free or inflict this unbearable pain on another family ever again. Thank you, Your Honor, for hearing my voice and honoring the memory of my brother. Forever my brother, long live Christian. Thank you.
Do you have questions, Mr. Allen?
No.
And, Your Honor, I believe the next several are going to be juveniles, so just for the court's knowledge and for the media's knowledge of not photographing their faces.
All right, the media should be aware that you cannot photograph, disseminate, or broadcast any faces of the juveniles who will testify next or at any point in this proceeding.
Thank you, Your Honor. So we call Taylor Jones. Go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and speak into the microphone and introduce yourself to the court.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Taylor Jones, and I'm a student at Apalachee High School.
Okay. And go ahead and tell him what you would like him to know in the sentencing of Mr. Colt Gray.
On September 4th, 2024, I was really scared and confused because I saw a Colt standing in the doorway with the gun. After I heard the first gunshot, I saw my teacher jump onto the floor, so I did too. And a few seconds later, I had realized I had been shot, and I immediately turned to my friend Landon, asking him to hold my hand. After the gunshot stopped, my friend came over to me, helping me in any way they could. I remember telling my friends to call my brother to let him know that I had been shot and I didn't know if I was going to make it. Right after that, I started having trouble staying awake. My friends were sitting with me doing anything they could to help me stay awake. The next thing I remember is waking up in the helicopter. I was very terrified and I started asking them to take me to the hospital. Once I got to Grady, I started having trouble staying awake again. When we landed, there were lots of doctors surrounding me. My memories after landing at Grady are not good, but I would be in and out of the hospital for 3 or 4 months. I required life-saving surgery and many more surgeries after that. I was in lots of pain on many medications, and I was told that I might not be able to walk again. About a year later, I was able to walk again with support, and soon after that, I started walking on my own. As you all may know, not only did his actions affect me and my family that day, but it infected the entire Apalachee community. Although Colt's actions hurt me, I refused to give up. Every day I continue telling myself that I am strong and I am brave. After the shooting, I struggled with so much anxiety and I felt like my life was completely over. I couldn't do anything a normal 14-year-old should be able to do. I wasn't able to go to school, so I switched to homebound where I met my teacher, Miss Harrington. She was the only person from the school to call and check up on me the only one that came out to the hospital to see me and make sure that I was doing okay. Moving on from this experience is very hard, and if I hadn't met some of the people that supported me along the way, I don't know where I would be. I've been going to physical therapy for almost 2 years now, and my therapist, Jess, has always made sure that I was okay and always comforted me when I was having rough days. This experience has been one of the hardest things anyone could go through, but I've learned so much from it. I hope my story makes Colt realize the horrible things that he has done and all the pain and suffering that he has caused. I hope my story brings light into someone else's story that's also gone through the same thing I've gone through and reminds them that they are not alone. A just outcome will help me finally begin to heal in peace. I hope that Colt is sentenced to life in prison without the chance of parole. Thank you.
Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Why don't we go ahead and take about a 10-minute recess? Question and such. All right, we recess for about 10 minutes.
I'll need a.
Are these dead? These batteries upstairs?
I don't know. I didn't put them there. I assume so, but never assume. We slug him as legal analyst?
Who?
Josh? I can put attorney at the top here and then do legal analyst at the bottom. Yeah, that's probably better.
Is Brooks, he's definitely not anchoring the new, right?
Correct. He is not. I think if we do this, we're not going to need the 1 o'clock stream. Depend on the time. Brooks, ANF
But we
anchor.
still need him to,
Brooks.
at like 11:58, we need him to sign out.
BAPTISTE. Okay. Okay. Are we missing anything? Live 2. Let's see his Zoom. You know that off the top of your head? I'll know it one day too. Does it always stay the same? Depending on what preset you're on. Right?
Can we take that political update out so we don't hit that by accident?
Absolutely.
And if you want to put in the regular closing thing?
23. You want to open it with an open? No, right? And we should.
Depends if it's in like,
Oh, let me do another
we
small.
probably should open it with an open. I
You
would
want to
open it
do?
with an open.
You want to do small, small Brooks, big hearing?
If it's happening still, like if it's happening as we were on.
And so that is that right? What's
Are
on
you in
RTR
RTR 1
one?
or 2?
Oh, it should be RTR one.
Go back to as well.
Oh. That's it, right? I'm invisible?
I don't know why we're hitting miserable. That should always be. What happened if you hit that?
Nothing. I think that's what I wanted.
Open it.
Oh, I have to click on it. Maybe that's what it is.
Box 1. This is weird. Because it's showing box 1 as one of our calls, and it's not, so we can't use that. We can use this one. audience. Then we'll go here. Is RTR 1 up?
Hi, my name is Natalie Griffith. On September 4th, I got shot twice, once in my wrist and once in my upper arm. I lost the ability to use my left hand, but on some days it doesn't feel like that is the biggest thing that I lost. The morning of the shooting felt normal. I got on the bus and sat alone because my friend Lorelai wasn't... Sorry. The morning of the shooting felt normal. I got on the bus and sat alone because my friend and Lorelai wasn't on the bus. I was cold because I forgot my jacket and I was wearing one of the new t-shirts I got for my birthday. I was listening to a song called ADHD and thinking about how we were going to start a new unit in algebra. I never thought for a second that there would be a shooting. Then there was one. Ms. Ryan was about to give instructions. I think we were about to break into small groups when I heard a banging and thought it was a fight. Never once did I think that it was a gun or a bullet. I never thought something like that would happen here. Those things happen in places where the sun doesn't shine as bright. Now, whenever I hear loud sounds, a door slamming, a book dropping, or people crowding and talking in another room, my mind immediately goes to the worst possible scenario. I wonder if there's a gun. I wonder if I need to run. I'm still very afraid of loud sounds, and I start to panic when I hear them. Some days when I think about the shooting, it feels like he killed me, even though I lived. The part of me that trusted people died, and I lost myself before the shooting. My smile was different. I did not think about danger the way I do now. I did not constantly think about my surroundings. I think about the shooting every day of my life. I wonder when I will stop thinking about it every day, and then, just like that, I've lost again. I wonder how different my life would be if that one moment had never happened. I wonder whether the person I am today is the person I would have become if the shooting had never occurred. After the shooting, I felt like my independence was taken away for a while. I could not put on my own clothes by myself or do my own hair. Things that used to be easy for me were now impossible challenges. Even now, whenever I try to tie my shoes, it's never quite right. To this day, I cannot type normally, which has impacted my ability to be as successful in school as I want to be. I cannot hold many things because I lost the use of an opposable thumb. The recovery process has been long and difficult. I had to undergo 2 different surgeries, attend physical therapy twice a week for the first year, and then once a week after that. Tasks that should be something difficult. But the physical injuries are only part of what I lost. When everyone went back to school, I went back too. But not because I wanted to, but because I knew if I didn't, I never would. I wanted to be near my community, but going back also reminded me just how many things have changed. Physically, the shooting changed nearly every part of my life. I lost the use of my left arm. For a year, I could not cut my own food, and I had to rely on other people to help me. I lost the ability to play my flute, and I couldn't participate in marching band, which is one of my favorite things to do. I was in physical pain because my nerves were trying to heal, and I could not do the things I loved, like crocheting or playing video games. I remember sitting in my living room and crying because I was so frustrated, angry, and sad that the things I loved had been ripped away from me. The shooting was like an earthquake. My entire world was moved and rocked, and when it finished, nothing was in the same place it started. The strange thing is that for most people, the world kept going. There was no earthquake, and I think back to the day and become angry knowing my life was permanently changed by the decisions of one person. The shooting has affected how I look at my future. I'm limited in what jobs I can apply for because I do not have full use of my hand. I worry about what my life will be like years from now and whether it will ever feel normal. I think about the people who did not get to go on living. I think about Mason and Christian and their families. Their mothers both have 4 children, and now they only get to hug 3. They only get to talk to 3. I knew both boys since elementary school. I never expected them to not be here. Every day since the shooting, I've thought about what I would say to him. Every day I thought about if I had more time to speak to him on that day of the shooting, what would I have said? So I'd like to be able to do that now. I hate you and I'm mad at you because you had options. You had other options besides going in and killing a bunch of innocent people that did absolutely nothing to you. If you had waited maybe even 2 months, you would have found friends. I would have been your friend, and I know a bunch more people would have if you had just waited. I think you're entitled for doing the things that you have done, and I hope that every single day you think about the other options you could have had. I hope that 10 years from now you think, hey, I did this thing, that was so stupid. And I hope that you realize something that you did when you were 14 is going to impact you for the rest of your life. When you could have gone on and lived a good life. The shooting took much more than the use of my hand. It took my sense of safety, my independence, my trust, and a part of the person I used to be. While I survived, I carry the impact of that day with me for the rest of my life. It only seems fair that every innocent person that has had to feel the impact of Colt Gray's choices for the rest of our lives, then he should receive the maximum sentence for his crimes. Thank you. Have a great day.
There you are.
I'm going to make the word that it's a little hard. Okay. Your Honor, next we have Nonica Walton. All right, go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Go ahead and introduce yourself to the court.
Hi, my name is Nonica Walton.
And you can go ahead and tell the court what you would like him to know in regards to the sentencing of Colt Gray.
The past couple of years since September 4th have been the hardest years of my life. About once a week, I find myself thinking about what would it feel like to be normal again. I think about my freshman year, but not with happiness, with anger, confusion, and sadness. For a long time, I was angry at the world because of what you chose to do. At some point, I became afraid of everything. I hated the dark because it reminded me of when the lights went out and all we saw was emergency lights. I hated sitting faced away from the door. I hate the thought of walking to second period by myself. Over time, the fear turned into something even worse. I started to hate myself because I couldn't truly live anymore. I felt guilty because I let you take every piece of joy I had away from me. I let you steal my happiness, not only from me, but the people that love me and my friends. I hate everything about you. I hate the scars you left on my body. I hate that you took innocent lives in front of innocent people. Most of all, I hate that I let you live in my mind rent-free. Every time I closed my eyes, all I could hear were screams and cries. But after a while, something changed. It slowly turned into courage. Even though I'm scared to stand here today and speak in front of the courtroom, I refuse to let you win this time. I refuse to let you see me the way you saw me September 4th. I refuse to let you believe that you have control over me or control over my classmates. Most of the hate's gone, but all the scars are still there, all the triggers are there, all the emotions are still there. Those things are never completely going to disappear. You took away the innocence of so many kids in that classroom that day just because of what you were going through. That's something that we will never get back. What you cannot take away from me is the person I am choosing to become. I'm still here, I'm healing, and I'm finding my strength again. Every day that I continue to move forward, I'm showing you that you did not destroy me. You changed my life forever, but you will not define the rest of it.
Thank you. Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, next. We're going to call Hayden Brown to give her victim impact statement. Bowen, sorry, Hayden Bowen. Go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay. Go ahead and introduce yourself to the court.
Good morning, I'm Hayden Bowen.
Okay. And go ahead and tell the court what you would like him to know about the sentencing of Colt Gray.
It's okay. He's not ready for you, okay?
First, I want to start off by saying that I forgive you.
Hayden, can I get you to speak up a little?
You need to address the court.
I want to start off by saying that I forgive you. Not for you, but for me and my peace. What you went through at the hands of your parents was not okay, and I don't wish that on anyone. But it does not excuse what you did. It was not right. It completely changed my life. It disrupted not only me, but my family and our lives. My family is often anxious about me and constantly checking up on me because of how much it affected my life. I now live with fear lurking behind me everywhere I go. Everywhere. I have frequent panic attacks. I can't stay in places for too long. I can't go out anywhere. I can't even stay in my own bedroom without feeling fear. I'm not able to be a normal teenager anymore. Before all of this, my biggest concern was who's going to walk me to class. But now I can't go a second without having to think whether or not I'm going to be safe while trying to learn. Of course, I'm so angry. But I know my God, and evil never wins.
Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Our next victim impact statement is from Ariana Norman. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Go ahead and introduce yourself to the court.
Your Honor, my name is Ariana Norman.
And you can go ahead and tell him what you would like him to know about the sentencing hearing for Colt Gray.
Your Honor, thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak today and share how September 4th has impacted me. My name is Ariana Norman, and I'm giving this statement regarding Colt Gray. September 4th is a day I will never look at the same again. It was a day where many people experienced chaos, high anxiety, and tragedy. September 4th was a day I should never have had to witness, and it has affected me and the Barrow County community deeply. This shooting has deeply affected my mental health. Since the September 4th shooting, I have been prescribed medication for anxiety because of my constant worry that something bad would happen again. I would often, after the shooting, wake up from nightmares and have to get help just to go back to sleep. Sometimes even just walking around my neighborhood months after the shooting, I found myself feeling like passing cars would harm me. Because of this, I no longer feel safe in my halls, which makes it hard to learn because I feel like I'm constantly looking over my shoulder, just waiting for something bad to happen. And any sort of loud noise always alerts me because I feel like something bad is going to happen. For example,
I don't hear fireworks the same again because to me they sound like gunshots. And when it's far away, it can be hard to tell the difference, which always gives me anxiety. And now I feel the need to identify an escape route everywhere I go because I get scared that I'm going to be trapped like I was on September 4th. The people at Apalachee could have been friends with Colt, but he decided to take a different route. And for this, he deserves whatever punishment he is giving. Thank you for listening.
Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
The next, Ms. Alex Daniel from our office is going to read some victim impact statements that were written.
So, Judge, I believe I have 2 written statements. The first is from Michaela Brown. She was one of the students that was in the classroom that day. Her statement says, "The Apalachee High School shooting on September 4th, 2025 was a tragic and terrifying event that has affected not only the people directly involved, but also students everywhere. Knowing that something like this can happen at a school makes me feel very unsafe and anxious. Since being involved with the shooting, I've felt scared to even go in the dark to take my dogs out to use the bathroom. Loud noises like doors slamming hard make me jump because they remind me what could happen. It's hard to feel relaxed or normal when things like that are always in the back of my mind. I also get nervous being home alone because I'm thinking someone's going to break in and hurt me. I don't feel as safe as I used to before. I used to think Apalachee was going to be a safe place for me to learn and graduate and make new friends, but now I just go to school thinking I'm not safe here. This situation shows how deeply events like this can impact students mentally and emotionally. It's not just something that happens and goes away, it stays with people. Schools are supposed to be safe places, and when that safety is broken, it changes how we feel every day." And Judge, the second statement is on behalf of Jackson Beaver, who was one of the individuals, one of the children that was injured in the classroom. It was prepared on behalf of him and his family, I believe prepared by his mother, Sarah Beaver. It says, "Your Honor, I have struggled to find the words for today because there are no words that can fully explain what September 4th, 2024 took from so many people. I stand before you as the mother of a child who survived that day, but surviving is not the same as being untouched by it. As I prepared this statement, I found myself wrestling with emotions I never imagined I could hold at the same time. Part of me looks at the defendant and sees a 14-year-old boy. I see a child who somewhere along the way was failed by the very people and systems that were supposed to protect him. I see a child who deserved safety, love, guidance, and intervention long before violence became part of his story. I grieve for the innocence that was stolen from him before he ever walked into Apalachee High School. But another part of me sees the person who made a choice that forever changed hundreds of lives. I hate that he lost his childhood, but I hate even more that he believed it was his place to steal the childhoods of the others. He didn't just take lives. He took futures. He took peace. He took the feeling every parent has when they watch their child walk into school, believing that they will come home that afternoon. Today, I want this court to remember the names of the people whose lives were forever changed. Mason, Christian, Richard, Christina. They were not victims on a page. They were sons, daughters, teachers, friends, classmates, and loved ones. They should be remembered for the lives they lived, not simply for the ways they died. I also want this court to remember Natalie, Melanie, Taylor, Jackson, and every other student and teacher who survived physically, but continue to carry invisible wounds. Remember the ones who have scars that they see every day and have flashbacks to the horror that they endured. Some injuries heal, others become part of you forever. The weapon used to cause all this destruction didn't just pierce Jackson's skin, it stayed there. 8 to 9 pieces of metal are permanently embedded in his thigh. He is forced to carry the literal weight of a mass shooting inside his own flesh every single day. The defendant's childhood may explain how we arrived here, but it does not excuse where we ended up. Because while he may have been failed by adults, he became the reason innocent children lost their sense of safety forever. Parents like me now understand what it feels like to wait for a phone call that may never come. Children now know what gunfire sounds like inside their school. Families now live with empty chairs, unanswered questions, nightmares, anniversaries, and grief that will never fully disappear. There's another loss that is harder to describe. Before September 4th, 2024, I believed schools were safe places. I believed that if I hugged my child goodbye in the morning, I would see him that afternoon. I believed tragedies like this happened somewhere else, and that version of me no longer exists. The defendant did not only change the lives of the people inside the walls that day, he changed every parent who sent a child to school afterward, wondering if today would be the day their world falls apart. I have compassion for the child he once was. I have compassion for the life he should have had. But my compassion cannot outweigh the devastation left behind by the choices he made. Two things can be true at the same time. He was a child who was failed. He was also the person who failed countless innocent children and their families. And one tragedy does not erase another. Nothing this court does today can bring back Mason, Christian, Richard, or Christina. Nothing can erase the trauma carried by Natalie, Melanie, Taylor, Jackson, the other survivors, their families, or this community. Justice cannot change the past, but it can acknowledge the weight of what was taken. I ask this court to remember every name, every family, every empty seat, every scar that cannot be seen, and every life that will forever be measured as before September 4th, 2024, and after September 4th of 2024. That is the true impact of what happened. Thank you.
And Your Honor, that concludes our victim impact at this time. We would like to take a short break before we begin presentation of further evidence.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, my understanding is we're going to move on to additional witnesses, non-victim impact testimony. We need to take a break. So their audio-visual stuff can be, make sure it's working. So we'll be in recess. Don't expect it to be too long. Meeting, you can plug into the TV. All right. We'll be in recess. Is it working? Working?
Ours is working.
Okay.
I don't know if the media thing is working.
All right, go ahead.
Wait a minute.
Oh, yeah, you should. All right, we're all present, so you can call us next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. And we have one more victim impact statement from the principal of Apalachee, Jessica Graber. Go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Go ahead and introduce yourself to the court.
I'm Jessica Rayberg.
And tell the court what you would like them to know in the sentencing of Mr. Colt Gray.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, my name is Jessica Rayberg, and I have served as an administrator for Barrow County Schools for 7 years, specifically the principal of Apalachee High School since 2023. Apalachee High School is also where I taught English for 12 years, and before September 4th, 2024, I can attest to approximately 2,463 days that joy filled that building. On the dawn of its 25th year as an institution of learning and opportunity, it became a place of horror and loss. This morning, the staff of Apalachee met for the first time to open up the 2026-27 school year, and I should be with my teachers helping them prepare right now. We should be finalizing standard procedures, tweaking student schedules, and decorating classrooms, all while sharing summer stories. But we will also spend many additional hours becoming experts in new duties far beyond our original academic training. Many walk in under a dark cloud and dread any reminders of that terrifying day. So we will meet to prepare trauma-informed instruction and tirelessly learn how to rebuild a learning environment where half the current student body cowered in fear during their second period just shy of 2 years ago. The loss of 4 lives is more devastating and more important than anything else experienced on September 4th. The families of 4 incredibly special people have endured the unthinkable, and we remember them and grieve with them every single day. The cruel actions of Colt Gray caused the loss of precious lives, and for that, he deserves the harshest consequences. The 7 physically injured, some of whom have courageously spoken today, are incredible humans who have scars both external and internal that should not exist. We admire their bravery and resilience, and for the turmoil and pain caused by Colt Gray, he deserves the harshest consequences. What also must be addressed today are the mental and emotional burdens and anguish that thousands of students, staff, and families of the Apalachee community will carry for the rest of their lives, some of which may never fully heal. The trauma thrust on this once rural hometown is unnatural. The reckless and selfish choices of Colt Gray deserve the harshest consequences. There is no measurement for the deaths and physical impact caused by his calculated decisions, and the overall impact, both visible and invisible, of the September 4th tragedy stretches to countless victims. There were nearly 1,900 students and 200 staff members making up this remarkable community in 2024. There were 20 schools and programs in the Barrow County school system who locked down for hours, fearing the unknown and the worst. There were surrounding school districts, counties hundreds of miles away, and an entire state of Georgia. All were impacted directly or indirectly by the deranged behavior of one teenage intruder. The act destroyed a learning community that will take years to reconstruct, if even possible, and who knows what could have been without the time, energy, new personnel, and resources expended daily just to make it possible for students and faculty to be able to teach and learn. School should be a safe environment for young people to grow and experience joy. In less than a minute, he took a basic human right from thousands of innocent students, and he turned staff members into impromptu paramedics and caregivers. He destroyed what once felt like the most safe and secure place. He stole the ability to focus and not zone out. He turned conversations about where should we eat after the football game into is it even safe enough to be on that campus at all. He ripped a community of its pride. Now a balloon pop is triggering, an accidental lockdown sends hundreds running, absolutely scared of death. Procedures drastically change across an entire state. Small children are screened for weapons before running to hug their favorite teachers and starting their reading and math lessons. When a light flickers, panic sets in. Loud noises and unknowns cause paranoia. One moment can ruin essential academic lessons for the rest of the day. Entire family traditions and holidays are put on hold. Couples divorce. Others need new medication just to stay calm enough to attempt to work or care for their own children. Events are missed, loneliness creeps in because no one understands, and friendships fade because humans become shells. The students of Apalachee High School had to grow up and mature in a single inhumane instant. Some threw desks to block doors, others applied pressure to wounds. Later, all but 2 evacuated with their hands above their heads, while 6 left on stretchers, and the survivors learned immediately how to console each other. They then experienced grief, faced deep fears, and became resilient. Still, on any good days, there is a heaviness, a weight that is carried daily, and every decision is made through the lens of trauma and recovery. An attempt at the new normal is exhausting, and for some it has been too hard to endure. Many have changed their entire surroundings, lifestyles, or careers just to keep going. A facility was built as direct support, and a facility sits unused to avoid the trauma. The ripple effects we felt for generations, and all because a stranger among us took what did not belong to him. As my staff and students soon prepare for the 2-year mark, we will persevere through safety drills, new bell schedules, and uncertainty. We will continue to rebuild. The work is ongoing and never finished. We will pour into our students, comfort them, and create experiences that we hope bring some joy. But it will never be the same. He's a thief, and more than that, he is also a murderer. The most important pieces he stole from our community are Coach Aspinwall, Ms. Irmy, Mason, and Christian. We are not whole without them, and we will always honor them in everything we do, while grieving for their families and what they would have continued to contribute to our school and many other lives. We have more to teach them and more to learn from them. They had more memories to make with their precious families and more days to make our world brighter. We carry their legacy forward daily, even through dark times, and I ask their murderer be placed where he may feel the depths of what he's done.
Thank you. Do you have any questions, Mr. Allen?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can call Investigator Smith.
Yes, Your Honor, this time we call Investigator Jason Smith.
Is that wrong?
Go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Go ahead and have a seat and introduce yourself to the court.
My name is Jason Smith, and I'm an investigator with the Barrow County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with Barrow County Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 13 years, or correction, 16 years.
How long have you been with the Investigations Division?
Almost 12 years now.
what part of that division are you in?
So I'm assigned to our Persons Crimes Bureau.
Okay. And were you in that same role in September of 2024?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Were you the lead investigator for the Apalachee school shooting back on September 4th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
And before we get into your specific involvement, I'd like you to just take us briefly through what happened that day leading up to when Mr. Colt Gray was arrested. That's okay.
Let me get you to hang on for just a second. Is everything okay?
I have to stand by this in the way now. If you don't, I appreciate it. Sorry about that.
Sorry. Thank you, Brooks.
And I'm going to have you use this map to do that. Can you just kind of look at it and identify it for us?
Yes, ma'am. This is a, you have a pointer? Do you like me to use? Don't see one.
One second, laser. Here you go. Okay, and then just, is this the
Yes, ma'am.
partial Apalachee school map?
It is. So this area right here, this is what is referred to as J Hall inside the school. The adjoining halls are I Hall, which is located right here. And then you have K Hall, which is right here.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of that part of Apalachee High School?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Your Honor, this time I'd like to introduce an evidence case to 344, which is the partial map of Apalachee High School.
Mr. Allen?
No objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
Okay. Can you show us on that map where the defendant's second period class was?
Yes, ma'am. The Colt Gray's second period class is located right here. This is Mrs. Catherine Greer's classroom, and it's designated by classroom number 2.151.
Okay. And while he was in that class, what did he do?
So that morning, on the video surveillance footage, you can see Colt come inside the classroom. He opens up his notebook. He stays in the classroom until approximately second period at Apalachee starts at 9:45 in the morning. So at approximately 9:54 hours, Colt Gray tells his teacher that he is going to go see a crisis counselor, at which time he exits his classroom but does not go to the counselor's office. And instead, he makes his way down J Hall to the student bathroom located right here. And those are designated by the number 2.148.
And what did he do in that bathroom?
So in that bathroom, Colt Gray remains in a stall inside the bathroom, preparing for what he is about to do. And he ultimately is seen on the video surveillance footage exiting the bathroom area at approximately 10:21 hours.
And what does he have with him when he exits the bathroom?
When Colt Gray exits the bathroom, you can see him carrying his book bag. The rifle is still partially concealed in it. He carries that back down towards his second period class and attempts to make entry into this second period class.
Is he able to make entry into that class?
No, ma'am, he's not.
Where does he go after that?
After that, he moves down the hall to classroom 2.152. This classroom is Ms. Ryan and Coach Edwards' classroom, and he is able to make entry into that classroom.
What happens inside that classroom?
Excuse me. So Colt Gray fires into this classroom multiple times, striking numerous students, and ultimately causing the death of Christian Ngula.
What does he do after he leaves that classroom?
After he leaves this classroom, it appears that he kind of becomes distracted and comes out this way. Christian Ngula ultimately shuts the door to that classroom, preventing preventing Colt Gray from re-entering the classroom. So Colt continues down the hall until he gets to approximately in this area, at which time Miss Irami in classroom number 2.145, she opens the door to kind of check and see what's going on, and she is struck at that time.
And what does he do after that?
After that, Colt continues to move down the hall. And as he's moving down the hall, Coach Aspinwall and Coach Phoenix they exit. I'm sorry. Apologies. So Coach Aspinwall and Coach Phoenix, they exit the classrooms. Again, they're coming down the hall to see what the noises are, to see what's going on. At that time, Colt Gray engages both. He strikes Coach Phoenix and Coach Aspinwall, and they return to down the hall. Colt continues on down J Hall, at which time he comes into contact with Mason Skirmerhorn, who exits the men's bathroom.
And what happens at that point?
At that point, Colt Gray opens fire on Mason.
After he shoots Mason, what happens?
At that point, Colt continues on down the hall to where he gets to, this is K Hall, and he points his rifle down, aiming it at a student by the name of Zane Zane. At this moment in time, this is when, at this hall right here, this is F Hall, and this is when SROs Sergeant Donovan Boyd and Deputy King are coming down F Hall. They announce and give verbal commands to Colt to put down the rifle, and he does so.
And at that point, is he apprehended?
Yes, ma'am, yes.
Okay, thank you. Investigators, if you can sit back down. On September 4th, were you at work that day?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And did you receive a call that there was a shooting at Apalachee?
Yes, ma'am. We received radio traffic that there was an active shooter at Apalachee High School.
Did you then go to Apalachee?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do when you first got there?
So when I first got there, I made entry into the school from a cafeteria entrance, or an entrance near the cafeteria. I made contact with Sergeant Brett Maxwell and Deputy Greg Jones in the cafeteria area. I was informed that they believe they had one shooter in custody, but there was a suspicion that there may be a second shooter. So at that point, I assisted with clearing the side of the school that had not been cleared.
As you were working to secure the school, did your Lieutenant Wilkerson, give you a specific task?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
And what was that?
That was to conduct an interview with the shooter, Colt Gray.
And kind of tell us how that happened.
So we were I was coming back into the lunchroom area, headed back towards, after we had cleared our side, heading back towards J Hall to see if I could be of some assistance. And while coming through the cafeteria area, Lieutenant Wilkerson made contact with me.
And at the time he asked you to interview him, where was Colt Gray?
So Colt Gray, once he had been apprehended, he was located in this area right here. I'm sorry, I'm shaking. Directly in this hallway, which is the intersection of K Hall and J Hall.
When you came into contact with him, was he still in that area?
Yes, ma'am. He was handcuffed in that area.
Where did you take him in order to interview him?
So we, after we started the evacuation process of J Hall, there was an open classroom nearby, 2.139, which is the last classroom, and it was the closest classroom to where Colt was at that time.
Approximately what time did you begin to interview him?
I believe the interview started at 10:54 hours.
So that was approximately 30 minutes after the shooting.
Yes, ma'am.
During the course of the interview, was he handcuffed?
Yes, ma'am.
Was anyone with you during that interview?
For a portion of the interview, Special Agent Jeremy Howell with the GBI and Lieutenant Wilkerson were there for a portion of that interview.
Approximately how long did it last?
I believe it was approximately an hour and 15 minutes.
At the conclusion of that interview, what did y'all do with the defendant?
So I advised Colt that he was under arrest, and ultimately Colt was transported to the Barrow County Detention Center for processing.
Did you interview him again?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And where did that interview take place?
That interview took place at the Barrow County Sheriff's Office Criminal Investigations Division.
Was anyone with you during that particular interview?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that?
That was Special Agent Nick Johnson with the GBI.
And how long did that interview approximately last?
I believe it was approximately 2 hours.
And at the conclusion of that second interview, did you read him the warrants that you had taken out for his arrest?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you, at that point, what warrants had you taken out?
I believe the warrants that I took out were for the offenses of aggravated assault and felony murder.
I know ultimately y'all took out more warrants, but at that time, what, if any, reaction did Mr. Gray have to the warrants that you had taken out?
He just stated that he understood. There was very little reaction or emotion.
We're going to play the interviews later, but before we get into those, I want to ask you a few specific questions about those interviews. During the interview at Apalachee High School, your first interview, did the defendant tell you where he found his rifle that he used in committing this crime?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did he say he found it?
He said that he found it in a lockbox or a toolbox.
And did he indicate whether or not he had to look hard to find it, or whether or not it was easy to find?
Yes, he said he had to look hard to find it.
Did he continue to say that same thing throughout the interview, that he had to go get his firearm from a locked box?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the location of that box change throughout the different interviews?
It did.
And kind of tell us what it changed from and to.
So initially, I believe Colt stated that the rifle was somehow secured in his father's vehicle. And then ultimately, when we were going back through the timeline of Colin leaving early that morning, Colt kind of said, well, maybe it was somewhere else.
And during the course of your investigation into the shooting, did you determine whether or not the gun was in fact hidden?
We did.
Okay, and what did y'all determine?
We determined that it was kept in Colt Gray's bedroom.
And so him indicating that it was hidden was not true?
Correct.
During your initial interview, how did he tell you the shooting came about? As in, did he tell you that it was planned or not planned?
Colt indicated that it was spontaneous, that it was a last-minute thing, that he came into school that morning, had heard voices, and that he just, on the way to get help, on the way to the crisis counselor, he just decided to conduct the shooting.
Did he reiterate that lack of planning in the second interview as well?
He did.
And again, during the course of your investigation, did you determine if the shooting was just spur of the moment or if it had actually been planned?
No, ma'am. It appears that it was planned for quite some time.
And how did you determine that it was planned?
So there was a search of Colt's cell phone, and on that cell phone there were notes dating back some months indicating that he had made plans, and also in there was a black notebook that Colt had taken to school that day, and inside that black notebook was a pretty detailed plan.
Okay. I've just given you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 337.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And what do you recognize that as?
So this is the 3-ring binder that Colt Gray, we commonly refer to it as the black notebook, but it is a 3-ring binder that Colt took to school that day.
And is that the notebook that you indicated during earlier testimony that he opened up in Ms. Greer's class?
Correct.
And is that where that notebook was ultimately found?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time I'd like to introduce into evidence State Exhibit 337.
Mr. Allen?
No objection, Judge.
All right, 337 is admitted.
And before we go into what was in the notebook, at this time I'd like to play State Exhibit 236A. It's previously been introduced under the stipulation. It is a clip from Ms. Greer's second period class. I'm going to ask investigators a couple questions about it.
All right, this was stipulated to Mr. Allen?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, it's admitted.
Can you kind of orient us to where Colt is, or Mr. Gray is in this video?
Yes, ma'am. If you direct your attention to the bottom of the circle here, well, you're not going to be able to see that. So at the bottom of the circle right here, this is Colt Gray, and this is his desk.
Okay, thank you. All right, and this is approximately 9:46 a.m.
Yes, ma'am.
And is this going to show when he opens up the black notebook?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so at that point in the video, he opens up the notebook. Does he, at some point, then leave the classroom?
He does.
And when he leaves the classroom, does he leave that notebook opened up on his desk?
Yes, ma'am, he does.
Okay. And at this time, we're going to show the clip from Ms. Greer's classroom where he leaves the notebook open. And you indicated earlier that he told his teacher that he was going to go see a crisis counselor. Is this the point where he tells her that at some point in this part of the video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then, do you know what ultimately happens with that notebook?
Yes, ma'am. Sometime after Colt left and went to the bathroom, there is a young lady that was seated next to him. The desks are kind of put together in a group of 4. So his neighbor to the left of him, she ultimately closes that notebook, and she places that notebook on a shelf below a whiteboard that was located directly behind Colt, so that another classmate can come sit next to her.
Okay. And we're going to show the clip from 10:14 a.m. where that student places the notebook behind her. And is that location where the notebook was ultimately found when the GBI was processing the crime scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this time I'm going to bring up State Exhibit 10, which also has been previously introduced under the stipulation, and it is a crime scene photo of the black notebook. And can you kind of tell us on that picture where the black notebook was ultimately
Yes, ma'am. If you look at the whiteboard over here to the right side of the screen, there's a black notebook that is sitting long ways on that aluminum shelf below the whiteboard.
Have you had an opportunity to review the contents of that notebook?
Yes, ma'am.
And at this time, I'd like to start going through the contents of that notebook.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're going to start, so this is states at 337, and I'm going to display page 1 of that for the court. Can you kind of take us through the writings on there that you can see?
Yes, ma'am. At the top of the page, there's the number 29 circled. So it says 29, including teacher. Below that, directly in a circle with, it looks like apostrophes around it, states September 4th. And then if you look further down on the page on the left-hand side, there appears to be a drawing of Ms. Greer's classroom, judging from the layout that you saw in the surveillance footage as well as what's drawn here. And then further down on the page on the right-hand side, it states suicide 50-50 live with a question mark. Again, there's some more writing and scribblings below that with the word why, but also directly below Miss Greer's classroom drawing, it states I'm not a killer, stop, I'm scared, along with some other doodles.
And this time I'm going to kind of zoom in on the portion of the classroom and pull up a screenshot of Miss Greer's classroom next to it. So, kind of, and you mentioned, oops. That's okay. We will not zoom in on it, but we will pull them back up. You mentioned that it appears to be, the drawing appeared to be Ms. Greer's classroom. Can you kind of talk us through that?
Yes, ma'am. On the drawing, if you look at the drawing on the top right-hand corner, it states desk. It's kind of labeled. And if you look at the video surveillance system on the right-hand side, up in the top right-hand corner, is Mrs. Greer's desk. Also, if you refer back to Colt's drawing, there is a rectangle with what looks like TV written beside it. And as you can see in the video surveillance, there is a TV in the lower right-hand corner.
And do the kind of orientation and the number of what appear to be desks in that drawing match the orientation and number of desks in her actual classroom?
Yes, it's very consistent.
Okay. Based on this drawing, does it appear that the second period class was in fact the target of this shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we're going to move to page 2. Okay, and can you kind of take us through what he has written on this page?
Yes, ma'am. At the top of the page, there's some letters that are written. Below that, it states, wow, I did not expect. If you look further down on the page, what kind of jumped out to me was the sentence, God, here I am, prison.
Is that kind of in the middle of
Yes,
the
ma'am.
page
That's,
there?
if you kind of look in between, he goes back and forth between scribbling and writing sentences on this page and doodling. But if you look halfway through the page, it states, God, here I am in prison.
Okay. And then we're going to move to page 3. And these appear to be sort of symbols of some sort.
Yes, ma'am.
Moving to page 4. Can you tell us what this page is?
Yes, ma'am. And reading through this, this appeared to be kind of Colt's plan for what he was going to do on September 4th.
And before you read it, based on kind of the content of the plan as well as you viewing surveillance video from September 4th, did the defendant write this plan prior to going to school on September 4th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you read it for us?
Okay. So at the top it states class. It says second, walk from first to the bathroom. So I'll set my bag down, open it, and put on vest. I'll take it a moment or two to stay calm and really think about if I want to do this. Take out the poster covering rifle. Take out the rifle and chop it up. And prop it up, against the wall. Vest should be on at this point. Get out gloves that are in your backpack and put them on. Clap a few times to make sure they're on tight. Once done, zip up backpack, check mags, slots, and vest. And then down at the bottom, he kind of details what magazines he was planning on bringing. He draws 2 magazines and identifies those as 20-round magazines. He draws a little bit larger magazine and labels it as a 60-rounder. And then he draws a 4th magazine and labels it 30-rounder. And if you look a little bit further to the right, he identifies that he will have 110 rounds total.
And is ATP commonly known as at this point?
Yes.
Okay. So in this plan, he talks about bringing a vest. Did he ultimately bring a vest to school that day?
No, ma'am.
Also, you mentioned earlier when you were going over what the defendant did that day, that he left Ms. Greer's classroom and went to the bathroom.
That's correct.
And in this plan, specifically, it says first to the bathroom. Is that correct?
Correct.
In his interview at the sheriff's office, did he give you an idea or did he tell you whether or not going to the bathroom was planned or if it was just sort of spur of the moment?
In the interview at CID, he told me, and again, that this was a spur of the moment thing.
And based on this written out plan, was it spur of the moment to go to the bathroom?
Absolutely not.
Okay. He also, in the plan, mentions takeout, poster covering rifle.
Correct.
In his interview at the sheriff's office, what did he say about the poster being around the gun?
So he said that morning that he just grabbed whatever gun and whatever ammunition he could find and whatever he could, what paper he could to hide the rifle.
So again, he acted like the poster was not a planned aspect of this.
Correct.
And based on this written plan, was that truthful?
No, it was not.
Now, also in the plan, as you mentioned, he outlines the exact magazines he intends on bringing. During his interview, what did he say about the magazines?
During the interview, he just said that he grabbed whatever was available. He didn't indicate that he intended to bring a specific number of rounds or magazines or anything like that.
And so based on the plan, did he intend to actually have specific magazines that he brought?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
And when he ended up actually bringing the magazines to the school that day, are these drawings accurate as to what, or close to accurate as to what magazines he ultimately brought?
Yes, ma'am. 3 of the 4 are accurate.
Now we're going to move to page 5, which is the second part of his written out plan. Can you read through that for us?
Yes, ma'am. On the top it states, begins, onto the thing, wait a bit, make sure no one is walking in or out of the bathroom. Gloves should be on. Take out your 60-rounder and put it in the chamber, put it in and chamber around. Okay? Turn on your red dot. Aim down at the floor to make sure your sight is on. Check your vest and make sure that it is on tight. Once done, check stock to make sure it's at your preferred setting. Put on hat, make sure hair is out of face. Set backpack to the side. Pick up rifle with right hand, open stall door with left. Don't shoot anyone in the bathroom. You will alert people.
And ultimately, did he follow that plan?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to move to page 6. And again, can you tell us what this is?
This is another more detailed drawing of Ms. Greer's classroom. Specifically, what kind of jumped out to me about this one is on whichever day Colt made this prior to September 4th, he appears to document that there were empty seats in the classroom on this specific day. And again, you can see the TV in the bottom right-hand corner and Mrs. Greer's desk in the top left-hand corner. Colt also identifies his personal seat.
And is that there at the bottom right where it says myself, I believe?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can we bring up that screenshot again? Side by side. You indicated that on whichever day he wrote this, he put EM to indicate an empty seat.
Correct.
Are the empty seats different than what actually occurred on September 4th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So again, does that indicate to you that this was written on a different day than September 4th?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Now we're going to move to page 7. Can you take us through what he wrote on this page?
Yes, ma'am. This appears to be Colt's plan for how many people he thought, how many casualties or injured that he thought were going to be subsequent to the shooting. So at the top it states hallway. I'm thinking 3 to 4 people killed, injured, question mark, 4 to 5. On the right-hand side, he states classroom, 15 to 17 killed, injured 2 to 3. Further down on the page, classroom 2, 3 to 5 killed, injured 2 to 3. And then in parentheses, it says, surprised if I make it. And then down at the bottom, he draws some squinty emoji.
As far as this plan, does it appear that he planned to actually enter a second classroom?
Yes, ma'am.
In viewing the surveillance video, did he walk down the hall to look for another classroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We're going to move to page 8. Can you just kind of summarize what is on this page?
Yes, ma'am. This is where he repeatedly wrote the word why over 100 times. Down at the bottom, he kind of writes out a sentence, why am I like this?
And then we're moving to page 9.
Again, he writes the word why repeatedly. I think this was over 20 times.
Okay. And then we're going to move to page 10.
Again, on this page, Colt again writes the word why approximately 100 times.
Page 11.
This is Colt again writing the word why. This appears to be approximately 60 times. And in the middle of the page, there seems to be some type of cryptic letter or code with the word why written out to the side.
And then we're going to move to page 12.
This is the word animal written 6 times.
Page 13.
This is a drawing of a sad face, and at the top it's written, I can't wait, I can't wait.
Page 14.
This appears to be some type of scribble.
Page 15.
Again, this is just a whole entire page where he decided to scribble in a notebook.
Page 16.
This is a drawing. There's some doodles at the top of the screen, but further down you can see a drawing of a firearm with the number 10 pointing to the magazine.
And then the final page, page 17.
At the top of the page, you can see a stick figure that appears to be standing behind a door. And to the left of that door, there appears to be a semi-automatic handgun with a silencer and an extended magazine firing into or through the door. Below that, it says extended mag, and then there's the word Healy is written in the middle of the page. And then below that are a couple more drawings, one of an AR-style rifle, and the one above that, another appears to be handgun.
Okay. And is that the entirety of what was in that black notebook that was found at Apalachee High School on September 4th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, I know it's about noon. That kind of concludes that portion of our questioning.
Seems like a good stopping point. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a recess for lunch. We'll resume at 1:15.
Good afternoon. Josh Schiffer, legal analyst with Atlanta News First, checking in during the lunch break during the change of plea and entry of a guilty plea in the state versus Colt Gray, the Apalachee shooter. This morning has been traumatic, to say the least. As many of you are aware, today was the day that young Colt Gray, the 14-year-old who shot and murdered 4 people and hurt many others at the Apalachee High School out there in Hall County, changed his plea this morning. That plea changed to guilty, and Mr. Gray entered a guilty plea this morning, non-negotiated, on all 55 charges. It was an interesting morning from the start, as rather than go through an extensive establishment of the basic facts of the crime for the court to review in order to support a change of plea to guilty, the state and defense stipulated to the factual basis for all 55 crimes and submitted those facts on a thumb drive to the court. That sped up this process substantially, and a lot of the basic mechanics involved were not necessary due to that stipulation. We then saw the court accept that stipulation and move directly into the victim impact statements, which have taken up the bulk of this morning. We've heard from several family members and survivors of the victims of Colt Gray's murderous actions there 2 years ago at Apalachee High School. Very heart-rendering testimony being read and presented by the actual victims' families of these murdered individuals, both students and teachers, most of which they have decided to read rather than speak extemporaneously. That shows exactly how much preparation has been involved in this matter and this presentation today. These victim impact statements are extraordinarily important for the court's consideration, as the big question everybody wants the answer to is whether His Honor is going to sentence Mr. Gray to life with the possibility of parole or life without the possibility of parole. When it comes to juvenile major crimes, Georgia remains with the majority of states, but it's a slender majority, in allowing courts to sentence juveniles to life without parole for specific egregious crimes such as murder. Many other states, 23 or 24, have actually passed laws preventing life without parole to be usable as a sentence for these terrible crimes due to the age of the defendant. And in the future, and this is important for Mr. Gray, we may see Supreme Court action on this issue as the morals and values of our community continue to evolve. I would not be surprised that Mr. Gray's future relief, and we're talking 10, 20, 30 years in the future, may be specifically related to the age he was when he committed these horrible acts. So what we've seen so far is the state and defense agreeing on the factual basis, presenting that stipulated summary, which is extensive, I assure you, to the court. Remember, this is the same court familiar with the facts because of the trial of Colin Gray, Colt's father, who was convicted earlier this year on murder and other charges. He awaits sentencing next Thursday, I believe, in this same court. But before then, we're going to handle, or the court's going to handle, the Colt Gray matter. Mr. Gray is going to have an opportunity to present substantial evidence in mitigation this afternoon, and I expect the defense attorneys to bring up witnesses and testimony related to the mental health and mental condition of Mr. Gray, specifically at the time of the incident, as well as what's been discovered through evaluations and assessments while he has been incarcerated awaiting this date. In Georgia, there's a couple of different pathways when you get into mental health defenses. The one everybody thinks about is not guilty by reason of insanity or incompetent. We don't have that in this case. For an incompetency defense or a not guilty for reason of insanity, the manifestations of the mental health issue, be it a disability, be it some other form of specific DSM verifiable mental health condition, it needs to really be extreme. And that wasn't present in this case. For all we know, and as now has been agreed, Mr. Gray was oriented as to time, place, manner, knew what he was doing, understood the good and bad of his actions, and that would not allow him to successfully pursue a not guilty by reason of insanity or a full competency defense. Instead, it appears that his defense is going to rely on mental health. Instead, his defense appears to be going to rely on mental health related testimony in order to mitigate the impact on sentencing of his actions, with the hope then being that the judge does not sentence him to life without parole, but leaves a possibility of parole after service of a life sentence, which sounds a little counterintuitive, but I assure you, a life sentence kind of has a specific length of time. There are hosts and hosts of Georgia cases at the Georgia Board of Pardons and Paroles where people sentenced to life have been granted parole. There's extensive literature as well as background statistics as to how those cases should be treated. And for all intents and purposes, Mr. Gray, if sentenced with the possibility of parole, would qualify for that relief sometime long in the future. And of course, we're probably going to see some sort of appeal of this plea somehow, just because it's basically best practices. This is a very complicated sentence that the judge is bringing out, and there are unknown issues involving merger, what charges are going to survive the plea, which charges are going to be combined into the bigger charges, and his sentence won't actually reflect all 55 individual charges as much as some of those charges are going to be merged and grouped together. It's a complicated kind of word problem, and that will probably be reviewed by some appellate court at some point. But to recap for everybody, we're at the lunch break now. The court has indicated they're going to return at 1:15 p.m. for continuation of the victim witness statements, as well as some of this testimony that we are now hearing from officers involved in the actual case. We see back there, we're now focusing on the seal of the great state of Georgia. As I understand, the courtroom still has some people in it and there's some discussion, but obviously the court has cut the feed. What I'm looking forward to hearing from, and is most important this afternoon, is how His Honor is going to accept and receive whatever mitigation is presented by the defense. That could come in a variety of forms, but I would expect to hear from some mental health professionals. During the defense's brief presentation at the beginning of this hearing, it was very clear that Colt Gray was acknowledging, admitting, and taking responsibility for these actions while bringing up his mental health diagnosis, and we don't have the details of that diagnosis at this point. We should be receiving more details of that diagnosis, even though there is the opportunity to submit some of it confidentially. I don't really think we're going to see that. I believe that the best impact for the defense in presenting this mitigation information is open court, and it's going to involve testimony and presentations from specific experts in the field. But we don't have an exact roadmap of what that's going to happen. The court's big concerns right now are that everybody involved did their job. That's the big question during a plea that the court has an obligation to establish, that the defendant understands what's happening, has had the time and opportunity to fully and completely discuss what's happening with their defense team, and the defense team has answered any and all questions the defendant may have. The court really is concerned that the defendant is getting the appropriate level of service and treatment from their defense attorney, as oftentimes when you see a plea reversed or problems in the future, it was due to problems with the actual defense team claiming that they did not share information or had not performed adequately. So the judge is going to, as already, and will probably do it again, reinforce and re-question and re-verify that the defense team has done its job and that Mr. Gray understands everything going on. Incredibly important in that are his constitutional rights. We heard that earlier with the recitation of the Boykin rights, and that's where you heard the judge talk about Do you understand by pleading guilty, you're giving up the constitutional rights in the Bill of Rights and all your constitutional protections, right to remain silent, right to see, hear, cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to compel the production of witnesses' evidence in your own favor using the powers of the court. There are multiple constitutional rights that by entering a plea, you give up solely for the purposes of the plea. The rest of your constitutional rights attach, again, for the rest of your life, but you're basically giving them up so that the court has your permission as a defendant to accept a guilty plea. The state hasn't had much water to carry this morning, specifically because the defense and state stipulated to the factual basis of this case and submitted that information on a thumb drive. It had already been reviewed by the court due to its involvement with other cases, and there's a tremendous time savings, an efficiency savings, and this was a creative solution for that in processing the actual plea today. Checking a message now. We're going to continue watching this. I will be back all this afternoon. Looking forward to sharing any insights, and we will talk to you sometime after lunch. Court's scheduled to begin back at 1:15.
Atlanta News First Plus starts now.
Hello, everybody, and thank you so much for sticking with us here on ANF Plus. We are now into the 1 o'clock hour, where we're about 15 minutes away from when court will be back in session. They took a recess for lunch, so we do expect for that, the testimony that we've heard from investigators, along with both sides of the defense as well, or the defense, I should say. We'll be hearing more about that a little later on today as well. If you are just joining us, we're having special coverage today because of Colt Gray, the accused Apalachee High School shooter who pleaded guilty now. This was in a non-negotiated plea, meaning he could learn his fate today, and that would be by the judge. So let's bring in Atlanta News First Chelsea Bynum for us. She joins us live from the Barrow County courtroom. Chelsea, you have been on top of this now since that case got underway, or hearing, I should say, got underway about 9:20 this morning. What are some of the things that have stuck out to you, and what exactly are you watching for?
Well, Brooks, right before that recess started, the lead investigator from the Barrow County Sheriff's Office, who has been following this case from the beginning, took the stand and showed the judge pages from Colt Gray's notebook. That revealed that Colt had essentially written out his plans on how he wanted to carry out this attack, including the number of people he wanted to shoot inside classrooms and outside in the hallway. He even numbered how many people he wanted to kill versus how many people he wanted to injure. On another one of those pages, he also wrote out suicide or live 50-50. Now, this morning began with Colt Gray pleading guilty to all 55 of those charges against him. And once the judge accepted that plea, we also heard from the families of the victims from the Apalachee High School shooting, including Christian Angelo's brother, who noted that his parents can now only visit their son at his gravesite. We also heard from Coach Richard Aspinwall's wife for the first time, who noted that their daughters now have to grow up without their father. Now, all of these victims' families are asking for the maximum sentence here for Colt Gray, which of course would be life in prison without the possibility of parole. Again, this is a non-negotiated plea, meaning the state and the defense had not reached an agreement on how much time will be served. That will be left up to the judge. Brooks.
Hey, Chelsea, before we let you go, I know that you've been in the courtroom and you've heard from the loved ones of those victims. Did many of them stick around to hear the rest of this testimony, or did they choose to leave? Because I can imagine it's probably been quite challenging for them to relive that day.
Yeah, a lot of them made statements this morning, and then they stuck around to hear from everybody else. They've all grown to know each other under these terrible circumstances. We'll see what happens when we come back from lunch, but as far as we know, the victims' impact statements have wrapped up, and for the rest of the day, we'll be hearing from investigators who are presenting medical records, social media records, and other evidence from this case, and they'll present all of that to the judge, who will then listen to all of that and make that final determination on Colt Gray's sentence.
All right, Chelsea Bynum for reporting there live for us at the Barrow County Courthouse. We'll check in with you a little later on today. And here we have been staying on top of this. Obviously, we understand that there is a lot of interest in this case because this is a situation and an incident and a shooting that truly rocked the entire state of Georgia, but especially this North Georgia community, Barrow County and Winder. And for a lot of the students who have had to go back to the classroom since that awful day, many of which have been, will say it's hard. They say it's hard because they are hoping and praying that something like that will never happen again. And I'll say this, even when the day after that shooting, the shooting happened on September 4th of 2024, I, along with Griddenza, my co-anchor, we went out to the school and we got an opportunity to talk with some of the people there. We got an opportunity to just be there. And you could feel that moment. You could feel people still in fear, many of which we saw that parking lot was full of cars. And that was because they had basically put the whole school on lockdown. And then when they left, they had a few days before they would allow people to come back and get their cars because they wanted to see if they could track down any of the evidence, if there was any evidence out there in the parking lot. And also, as you can imagine, a lot of those students were just terrified to even come back to school. So now, as many of them are about to enter into a new year, some of which this would be their senior year, some their junior year, we do feel for those families today as they relive that moment because we understand how challenging something like that could be. Now, it is important to note that before Colt Gray accepted the plea, Barrow County Superior Court Judge Nicholas Prim asked Gray a series of questions, and the whole idea there was just to make sure he understood what he was doing. A lot of times you're giving up rights. If you guys were listening to legal analyst, attorney Josh Schiffer, you heard him speak about this. He said a lot of times when you have a defendant, it is important for them to understand which rights they're giving up. So that was why the judge was certain to make sure Colt Gray understood everything that he was agreeing to. And when he said that he is guilty, and that was the plea that he put in, that's why the judge went down line by line to ask him a series of questions. Then you might have heard the prosecutors also going through every charge, every 55 charges. And the idea was just to make sure that he understood what it was that he was being charged for. Now, as we look at this here in the, and let me try to get this live book off because I don't want you guys to think this is live. We're still waiting on them to get back into the courtroom right now. So this is previously recorded from earlier today. Take a look at them. Right now, this is one of the things that many people could say, by the looks of it, it didn't appear he showed a whole lot of emotion. And this was right at the start when he was about to enter that guilty plea. But also, it seemed throughout most of this hearing so far that he's remained about the same. Not a whole lot of emotion coming from him. Some may even say no remorse. Now, we haven't heard from him. And there could be an opportunity where he's able to make a statement a little later on today. So, of course, we'll be watching for that. Again, because he pleaded guilty to murder, he is facing a minimum sentence of life in prison. So now the judge is just going to decide whether that's life with parole, without parole, and we'll be waiting to see what happens there. Now, his feet, you're looking at this look here, this image from the inside of the courtroom, and obviously he has a suit on, but he sat at a table in the courtroom and his feet were chained together, and he just sat there at the table with his attorney who's standing alongside him. Let's take you back just a little bit to what we saw a month or so ago when Colt Gray's father, Colin Gray, was convicted earlier this year on charges that he allowed his son access into the AR-style rifle that was recovered after the shooting, along with a variety of ammunition and accessories that were recovered at the crime scene and at Colin Gray's residence. Now, we heard from one of the mothers of one of those victims. Mason Schermerhorn was one of the 14-year-olds who was killed in this deadly attack, and the mom pointed out that she would never forgive Colt Gray. She said it. She was quite emotional when she said it, but you could hear the pain in her voice, and you could also hear how serious she was when she said that. She said she's lost a child, and she said, there could be two truths here. Unfortunately, he might have not had the upbringing that she says, maybe he should have had. That might have avoided something like this. But she also went on to say, it's not just about the upbringing, but at some point, you still made a decision yourself. So it's hard for her to forgive him for that. So that was one of many people that we've heard from today. We have heard from investigators as well, many of which recounting those moments of the day of that shooting. We even heard from one of the lead investigators who showed a map of exactly how that school was built and how it was laid out, if you will, and literally going one by one of those different classrooms, talking about Colt Gray's path and how he got to where he got to, as they say, to carry out that deadly shooting. So we can't forget about the victims. You have 14-year-old Mason Schermerhorn. You have 14-year-old Christian Angulo. You had Richard Aspinwall, which was one of the teachers, and also Christina Irami. as we've heard from those family members today, you hear that heartache in their voice because many of them still have had to live without their loved one for the past 2 years now. We're approaching the 2-year mark of something like this, and many of which have said that they have enrolled in therapy. Many have said that they have done whatever they need to do to take care of their mental health because it has just been that challenging for them since that day in September of 2024. So back to Colin Gray, which is Colt Gray's father. Obviously he was convicted earlier this year on those charges. His sentencing is set for July 28th and the 29th in Barrow County. Now, it is important to note because many of you may be saying to yourself, now, the Superior Court Judge, Nicholas Prim, why does that name sound so familiar? Well, he is the judge that presided over Colin Gray's trial as well. So he's somewhat familiar with the Gray family, although, of course, Colt Gray was not there for the proceedings of his father, Colin Gray. But yes, if that name sounded familiar to you, that is probably why, because Nicholas Prim, not just presiding over several cases out there in that area, but again, also over the area of, Barrow County, and along with Colt Gray today, and then Colin Gray some time ago. All right, so let's talk analysis of this case and what has happened so far. And joining us right now is our legal analyst. I would say that he's one of the best in the game because we always get to talk with him, and he brings in a lot of perspective. Attorney Josh Schiffer, it is great to have you with us. Thanks so much for spending some time with us.
It's an honor to be here, and thank y'all for such detailed coverage of such an important case. This is the most prominent school violence case that we've ever had in Georgia. It has raised national attention because of its similarities with the case out of Michigan, specifically talking about the prosecution of Colt Gray's father, Colin Gray, who, as we all remember, was convicted on all charges, including murder, and he is due to be sentenced next Thursday. The same kind of consideration of sentence, life without parole, that's on the table for Dad. And while these two cases are technically independent prosecutions, they are so clearly interconnected, there's no way to efficiently separate them. And very often, in the background, behind the scenes, making sausage, there are considerations with the state and the defense about connected cases and connected defendants, where while the father did take advantage of his trial rights, given the novelty of prosecuting the provider of a firearm, that was a Georgia first, and basically the second time in the nation that kind of case had come about. The sentencing conditions and discussions, that can be impacted by the actions that Colt Gray is taking today, because the judge is given broad discretion as to what Judge Prim wants to include or not include. And that's really the big question we're all waiting for today. Or potentially tomorrow, is Colt Gray going to get life without parole, or is there going to be a horizon for release in the future?
Josh, obviously this is a case that has gained a lot of interest, just given the circumstances. Here we are talking about Colt Gray at the time, 14 years old, truly a kid. And and an incident that happens like this, take me back to the day even when you learned of this. And I'm sure that we were all, we remember where we were the day of this and what was coming to our minds about it. What did you even think, just from an attorney's perspective, about what could potentially happen? Did you see it happening as it's happening right now?
Because of my attention to the news, because I'm just a news junkie, and I'm a dad. Right. This young man is basically a contemporary of my daughter, and any parent today is concerned about school violence. So there's been an endemic of it for the last 20, 30 years, and that's something we didn't even think about when I was being raised in the 80s and 90s. Now it is something that every child has to confront beginning at the earliest age, and all parents are forced to think about, something their parents didn't give them the context or skill set to deal with. Our parents might have had to deal with the Red Scare and nuclear bombs. We had to duck and cover for school shootings. Not in the Cobb County I was raised in. The world's different. When this shooting happened, everybody was so traumatized and feared for the worst because the violence we'd seen in so many other parts of our nation had finally reached the Peach State, a state that has a loving, long-time relationship with firearms. Firearms are integral to the Georgia way of life. I'm a gun owner. Basically, everyone I know has some sort of experience or exposure to firearms if you've lived in Georgia long enough, even if you don't believe that firearms should be as freely accessible or should be controlled more. Firearms are part of the daily life in Georgia, and there were immediate concerns from all corners politically about how the firearms control discussion would continue, given that Georgia now had an immediate, incredibly violent, traumatic, and awful school shooting. So there's a bunch of different perspectives when you look at this case. From the legal takeaway, we were all nationally interested in how the prosecution against the father was going to move forward, which the state did succeed in. That's going to all get appealed. There's going to be a lot of work put into that. But then also how the state was going to move forward with prosecuting a teenager. Anytime you're prosecuting juveniles, it's a challenge. It's different. I know what I was like at 14, and thankfully never had anything that rose to any issue where law enforcement was going to be involved, but that's kind of rare these days. Law enforcement and the criminal justice system are more involved in our schools than ever before. Virtually every school in Georgia has school resource officers, most of the time armed and post-certified, available to ensure that peace rules at school. And it's the biggest fear of administrators. We routinely hear from teachers and other staff members of the existential dread of dealing with a building filled with hormonal, hopped-up teenagers making decisions like roller coasters go up and down. When you introduce the availability of ultra-hazardous instrumentalities such as firearms, it's a recipe for something to happen, and how our society deals with that is a question no one really has a clear answer to.
So, Josh, it appears that now the judge has just re-entered the courtroom. Just before we go back into the courtroom, because we don't want to miss anything, can you just quickly tell us, is there anything that has stuck out to you prior to the lunch break and recess that you think people should be watching for?
The important takeaway immediately before lunch, the state presented this lead investigator who indicated clearly Colt Gray had written down a plan. So this is violence or malice aforethought and was not a last-minute decision. I expected the defense was really going to try to, for lack of a better term, put it on for this was just a bad day. That's not going to be possible with that kind of testimony.
All right, Joshua Schiffer, as always, thanks so much for your time. We will talk with you later on, and we know you'll be watching this this case rather closely. So let's take you back on the inside of the Barrow County courtroom where Colt Gray has pleaded guilty, and now we'll take you into that hearing.
Okay. I just handed you what's marked in State's Exhibit 3. Is that 3? What did I put on there? 388?
Yes, ma'am.
388.
338, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, 338. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What do you recognize that as?
So this is a yellow 3-ring spiral notebook.
And is it the 3-ring yellow spiral notebook that was found at the defendant's residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Your Honor, does someone like to go ahead and introduce an evidence State's Exhibit 338?
Mr. Allen?
No objection, Judge.
All right, 338's admitted.
And before we read the contents of that, can we go ahead and pull up State's Exhibit 188, which was previously introduced in evidence under the stipulation? Can you tell the court where that notebook was found in the defendant's room here?
Yes, ma'am. If you look directly below the television, there's a desk below that, and then there was a metal wire shelving unit on top of that shelving unit, but below the desk, this notebook is lying on its face up underneath there.
Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and bring up State's Exhibit 190, which is just kind of a close-up of that. That's already also been introduced under the stipulation. And can you again just kind of point us to that notebook?
Yes, ma'am. This is the notebook. You can see the cardboard backing of the yellow spiral notebook below the desk on the right-hand side.
All right, and I'm going to pull up that yellow notebook on the screen, or I guess the contents. We're going to start with the first page. Can you read us what was on that first page?
Yes, ma'am. It seems to be some type of poem. States, forever in bliss, save me from this cruel world, I beg you. Don't leave me unconscious for all of eternity. Awake me in your arms, your wings. Save me, I beg of you. I'm so tired. Just hold me close. Wrap your wings around me, please.
And then moving to the second page.
The second page, there's some writing that says, I can write and write. Just save me. I just want to be taken away from this cruel world. And there appears to be some type of angel wings or angel drawings below that.
Moving to page 3.
This is a continued writing. Yeah, I know. A male. Women are scary. And men just taste better. I want to be an angel. I want to be with, and then in parentheses, a guy. I want to stick the barrel of my gun in my mouth and pull the trigger and wake up in an angel's arms, and then in parentheses again, a guy.
And moving to page 4.
This appears to be a self-portrait of some kind.
And then page 5.
Again, this is appears to be another self-portrait.
Judge, I'm going to object here. These are portraits, yes. I don't know how he can conjecture that they're self-portraits simply because they're no found on my mind.
All right, I'll sustain the objection to the extent he's guessing what it is. He can describe what it is, and we'll go from there.
Moving to the next page, which is page 6.
This appears to be a portrait labeled Colt.
Moving to page 7.
This is appears to be a portrait of someone sharing characteristics with Nicholas Cruz.
Now moving to page 8.
This is some additional writing. At the top of the page, it says SS now with an exclamation point. So beginning on the left-hand side of the page, it says breathe, pull, 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 reload, click. To the right of that, it says Nick, 139, Adam, 154. And we believe these to be the number of rounds that Nicholas Cruz and Adam Lanza were able to fire during their respective shootings. Below moving further down on the page, it states 430 round mags, 30 times 4 equals 120. To the right of that, it is a drawing that appears to be some type of vest. Looks like it has magazines on the front of the vest, and it's literally labeled vest above that. Below the picture of the vest is the words more risk, more mags. Moving further down the page, it states it doesn't take much, just once or twice, in the chest or head. And then there is a drawing that appears to be a backpack with a rifle loaded into it. And it states sticks out of bag. And then there is a description above that says hoodie over. So it looks like at one point Colt planned to put a hoodie over the rifle instead of his poster board that he ultimately used.
And did the gun actually stick out of Colt's bag or the defendant's bag when you took it into the school?
Yes.
Again, this level of planning that he is doing on this page and drawing the rifle and kind of how to...
That characterization here, it's not necessarily You can't show that there's a level of planning. You can show that he is making drawings and doodlings and that sort of story. It's up to the finder of fact and for whether or not the other evidence presented leads to this being an episode of planning. But the characterization that this is a plan, I think, is inappropriate at this point.
One, you haven't let me finish my question, which I'm asking Investigator Smith to basically compare this picture to what the defendant said in his interview. I think he can do that. He has a basis of knowledge of how the defendant took the gun into the school, and he has a basis of knowledge of the interview. So he can compare the different types of planning that occurred.
I'll overrule it.
Thank you, Your Honor. So essentially, this page where he has drawn the gun kind of sticking out of the bag with a hoodie over it, is that a different level of planning than what he indicated to you in the interview?
Yes.
Okay. And did he indicate that there was any level of planning in how to get the gun into the school in the interview?
No, he did not.
Okay. All right, moving to the next page, which is page 9.
This is a stick figure cartoon. It says, shoot the teacher first, the students next. There's a stick figure drawing with the individual holding what appears to be a firearm and shooting that firearm at another stick figure who has their arms up. And a description of what is going on is written to the right of that where it says gut shot. There's also 2 other students that appear to be standing behind what I'm assuming, since he's labeled them students, as desks. Further down the page is a continuation of the cartoon caricature. There appears to be someone lying deceased on the floor, with their eyes drawn as 2 X's. The individual who is doing the shooting, which is labeled U. You can see the firearm going off, and then he has drawn bullets that are heading in the direction of those students. And then a further continuation on the 3rd slide of the cartoon is it states suicide with a smiley face, and it appears that the stick figure who was doing the shooting is causing self-harm.
All right, and now we are going to move to the next page, which is page 10. And kind of tell us what's on that page.
So this he's discussing specifically ammunition and the price of ammunition. Up at the top it states $20 equals 20 rounds. So you earn $5.45 an hour. 5 times 7 hours is $35. And that would be split. $20 out of the 35 leaves me with 15. $1 per 1 round. $15 equals 15 rounds. $20 equals 20 rounds. 20 plus 15 is 35 rounds. And then at the bottom he has signed it big brain with a smiley face.
And then moving to the final page, which is page 11. Can you tell us what's on that page?
Yes. So up at the top of the page it says, as for Nick, he's the love of my life. If it wasn't for him, I don't think I would be there.
And you indicated earlier that there was a picture that resembled Nicholas Cruz. And who is that?
Nicholas Cruz is another school shooter.
And does he spell his name N-I-K?
He does.
All right, so now that kind of concludes that portion of the journals. We're going to now move to the actual interviews that you conducted with Mr. Gray. For that first interview that you conducted at Apalachee High School about 30 minutes after the shooting, how was that recorded?
That was recorded on a digital audio recorder that we're issued.
Okay. And was that in 2 parts?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
I have on our computer State's Exhibit 339A and State's Exhibit 339B, which are the 2 parts of that interview. Have you had an opportunity to review those?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Are they a fair and accurate recording of your interview with Colt Gray on September 4th at Apalachee High School?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I'd like to introduce an evidence State's Exhibit 339A and 339B.
Mr. Allen?
No objection, Judge.
All right, there's me.
Okay. And I believe we're going to play approximately 1 hour and 10 minutes of this interview at this time.
So this is 339A.
Yeah, well, this will
First
be 339A, and then when it concludes, 339B. They're a total of about 1 hour and 10 minutes.
All right.
36 hours. Can take a minute. What's your name? Colt? Colt what? Let's go ahead and talk. Actually, do you mind that room? No. Let's go in here and talk.
Get a car coming up whenever you're ready to let us know. We're going to put 2 with him at all times.
Hey, bud. My name is Investigator Smith, okay? I work with the Barrow County Sheriff's Office.
Okay.
Can you get your hair out of your face for you? You got it? Okay. What'd you say your name was?
Colt Gray, G-R-A-Y.
C-O-L-T?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's Colt, not Colt.
Okay. Can you tell me your date of birth, bud?
January 14th, 2010.
You said your last name was G-R-E-Y?
G-R-A-Y.
A-Y? And you said your birthday was what?
January 14th, 2010.
14?
1410.
Okay, 2010. What grade are you in?
I'm a freshman. I think the first grade in high school.
You're a freshman?
I'm only been here for like a month. I was in middle school.
Been here for a month. Okay. What's going on, buddy?
I drive and a police officer came in the bathroom. I thought he would stop me when he did. At that point, I didn't think there was no going. I didn't think there was any human traffic.
Okay. So you said you were in the bathroom?
Yes, sir, down there.
What were you doing in the bathroom?
I was just contemplating. I really shouldn't do this. Like, my life was already over.
Do what?
I said I was contemplating I shouldn't do this, but my life was already over. It kept me thinking. And I keep having people tell me to do it, and I hate it. I can't even look that way. I fucking feel terrible, dude. I'm not justifying my actions at all. I'm just so fucking...
Okay.
This is fucking horrible, man.
How old are you, Colt?
I'm 14.
You're 14? Okay, I'm going to read you something real quick, okay? Because you might kind of made some statements to me, and I want to read you something, okay? All right. These are your Miranda rights, okay?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever seen the Miranda rights on TV?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's the same thing, okay?
Okay.
You have the right to remain silent.
Yes, sir.
Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law.
Yes, sir.
You have the right to talk to a lawyer and to have him present with you while you're being questioned.
Yes, sir.
If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning.
Yes, sir.
You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Knowing and understanding each of these rights as I've explained them to you, and having these rights in mind, do you wish to talk with me?
Yes, sir.
You do?
I don't want to talk to anybody at this point. I'm so sorry.
And just so I can make sure that you understand those rights, what does that mean to you, that what I just read?
That means that I can talk to you or get a lawyer.
Okay.
I can buy one or get one appointed to me.
Okay.
I understand.
Okay. Okay. So, Cole, tell me what happened today. How did we get here?
I'm diagnosed things, and it kept growing on me, and I pulled back as much as I could. But I just by the time I got here, I realized what I had brought on myself. I didn't know. I had a moment of like in the bathroom. I was like, I probably shouldn't do this. But the next thing I know, I'm fucking shooting in a classroom, dude.
You shot in a classroom?
Yes, sir, down there.
You did?
Yeah, and then I saw people in the hallway.
And you shot people in the hallway too?
Yes, sir. I think that one. It was so I didn't even know know, dude.
You didn't know what?
He was looking the other way, and I'm just shocked. I didn't even have my sights turned on, man. I was just so, like, it wasn't me. I'm not at all just buying anything. It's fucking horrible. No.
Okay, I'm gonna close this door real quick, okay? So you said you brought a gun to school today?
Yes, sir.
What kind of gun did you bring to school?
I'm 15. SIG M400.
And a SIG M400?
No.
What kind of gun is the SIG M400?
AR-15. I think it shoots whatever. I don't know. I just grabbed whatever was closest to me.
Who's closest?
Just fucking came here and did this stupid shit. I'm probably affected thousands of people, dude. This is fucking horrible.
What did what made you want to bring a gun to school?
So many things I'm trying to pinpoint, but I don't know. I just I hate auditory things, and I have so many thoughts I can't get out. I'm really unwell.
Okay, you said you had auditory things?
Auditory things, yeah.
Like what? What is that?
Just constant, like just random whispering and shit like that. I know it's so common for, people to fake schizophrenia just to get some stupid, like, settlement or whatever. It's just, oh my God.
Is that something that you've been to the doctor for?
No, sir, but my dad had a appointment next week.
Your dad did?
I couldn't wait. I told him to hide his guns and he did, but I don't know how I found them.
Your dad hid the guns?
Yes, he already ordered a gun safe. It's one of those situations where, like, he just was like oblivious. I told him and he knew he cared about me.
When did you tell him to hide the gun?
A few days ago.
A few days ago?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that something that you've been thinking about doing for a while?
Yes, it's been years.
You've been thinking about it for years?
It's only gotten worse, and I finally just now got to the point where I wanted to reach out and get help. We were so close.
What do you know what doctor you were going to see next week?
No, it was a crisis counselor. I tried to call the hotline in the bathroom, but it didn't go through.
Okay.
And I thought the officer who walked in was looking for me, and I thought he would notice me, but he didn't. He just walked out.
Okay. Where were you at when the officer walked out? You were in the bathroom?
But he could see my hair. I knew he could.
Okay. And was that before you shot or after you shot?
That was before. That was when I was trying my best to not do this horrible shit, dude. And I'm not trying to get any remorse of anybody. I know I fucked up so much. I'm just not trying to leave anybody in the dark. That's why I did this. I hate it.
What's your dad's name, Colt?
His real name is Colt Gray, but he goes by Colt Gray.
Okay. How do you spell his name?
Colin or Coley?
Colin.
Colin is his last name.
Gray.
I'm so fucking sorry.
Do you know his telephone number?
No, but it's on my phone. My blue bag and stuff are still installed.
Okay.
Everything.
Where's the bathroom that your book bag is in?
I think it's down there. I completely just became decentralized through all of it. I came back and I was on the fucking floor.
Okay. So going back, you said that you've been thinking about this for years?
Years, maybe not years, but at least a year or two. And I had really bad influences, like that paired with, I think my teachers are against me. And I know it's not schizophrenia because I see them whispering to each other in the hallway and plotting against me. So I wanted to do something to get them away from me. I destroyed my computer. I was so scared.
You destroyed what?
My computer at home.
You did?
Yeah.
When did you do that?
Today, I think.
Why did you destroy your computer today?
I thought they were inside my computer and they were working with somebody. Somebody that was after me.
Somebody was after you?
Yeah, it's not schizophrenia either. I know they are. All my teachers are in on it. They planned against This is the only thing that...
What did you see in your computer that led you to believe that somebody was...
I don't know. I was looking around. I just got this feeling. And so I impulsively just, like, out of nowhere did that.
How did you destroy it?
I can't remember. All I know is I did something with it. It's just now coming back. Like, just, oh my God.
So you mentioned earlier that some people told you to do this, or encouraged you to do this.
It was so many things. I feel like that led up to it. For one, the teachers, the people that are after me, and then I have constant people egging me on and telling me that, they're after me, but eventually they're going to get you.
Who's been egging you on?
I don't know. I just hear them sometimes inside. It's mostly kind of like whisper. It's sometimes family members that I hear, but it's not actually my family members. Also, that I can at least have self-awareness.
So are you saying those are the voices that you hear?
I don't even know if they're voices, but
What do you think they are?
There are things, I don't know. It's hard to even make it out sometimes.
And you said some of them sound like family members?
Family members, yes, sir. I'm just so fucking sorry, dude. I look back and I saw, oh my God! Oh my God.
So Colt, do you think that you can walk me through this morning from the time that you got up?
I think I can.
Okay. What time did you get up this morning?
I know I can get a lawyer, but I want you and I want everyone to be informed because this is fucking sick. This is horrible. They're telling me it's okay and that I did the right thing, but I know I have morality then.
Who's telling you it was okay and you didn't?
People, I feel like the teachers whispered to me in class that this is what I had to do.
You think the teachers whispered this to you?
Yeah.
And the family members whispered this to you?
Yeah. It's always inside. I don't think that's schizophrenia. I think that possibly what I thought was maybe using brainwaves to somehow get tracked inside of them.
So what time? Let's kind of go back to the beginning of today.
Okay.
Tell me everything that happened between the time you woke up until the time you got here today.
I've been awake for like a day. I've been trying. I thought about killing myself to try to stop this because at least I know with most it's just completely like they're just not there. But I had glimpses and shivers of immorality. This isn't wrong because my partner.
When's the last time that you remember sleeping?
Sleeping?
Yeah, when did you last sleep?
I think like a day ago. Today, I don't even know what today is.
Okay. What time did you start getting ready for school?
I said I just put my clothes on like normal, and it was going well. I told my dad I loved him, and I was so glad that he was giving me the help I needed. And I had people online that I was in contact with that weren't good influences.
Okay. Who were you in contact with online?
It's in my Discord account. Just y'all can probably just go through and see.
Do you have a username on Discord?
I think it's occasional burner, just occasional burner.
Okay.
And I told them that I feel like people were after me. They tried to help me so much, and I say they were influenced. They weren't. They knew what I was going through, and they tried their hardest, and I told them that I wasn't going to do it.
What did the people on Discord say?
They said, I think it was only 2 or 3 people. I think all of them are girls too. I think one of them is gay, but
What did they say to you?
They said, one of them said that that you're strong. You don't need to do this.
Okay, they tried to talk you out of it?
Yeah, pretty much, but they weren't even, because I told them, I had things tell me, like, I had to, like, tell them. I didn't want to freak them out, so I just told them it was simply something, I don't know, that, like, I was going to try my hardest not to let happen. I think they believed it.
Okay, you said this morning you got up, and what did you didn't go to bed last night, right?
No, sir.
What did you do all night last night while everybody was sleeping?
I laid on the floor, funny. I contemplated. I was trying so bad. I thought I was not going to do it.
What were you contemplating?
This, and I mean, contemplating in a sense, it was more of like, I don't even want to say fighting off these things, but it was more of like hoping that the facility and these brainwaves and stuff that are completely just making me do shit. I've threatened, I've said shit within the last month that I've never said to like my family members. Like,
You've been threatening your family members over the past?
Yeah, and like
What
my
did you
dad,
say to them?
I told him I told him I was gonna kill myself, and my dad was scared. He knew that if he tried to call anyone, that eventually for a while he thought that I was gonna hurt myself. But eventually I got to him. I was like, hey, it's okay. I love you and my sister. I'm not gonna do this.
So this morning, you about what time was it that you saw your dad and told him that you loved him?
He went to work. I just texted him.
What time you texted him?
Yeah.
Did you see your dad at all this morning?
I don't know. I don't remember. I thought I saw him, and then I thought I saw him another time. You know. I also thought I heard footsteps like outside the porch because I was parked up next to my wall.
Okay.
I texted him like 5 minutes before I did it. I told him I loved him. This wasn't anybody's fault.
You texted him 5 minutes before you.
I think it was 5 minutes. I only assumed. It was definitely shortly before. And I told him that it wasn't his fault, that he always tried his hardest for me. I love him.
You 5 minutes before what though?
Oh, this. And I told also close friends that I'm sorry online. I was so fucking sorry. And my data was really bad. So half of them didn't go through. I don't know, at least one of them did.
Well, you said you texted friends online.
Yeah, only 2 or 3. I'm not that. These past few months, I wasn't that social. They were people on Discord.
Discord. Okay. So this morning you got up. And what time do you remember about what time you put your clothes on to get ready for school?
I think around 7-ish.
Around 7?
My bus comes around at 8. Oh my God.
Okay. You ride the bus?
Yeah, yes, sir.
You ride the bus here?
Yes.
Do you know what bus you ride?
No, I don't know. I know my info probably has it. Oh my God.
What's your address?
896 Harrison Mill Road.
Harrison Mill Road.
He's just, my daddy's gonna be in shock. I know he is.
We're gonna try to reach out to him. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
So you get on the bus. Now, you said earlier that you brought a gun to school.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me how you got that gun.
Oh my God, this is fucking horrible, man. I looked impulsively for a good while, and all throughout it felt like I wasn't even there. It was almost like I was decentralized, just having no control over these impulses that I was doing. And at this time, I had given like my dad part, and I gave my dad his guns and ammunition because we bonded over that. You know, before all this shit happened, but in the last few months, I've just completely lost it.
Okay, so you said you looked for a while for the gun today.
Yes, sir, because he hid it. That's what I'm trying to say. It wasn't his fault. Because
Where did he normally keep it?
In his room.
Do you know where in his room?
I think it was his closet, but when I found it, I think it was in his toolbox. I can't remember. He definitely tried his hardest. I know he did.
Okay, but you told your dad. When did you tell your dad to move it? You said was it months ago? Days ago?
It was like a month ago. I definitely been fighting this off for so long. Oh my God, this is so traumatic. I know for all of you, I'm so sorry.
And you said you think it was in his toolbox?
I think it was, yes. It was somewhere really well hidden.
Okay, where is his toolbox?
In his truck. You know, like trucks they have.
Okay, so you found it in his truck?
It was either his truck toolbox or some kind of case that he had locked up.
In his truck?
Yes, sir.
When did you get the gun?
I got it like right before I left. And I wasn't a big fan of airsoft, so I had bought a vest for that. And I thought about wearing that, but it was just like, oh my God, dude. It was.
You took that this morning?
The vest?
No.
Oh.
The gun you took out of your dad's truck this morning.
Yes.
Okay.
And he was blind. I don't know for sure it was his truck. I just know it was somewhere really well hidden. Oh my God. Fucking Morty, man, what the fuck am I doing? I'm sorry, everyone. This is horrible. I'm not trying to gain remorse at all. I'm just thinking, this is so fucking horrible.
I can understand why you're upset.
Because I hope they all fucking recover.
So you said that you got the gun, and did you take the gun on the bus?
I think so. I did something with my backpack. I think I hid it somehow with paper. Oh my God. Fuck. No, sorry. This is white.
No, that's okay.
Oh my God, dude.
Just take some breaths, okay?
I'm so fucking sorry. You all have to deal with this shit. This is horrible.
So you said you kind of hit it with paper when you get on the bus?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so when you get to school, what do you do then?
I go to I think I went to my first period.
What's your first period?
It's a science, it's sort of software technology. It's messed up because I knew she knew something with it and she asked me.
Who's your teacher?
Oh my God. Harris, I think. S. Harris. I told her I don't know. I don't know what it is. I know that's what she informed the cop. He was looking for him and he just doesn't mind me.
So
no, he walked in the bathroom that I was in. I guess he just didn't notice I was there.
Okay, so you said your teacher asked you about, what did she say to you when she asked about
She said, what's in the paper? What's between the paper?
What's between the paper?
Yeah.
How long after you went to class did she ask that? Was that really soon or towards the end of class?
Towards the end of class.
Towards the end of class?
Oh my God, fuck, man. This was so impulsive. I just fucking ruined this.
What did you tell her?
Like I said, I don't know. It's vague. It's fine. Everything, the whole day is fine.
And Colt, that's good. If you can't remember, say I can't remember.
I can't remember, but I can say I think I said something along the lines of, no, I don't know. I don't even know.
So you told her you didn't know?
Yeah, I thought about crying for help. It was an officer. Okay. I hope he would knock on the stall.
So you mentioned that. How did you go? What happened between the time the teacher asked you about that, about what was between the paper, and the time you say the officer saw you in the stall?
She asked me at the end of class, and I think I went somewhere. I don't know if I just aimlessly roamed my halls.
Did you get up and leave the class, or was the class over? Did the bell ring?
The bell rung. I think I went to my second period.
Okay.
I think.
Okay.
I got paranoid and she looked at me and I thought I started whispering on with students about how I was trying to, or she they needed to take me. It's like, I don't know, they were just going to do stuff to me, and at that point I kind of just went out the classroom.
Right.
I of course, it was so bad, I told her I was going to go to my counselor here, my crisis counselor, but at the last fucking minute, I just completely just went.
Okay, so
I'm not using the fogginess. I'm not using it as a way to justify any of this. This is horrible, but
I don't think you are, Colt.
Oh, no.
I don't think you are.
Next thing I knew, I was flying. This is fucking great. I'm fucking going purple.
Well, help me understand how we get there. Okay, so you go into the bathroom.
Okay.
What did you go into the bathroom for?
I went to the bathroom and I can't remember really any of it. All I know was that I guess it was a way to get ready. I don't know. Okay. But they told me all the student shit, like taking gloves and fucking, I had a hat and my belt and everything. It's fucking horrible.
So you went in there. Did you use the restroom while you were in there?
No, sir.
No. Okay. So
this is fucked up.
You think you went in there to get ready?
Yes, sir. I assume so. That's what they've been wanting to do for so long.
Okay.
I thought about killing myself so much. I think I went in there, and to me it's mixed up with premeditation so much, but I'm dying that.
Help me understand what you mean by premeditation.
Like, it's so often, I guess, like, you see school shooter and you think premeditated, like, messed up in the head individual. That's not me. I love this school. I was never bullied. I love it.
You were never bullied?
Yeah, but in these last, the short time that I've been here, like a month, but I just got every single time it just got worse over and over about the facility and the teachers being in on it, trying to hurt me, and the students. I just went to the bathroom. I guess I would assume I just got ready. I don't know.
Help me understand how you got ready.
I guess just putting gloves on.
Okay, so you put gloves on. What kind of gloves did you put on?
I think they're out there. I don't know. I think they're purple. I can't remember.
Like the little rubber ones? Like the little thin ones?
No, I don't. I think so. Maybe I think they were purplish, like purplish. They were fully purplish. I know.
Okay.
I think.
So you put gloves on. Why did you put gloves on?
I'm trying to figure out. If I could only assume the worst, it was because they thought it would. I don't know.
It's okay if you don't know.
It was almost as if I wanted me, deep down within, I wanted to shield myself somewhere. I hated me, like my hands being me, the one that pulled the trigger. And but I know then it was probably just, I don't know, just gloves, I guess. I don't know what.
So you think maybe it was to kind of separate you from the gun? Is that what you're trying to say?
I guess so. That's me with just like how did like deep down. I just from that moment I just walked in. I had honestly no consciousness of how horrible and how fucked up it was I was about to do.
Did you do anything else to get ready?
No, but I know I stood in there for a while. It was, oh my god. I just kept having glimmers of just like.
Now, earlier you mentioned a hat and a vest.
The vest, it was an airsoft vest, and it's at my house.
Okay, you didn't bring it?
No, sir. I knew that part of me was just like, no, that's fucked up. Why?
Did you put on a hat or anything?
No.
Okay, you just put the gloves on?
Yeah, it was just like, I wanted, like, it was almost like I was trying to delude myself into my normal self. Like, it's okay, it's just a normal school day. These things aren't real, you're not going to do anything. Nothing's going to happen. But we fucking are.
So when, how long do you think, or do you know, how long you were in the bathroom before the officer came in?
I wouldn't know. I guess y'all could pinpoint that.
Yeah, okay, that's okay.
I'm sorry.
Do you feel like it was a short time or a long time?
I feel like I know, like I said, I had these glimmers of like, I shouldn't do this, and it must have been a while. I knew like cop came in, and I was hoping so. I was hoping that they would save me.
Did the police officer say anything to you when he came in?
No, he was just asking the other kids in there if they were Colt Gray. I guess they got my name mixed up with Colt. It was just Colt.
So he asked other kids if you were Colt?
Yeah, and I think he could, I don't know, my God. I think he told them that we were trying to fight him. I heard him whispering stuff, and I couldn't make out what it was after he said the main thing, but I know that was maybe a way to shield me from what they were actually trying to do.
So I'm assuming you were in a bathroom stall.
I guess so, yeah.
Did you have? And I'm assuming you had the door shut. Is that correct?
I can't remember.
It's okay. It's okay if you can't. So what happened after the officer asked for Colt Gray?
I don't know. He just walked out.
Okay.
I know he mentioned something along the lines of, but today's the day that they were going to try to get me in and like alter brainwaves and stuff in this place. But so the officer, he was talking about how the teachers and them had all what had been formalized and stuff. This is what they were going to do.
So When did the officer leave? Or did he leave the bathroom?
I think he left, obviously, because I think he would have stopped me when I walked out.
Okay.
Because all of it's just such a blur. I just remember waking up and having an officer pull up my hands.
So what made you come out of the bathroom?
I was scared. That was at that point, I guess, was just completely out of my control. It was like I wasn't even there. It was sort of with just decentralization or just complete blackout. Like,
Was there anybody in the bathroom when you walked out? Do you remember?
I can't remember. I'm sorry. I don't know. I assumed he was talking to kids, so I assumed there were people in there.
Okay. So help me understand. You come out of the bathroom, and you have your gloves on. And are you carrying anything else?
I can't. I don't think so. I can say what was the gun because I looked back and that was all I saw on the floor.
Okay. And you mentioned to me earlier that your book bag was still in the bathroom.
Yes, sir. Probably
you think so?
It is still in there.
Okay. So you come out with your gloves and the gun. And then what's the next thing that happens?
At that point, it's just completely blacked out. I have few glimpses of I guess it's just the racing out to respond to such traumatic and fucking horrible shit like this. I remember the smell of gunpowder. And my shoe came off. And then I remember just being on the ground and the officer calling me.
So you come out, you said you have a few glimpses, right?
Yeah.
Okay, can you tell me about those glimpses that you see?
Just mainly smell, just the gunpowder, obviously.
Smell the gunpowder?
And probably smoke. It's even worse because it's formulated into like such a horrible obsession I've grown with Nicholas Cruz. He's a shooter.
Who's Nicholas Cruz?
He's a goal shooter, but it's not in a weird way like glorifying because like Alaska had that morality. It was mostly just complete delusion.
Why did you mention? I didn't understand. Why did you mention Nicholas Cruz?
Just because I guess I could understand emotional aspects, and it was neutral. I didn't let it take over too much, at least from what I can remember. But I don't know.
And you said it was mutual what?
It was mutual in a way that I didn't let it affect me emotionally. It's like I didn't do this because of him or something. But I know the voices from leached onto it. I know they gathered like info, and my teachers were finding out and everything.
So you told me earlier when I said that you shot some people.
I think so. I don't know. I hope nobody's hurt. I forgot. I didn't even know if my sight or anything was on or it was working. I would assume. I know me just aimlessly firing. It's just like I remember it's just gunshots. I can't tell for sure.
Okay.
I know for sure. I don't think I was targeting people. I think it was more just.
Do you remember where you were? What room you were in when you were shooting?
I remember just.
Was it a classroom or a hallway or something else?
Oh my god, dude. I think it might have been a class. I don't know. Everything else is just blurry.
It was a classroom?
Yeah, I could probably.
So you said you just walked around aimlessly shooting? Is that what you said?
Yeah, pretty much. They wanted me to do anything to get these people away from me, the teachers and the people who were altering stuff for me. I didn't like it.
So you walked around, and when you were aimlessly shooting, were you shooting at people? Or
I guess. I don't know. It's hard to tell if I was aiming for anything specifically or not. I'd assume so because I didn't just want them to. I guess just when you see people, like, when you do some shit like that, I guess they would want me to do something like that. This is the way to tell them that, to be scared of me, I don't know.
Okay.
Not the victims or anything like that. It was just wanting the teachers and stuff in the building, which I know is real. There's still.
No, you keep saying victims and that you shot people.
Yeah, I see the guy. I look
more than one.
I looked back a few times and I saw a kid leave. He had a back over him. Oh my god.
So you looked back and
I looked back when they had me on the floor. I almost fucking threw up. That is so horrible.
You said you had a back over him?
I think they did. The police. Those fucking parents are ever gonna. Oh my God. I'm so.
Your Honor, can we have a few minutes?
Okay. Take about a 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir. All right, we're all present. Go ahead, Ms. Brooks.
I don't know why. We're so close to getting the help I needed. It's just oh my God, getting the medication I needed.
So, when I first saw you, you were laying down in the hallway.
I think so.
Okay. How did you go from firing the gun and shooting aimlessly to being laying down?
I would assume. I guess I just dropped it and I was gonna run out because I guess I figured that was enough because I'm not a killer, dude. I know that deep within me. I've always been so kind to people, and I always was the one to help. And I would assume the officers were yelling at me to get down, and I guess they complied.
Okay, so you heard the officer yelling at you to get down.
Yeah, they told me to shoot myself. That's a way to.
Wait a minute. You said they told you, the officer told you to get down.
I think so. I don't know. I can't say that I heard that, but I would assume they did.
And who told you to shoot yourself?
I heard yelling within the walls.
Within the walls?
Yeah, but we're not like in the walls with the classrooms. It was through the door, so I know some of them were cracked, and it was coming from both ways. And next thing I knew, I was just on the ground. I don't know if they disarmed me or I just dropped it, or maybe it was just a natural instinct of knowing that I'm not a killer and I didn't want to.
Now, you said something, Colt, that I want to kind of touch on. You said that you figured that was enough. What do you mean? What is that?
That I guess it's just, I keep mentioning morality because I know it wasn't completely bad and insane. That was because I had so many good moments where I wanted to get help. I didn't want to do this, but I knew that was just me. Like, no, what are you doing? Like, you're not supposed to be doing this. These kids have done nothing. But at the same time, I think they were whispering, and the teachers were telling me, and they were all going to just eventually strike one day, and I don't know, they kept telling me that it was going to be today or tomorrow.
Okay, but let's go back. You said you figured that was enough.
I say, yeah, I guess I'd say that. It's like, I had, because, like I said, I had these glimpses, and I think that was just morality of just like, I knew I shouldn't do this, and I shouldn't fucking be killing people. And hell, it might have even been because I saw the police and was like, that's enough. You should kill yourself. But I think I kind of just instinctively dropped it.
Now, you mentioned that you thought to yourself while you were while you were shooting the gun that you shouldn't be killing people.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Is that what you were doing?
I guess so. I saw the white bag. People were hurt. But it wasn't the entire time because most of it was simply me completely gone. There was nothing there. Like, the lights were off and nobody was fucking home. Oh my God.
What do you mean the lights were off and nobody was home?
Our lights were on and nobody's home. I guess that's the same.
Okay. I understand. You're talking about your mind?
My mind is me, myself. I guess that's not me. Oh my God. It's so fucking horrible, dude. Oh my God. I'm sorry, man.
Do you remember anybody saying anything to you while you were shooting the gun?
No, I can't remember. All I remember was just the constant in auditory and like out between like classrooms and stuff during shots, and people were telling me to.
What do you mean in auditory and out?
Oh, like inside, like my ears, it felt like, and then there was most of them like almost like in the classroom doors and stuff, just peeking through it. I don't think I could visually see it. I was so focused on it, I was completely gone.
What were you focused on?
I say I was completely focused. I mean, just that thing was just completely like that's all you knew because you fucking did that shit. I don't even want to correlate myself with it.
What do you mean he fucking did that shit?
Who's he?
Me.
I'm not at all.
You're talking about people talking about
Yeah.
you. Okay.
And I say focused because that's not at all in like a good or glorifying way. I'm saying focused in an absolute batshit insane way because I never. Who the fuck focuses on killing kids, man? This is horrible. All of it.
Yeah. What do you think the answer to that question is?
Which one?
You said who focuses on killing kids. What do you think the answer to that question is?
Him when he was killing me. It hurts my heart, dude. It hurts me to say that was me doing that. I knew that. I guess I knew that I had to get the teachers away from me. And I feel like, oh my God.
What do you remember hearing while the gun was firing?
Just, I barely remember the gunfire. It was mostly just the people just telling, like I told you, the things like you should kill yourself, you should keep on.
Did you hear anyone screaming?
I can't remember. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I think my ears were ringing. I can't remember. But it's weird because I was like.
How did you feel when you were shooting the gun?
It was completely numb, but not in like a psycho way, like in a way that I was not there.
So you weren't crying and upset when you were shooting?
No, I couldn't tell you. I know if I was there, I was horrible. I wouldn't even let it get to that point.
So you said you've been thinking about doing this for a while.
Yeah.
When is the first time that you remember feeling like you wanted to do something like this?
I can't remember so many traumatic things happened just in your childhood and now. My mom threatened to kill me and everything. I just felt so like, I don't know. And the schizophrenia started at all. I had complete control over me. Like, I'm not that individual who's just going to go out and kill people.
Okay.
It was just.
You mentioned schizophrenia. How long ago did...
I know the facility isn't schizophrenia. I know that's not. And honestly, I think the voices are real too. Like, I know they were saying something.
When is the first time that you mentioned that to your parents or your dad?
What?
The schizophrenia.
I think a few weeks ago.
A few weeks ago?
Yeah, I think he understood. And I told my grandma and my mom.
Okay.
And I also mentioned mania, which is complete mania, which is God, it's also blurry, but
okay.
It's like heightened things that like you just completely.
So a few weeks ago. Is that about this? How long have you been thinking about shooting the school?
Honestly, like most of the time, like I thought about it, and just every time I resorted, I was going to kill myself.
Because you mentioned earlier that you've been thinking about it for over a year. So did you start thinking about it before you started
when it came
hearing
up,
the voices?
It came up. It was more just like a stupid trauma response of like hopelessness and like suicide as well. It was mainly suicide, but there was always that lingering thought of like, and that like I could do that, and I didn't want to at all.
Yeah.
And then I had Nick. Like I completely became obsessed with him on an emotional level because I understood some of the stuff he came through.
Who's Nick?
Nicholas Cruz. I think
you said you had Nick and you became obsessed with him?
Yeah, he got arrested, but I mean he shot up in school. But on an emotional level, I could understand like the trauma and stuff that he went through, and I think it just kind of molded into like that. And then
what trauma did Nick go through?
I think neglect, and I was really bad neglected when I was a kid. And it was a bunch more stuff. Just him, like, it was a bullying aspect because I was bullied really bad in middle school, but I don't think that's at all a reason. Like, I love the school.
You told me earlier that you weren't bullied.
No, here in high school, the school that I
Okay, but you were bullied in middle school?
In middle school, yeah.
Okay.
Because I was going through a really bad time. I was wearing like 2 jackets at a time, and people obviously thought that was weird because I was just.
What middle school did you go to?
Jefferson Middle School, I think.
Is that in Jefferson?
Yeah.
Did you just moved here? Okay. When did you move here? Over the summer?
I think so, yeah. We've been here since, like the start of summer, like or late 2023, we had Christmas here. And like, it was just, when I say a year ago, I started school here a month ago because I was originally planning for a while.
Right.
They had never got around to getting me into school. The plan was to do homeschool, but they just now got me signed up for school. My mom was supposed to be doing it, but...
So help me understand, you mentioned your address earlier that you live off of the Smith Mill Road. Who lives there with you?
Wait, 896 Harrison Mill.
Harrison, oh, I'm sorry, thank you for that. 896 Harrison Mill Road?
My dad and my mom aren't divorced, but they separated a while ago because...
What's your mom's name?
Marcy Gray.
M-A-R-C-I-E or something else?
M-A-R-S-E-E.
Oh, okay. Thank you for correcting me.
No, it's fine.
G-R-A-Y?
Yes, sir.
Do you know her phone number?
I don't know, but I'm sure it's in my phone somewhere. I'll text her.
Does she live at your house on Harrison Mill Road?
No, she visited like for a week, but she's on probation because she threatened to kill me and my dad and like was doing drugs and stuff.
So your mom is on probation for threatening to kill you and your dad?
Yeah, well, she went to prison for 6 months, but and she went to rehab.
I'm trying to interrupt. The young gentleman here laying in the hallway, was he with you?
No, sir. I completely like that. I guess he was random. I don't know. I told him I was shooting at random. Nobody in particular I was targeting at all. Hello, everybody here, man.
Who's the gentleman that he's talking about?
I think it's the white bag. The white bag that's out here.
Okay.
I don't know though.
The white bag does he mean that he's deceased? Is that what that white bag means?
I think so. Oh my fucking God, dude.
So you said that your mom is on probation for threatening to kill you?
Well, she was on hard drug meth for like a while, and nobody believed me when I said she was, but eventually she kind of was, long story short, she duct taped my grandma into a chair and held her hostage and then went on the road, I guess, and was found with a gun in the car and meth and a scale. Okay. And so that obviously got her up charges.
She duct taped grandma to the chair?
Yeah, she took a picture.
And she took a picture? How long ago was that?
It was like a few months ago.
A few months ago?
Like 3 or 4, maybe.
And was she arrested for that?
Yeah. Because they found her at a Walmart.
Okay, so your mom doesn't live with you anymore, and you know where she lives?
She lives with her my grandma.
She lives with grandma?
In Cheryl, Georgia.
She lives with grandma, the one that she duct taped to the chair?
Yeah. I was scared for her.
So that's in where?
Fitzgerald, Georgia. I think her was addressed as White Drive.
White Drive?
White Drive.
White Drive.
I don't know which number.
Okay. Does anybody else live there with you, other than your dad?
It's me, my dad, my sister, who's 13.
What's your sister's name?
Jenny Gray, G-R-A-Y. And my brother, he's 28.
You said your sister's 13. Where does she go to school?
She
goes to Hammond?
He's in 8th, I think.
And you have a little brother?
Yeah.
What is your little brother's name?
Colt Gray. His actual name is Colt Gray.
C-O-L-E-Y?
Yeah.
How old is he?
8.
He's 8. Where does he go to school?
I get confused with the name. I think it's Creek something. I can't remember.
Creek something? Okay.
Or Drive. I can't remember.
That's okay. Anybody else live there with you?
No, it's just us.
So who was home with you this morning when you...
My brother, my dad took my brother to school, and my sister gets on the bus after me, so I told her I loved her.
Okay.
And I don't think she didn't know at all what was happening. I didn't either. I don't know what the fuck this is, any of it.
Okay. You mentioned you got the gun, you think, out of your dad's truck. Is that something that you did this morning?
Somewhere that it was locked up, obviously.
Okay. So is that something that happened this morning, or did it happen before today?
This morning.
Happened this morning?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like right before.
Does your dad have another car? Like, does he have more than one car?
No, he has a truck.
Okay. So you said your dad was gone taking your brother to school?
Yeah, he went to work.
Okay. So did you get the gun? I'm assuming you got the gun out of his truck before he
Out of his truck, yes, sir. But I'm not completely sure because I'm connecting dots. Like, if he may have left, it may have been somewhere else. If it was in his truck, I guess I definitely got it before without him noticing.
Okay. Is there anything that you want me to know? I've asked you a lot of questions. Do you have any questions for me?
I don't want to tell you anything. I'm so sorry. I just don't want any confusion. I just didn't lie. This is fucking horrible. This is like, I can't even make any words for it. I really hope that no one will hurt.
So, kind of going back, just reading over some of the things that, and what I'm doing here is just taking some notes over what you said to help me remember what you said, okay? And you mentioned last year, about a year that you've been thinking about it, about shooting. When you said thinking about it, is that shooting up a school?
Mainly just suicidal, but
suicidal.
But yeah, it was mainly the thing. The facility, like I say, it altered a bunch of shit in my brain that contributed to doing something like this. Because I thought one of my teachers mentioned that she knew somebody there was some middle school.
Did you ever? I know you mentioned that you talked about it on Discord, but. Did you ever tell anybody on Discord your plan to shoot up a school, or did you?
Honestly, I vented a lot to them about the struggles I had been going through, and it came up, yes. But I don't think it was enough for them to actually, because they were worried. I don't think it would have been actually enough for them to be able to go.
What do you remember saying to them?
To say, thank you for being here. And I don't know what'll happen. I'm getting help soon. I'm happy about it.
Did you? What specifically did you say to them about shooting up a school?
Oh my God, I can't remember. I'm trying to remember, but
is that something that happened recently or a long time ago?
I think it was recently, to be honest, like a week or two. But I know it wasn't openly. If it was anything pertaining to shooting, I know it was along the lines of I really don't want this to happen. It's just like auditory and the shit that's been going on with me. It's just getting worse. And I thought about calling a hotline, which I did, but nobody responded in the bathroom.
Okay.
And then the officer, I wish he would just open the door.
When you were in the stall, help me understand how you were. Were you just sitting on the toilet with your legs down? You were standing up?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm so sorry for you all. This is not something anyone wants to go through. I don't want any of y'all in the offices. It's horrible.
No, this is you're right. This is not something.
This is horrible. It's fucking disgusting. This is the worst nightmare for everybody involved. Oh my God. Oh my God. And at least I have some more grounding because I feel like this scared off most of the things that was happening. I feel they got me horrible in the
What do you mean this scared off most of the things that were happening?
Like auditory things and the teachers. I knew they weren't going to do anything bad to hurt me.
When did you know that?
Just as soon as I kind of just came back, and talking really helps with it because it kind of helps me come back to my senses. It's just more of like it.
So you're talking about after the shooting?
Yeah. I feel like it definitely like.
So after you shot people, you felt like the voices went away?
Not completely, no. They're calling me a fucking retard. It's not constant though. It's just hard to make out. It's still I'm just, oh my God. I'm honestly just in shock. I'm trying to make things.
And you mentioned your sense of morality. Help me understand that.
The sense of morality is like me. Ours always been so innocent, and so when you hear that, it's really it's not the case with most people, but I had glimmers of this is wrong, and I love my parents. I don't want to hurt anybody. I don't want to traumatize or be known for this stupid shit. Oh my God! But it was just like. So
what was it about, Colt? What was it about today that made you've been thinking about this? I know you said you've been thinking about depression and for over the year, at least over the past year, and thinking about killing yourself. How long have you been thinking about killing others?
Oh my God, it's at least a month or two. It obviously come up in the past, but it wasn't as bad.
Did you ever tell anyone that you were thinking about killing others?
No.
No.
As far as everyone online, which I was venting to, talking about the thoughts that I had, but they had the preface and context that I was going to get help, which I was.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't like, oh, I'm going to do so and so, and it's going to be so fucking cool. It's just like these things.
So
like,
you never, when you told your dad about the voices, you never told your dad about your thoughts to kill people at school?
No, and I say voices. It's not completely. It mostly also transformed into like almost a state of psychosis, of just radical and like unhinged thoughts that I would never think or never want to do to anybody. It just completely like, oh my God, it's completely just takes away who I am as a person.
Have you ever gone to a psychologist or a therapist or anything like that and been diagnosed with having schizophrenia?
No. I have a lot of things. I'm on Zoloft.
What is Zoloft?
My mom gave me my Zoloft because I have really bad anxiety, chronic anxiety.
Is that what it's for?
Yeah, about 50 milligrams. It pretty much just helps like anxiety.
Is that a low dose or is that a high dose?
50 milligrams, I guess, is like a normal dose. 25 milligrams, I think, would be
considered a low dose.
Considered low. Okay. It was really bad for me. I'll think about it.
You've been diagnosed with anxiety?
Not by anyone official. That's what I'm saying.
Why do you have Zoloft then?
My mom, she gave it to me. She and my grandma, they knew it would help with anxiety.
Okay.
And it was just, and I hate to say my parents because they really did try their hardest, but so much of my life was neglected as far as getting the help that I needed.
Okay. Well, tell me about that.
Like the help that I needed, or just being neglected. Like,
yeah.
Oh, just so much shit going on. My dad being an average worker, and
Where does he work?
He works at Kevin Price Construction. He's a superintendent.
Okay, so he's gone a lot.
Yeah, and my mom had her own set of issues.
What were your mom's issues?
It's really bad. I can't even pinpoint that. I know it's a lot, but she had really bad anxiety and depression, and she just said a lot of mean things.
What kind of mean things did she say to you?
Like, especially towards the end, about killing us and stuff. Simply duct taping my grandma to a terrace enough to say
your mom
Yeah.
When did she threaten to kill you? Was that before or after the incident with your grandma?
After she tied my grandma, I think she tried to get my grandma to drive. She told me that she tried to get her to drive us up here. So she didn't tell me why she wanted me to, but my grandma knew that it was inherently bad. Mm-hmm. So she tied her up and said that I'll just have to kill Colt and my dad. I think I got the gist of it because he's our husband.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, when you say neglect, what type of neglect did you feel? I know your mom emotionally neglected.
I think I was good physically, just emotionally it was just.
So kind of help me understand that. Does that mean that they didn't pay attention to you a lot?
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh-huh. But towards the end, it's good to keep a note that my dad did take note of my, the thoughts I had, schizophrenia and stuff, which most of it I don't think is schizophrenia. I know there's people actively trying to hurt me, which greatly contributed to this, obviously. Who would never do something like this?
So you mentioned, how long, did you say the voices have been here about a month?
No, they've been longer, but they just have heightened. Like, I've just had really bad mania.
How long do you think the voices have been here?
It's hard to pinpoint. It came and go. They came and went, but it was mainly just whispers from family members for months now. Honestly, I don't know if it's an exact year, but just all the trauma and stuff just kind of recluse, and it just really didn't help with the obvious mental illnesses that I was developing.
Mm-hmm. Well, you said mental illnesses, like plural. What mental illnesses do you think that you have?
I made a list a while back. I think it's gone, but...
Made a list where? Like in a notebook or on your phone?
Text pad, I think, on my computer.
Text pad?
Oh my God, dude.
What?
Huh? Did you say something?
Yeah.
Oh.
Were you trying to say something?
Oh, no, it's just this, man. Yeah. Horrible.
How have things been at home with your dad?
They've been good. We have arguments here and there, but
What do you guys argue about?
just things in him. I argue with him, about just not taking proper measures, being, a good parent. And he definitely tries his hardest, I know, but it's just, I have some drama or stuff that really just doesn't help good with him being, supportive and all, like being completely, competent, which he is a good parent. I love him with all my heart, especially towards the end. I think he finally realized what was up, but I think he was so used to me just being that young, right boy, dude.
That young what?
The young, right, innocent boy, and then so quickly just had these things that just, the trauma just recludes me to the state of just, I don't even know what I am, dude. Fucking monster. Oh my God.
Is that how you see yourself?
Me? Yes. Me? Yes. All of this is fucking horrible. I want to at least find me inside of all this, but it's so hard to because of all this shit that I've thought, and I know that's happening to me.
Right.
And after seeing this, it's hard for me to ever forget my Louie, sane or not, medicated or not.
So, you said you've been thinking about doing this for a while.
The shooting, a while, as in it popped up, for like a few months, but not as severe as it was. It was only after the symptoms and illnesses popped up that it really it's almost like the teachers and stuff that kind of leased onto it, and like whatever these people are, they just took advantage of it, and they knew that I was unstable. And
So, over the past few months that you've been thinking about shooting up the school and killing people, what made it today?
Today, I was told via waves, I don't know, it was something that I know I heard, and it was a multitude of people, that it was going to be sometime soon. It was either going to be possibly today, tomorrow, it could be this week. I didn't know, and I was scared. And that kind of formulated into like I wanted to get help, but and like I said, with that, it was just formulated into them saying you should do some fucked up shit like this to try to deter them. I don't know, not. It's kind of weird because not like whispers specifically, but just the teachers, because I know like them and some like.
Have you talked to the school counselors here about the voices that you hear?
I have once. I went like a week ago.
A week ago?
Yeah.
What did they say?
She just called my parents and just kind of listened. She didn't really give me much advice, but she did say it take as long as I need, like if I feel unstable, which I did, and I'm glad I took that route.
Did you tell her that you felt unstable?
Yeah, at that time, and that's when it just.
Do you remember the counselor that you talked to?
I know she was African American. I don't remember though.
Okay. African American. So there wasn't it was the voices that told you today was the day.
Not only that, it was like kind of a 50-50 possibly. From what I can gather from it was that, and the teachers, whispering subtly and having like, and having people like inside the classroom.
When you went to go talk to the counselor, did you tell the counselor about the teachers?
Yeah, I did. I told her that I thought, and I also told people online that I thought my teachers were plotting against me. Now, obviously, tried to calm me down, but I know I'm not insane. I know they were. And when you have stuff like that goes on, it makes you resort to shit like this, and it's pretty obvious.
Remind me what the teachers were saying to you.
The teachers were saying that it's coming. The day is coming. That we're going to take you and hurt you. And also, I think they were letting the kids in. Oh my God, I'm sorry, dude. That is horrible, man. I just haven't.
What was the family member? You said some of the voices were family members. What were the family members saying?
They were saying that it was for the best and that I needed to do it. And for a while, I knew not to just deter it away. But
who were the family members' voices that you were hearing?
I couldn't make it out, but I knew they were from Hillier, so I kind of automatically assumed.
Okay.
I know if it helps at all, I kind of like talk to my auntie a lot because she has bipolar and schizophrenia. So I know it's just I like talking to her as a way to cope with it.
Okay. So when you came out of the bathroom and you started shooting, do you remember how many shots you fired?
I can't remember. I'm sorry. Really anything just related to that, except it was just me morally having these glimpses of just like, what the fuck, man? I can't remember. I was just completely gone. And I'm sorry. I know that sounds like completely like just horrible.
And you only brought one gun.
Yeah. Okay. It's only that. I think.
You mentioned kind of, if we can go back to when you moved here, you said you moved here last year?
Yeah.
Do you remember what month last year?
November, I think.
Okay, so you've been here almost a year.
Yeah.
When you moved here, what made you guys move?
My mom and our previous landlord, they weren't really good because my mom was flipping her off and chasing down the neighbors' cars and stuff, really just kind of losing it. And they were all just kind of freaked out, so me and my dad kind of thought it would be best after she had left, because we were still there when she had left, so we just thought it would be best if we just left it all behind, just for the better of our emotional state.
Okay. How have things been since you moved here? Is it better or worse?
They've been good. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
They've been good. Everybody here is treating me wonderfully.
Yeah. How do you get along with your brother and your sister?
Good. I love them.
Okay.
But it's wonderfully, aside from just how it's just formulated into them plotting against me, I know. But aside from that, the interactions, they're nice.
Did you start school in August here? Or you just
here? Oh no, I started here a month ago.
A month ago? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you gotten to know anybody here? Do you have any friends here at this school?
Not really. I mean, I just kind of waited for people. I was going to ask this one girl out. I just never got the chance. I couldn't find her because she wasn't in any of my classes. But I thought I was going to make friends with her. I just kind of waited. I gave it some time just to let people see if they would reach out to me, and then they'd say I would get involved more with clubs.
Okay. What kind of clubs are you going to do?
Technical.
Okay.
And, computer-wise.
You like computers?
Yeah.
Okay. What kind of computers do you have?
I just have one. I built it my own.
You built it?
Yeah.
And you said that you destroyed it today?
I don't think completely. I know I just did something with it. I guess whatever affirmed to them that it was destroyed. Because and honestly, as in destroyed, I mean I thought
destroyed can mean many different things. You could smash it.
Yeah, I know, but I think considering I'm technical, I assume I probably just took a few parts out. Okay. But I know I did it because I knew they were in. I had this overwhelming just paranoia of I knew they were inside my computer and they were listening through my headset and everything. I didn't like it.
Did you ever talk to any of the people here? And tell any of the students here and tell any student?
No.
No?
I was too scared of them, to be honest.
Were you?
I eventually wanted to reach out and got help because I felt like the teachers in them were they were formulating with them, so I knew if I talked to them, I'd only be giving them more info as a way they could formulate the plot against me that I've been telling you about.
Okay. Do you have any questions for me?
Not really, but if you have any questions for me, it's fine. I just need to get
I'm gonna step out for a moment. I'm gonna have someone come in here and sit with you.
Okay.
I'm gonna talk to some people, and then I will come back in here and talk to you.
I'm sorry, all of you. I know it doesn't mean much now because of how fucked up it is. All of you, every officer involved, every family affected by this. If there's anybody killed, oh my god.
You mentioned, what got you, I'm just kind of curious before I go, you mentioned Nicholas and Nick,
Yeah.
the school shooter.
Yeah.
How did you?
I know it's messed up, but I didn't at all glorify it.
Okay. When did you become obsessed with him? I think those were the words that you used.
2 or 3 months ago, I'd always been kind of into true crime, but not on a level. I never have been on that level of like, I'm going to do what he did. I can just understand it on an emotional level. I really like studying his case.
You studied his case?
Yeah.
How did you study his case?
I don't know if this means much now, but they took advantage of that, as in like doing something like this would let Nick know somehow, and I thought it was absolutely delusional. That's just another thing that I just tried to write off, but it eventually just formulated within all of this variety of things that contributed to this.
Okay. You said they said doing something like this. I'm assuming you're talking about the voices.
Yeah,
Which voices?
when I say voices, I mean like also like, and I know voices is just such a stereotypical phrase, but it's a multitude of things and like, messages I feel like are left.
Did you agree with the messages or with the voices or the messages or whatever?
In what way?
That doing something like this would get back to Nick?
No, for the longest time I didn't. I tried to hold it off.
Okay.
But eventually they just sent me into this like just complete just state of just gone, just psychosis, and it just.
So when the voices tell you to do something, do they tell you? Have they ever told you to do anything else?
No, not really. No, not really. Suicidal just kind of came from the trauma and just
Okay. So suicidal, is that? And I don't want to put words in your mouth.
No,
suicidal, is that something that you chose? That you?
It was a mixture. It was definitely, it wasn't me chose as like, oh, I'm going to kill myself because I hate everyone. It was more of just like just feeling so hopeless and having all the trauma related things with my mom and just as a kid, and then also having them, they're going to find weak spots.
Right.
Okay.
When these voices are talking, do you ever agree with them?
No, not at all. Unless I'm in a complete state of mania, psychosis. It's not. And even then, I'm not openly like.
Because you mentioned a couple of times you've actually had an outcry for help, right?
Oh yeah.
You went to your counselor.
I went to my counselor.
And you went to your dad.
I talked to multiple people online. I assume they would just call you.
Right. So going back over it, like today.
Yeah.
Did you try to reach out to your counselor?
I was on my way, yeah. At that moment in that classroom, I knew things were just getting really bad, and I felt like they were really, like, today was the day they were going to do something to try to attack me, and I was on my way. And I brought my book bag and everything, and, I was going to go in there, and I was going to show her the weapon that I had, obviously, like, please, get this away from me. I don't need to be doing this. It was just like at that moment.
When you shot students here, was that in the counselor's room? Or around the counselor's area?
No. I can't remember. I'd assume it was just here.
Okay. Was it closer to your second period?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Because the police response, I assume, was quick.
Okay.
So I don't think I got that far. I didn't want to get that far, really. It was just, I'm glad they stopped me.
All right. Well, I'm going to go have a talk with the gentleman outside. I'll have someone sit here with you, and I'll be right back with you, okay?
Okay. I won't do anything stupid, I promise. I'm just going to be here.
Well, I'm not going to leave you long. Can I get somebody to stand with him?
Yeah.
And John, 12:07 hours, interview approximately an hour and 6 minutes long. That was an interview with Colt Gray at Apalachee High School.
Hey. And your understanding what was on that, approximately 2 minutes.
Okay.
Hours on September 4th, 2024. Nicole, so I just got a couple more questions for you. Do you remember where the bathroom was that you came out of?
I think it was on this hall.
You think it was on this hall?
Yeah.
Okay. What does your book bag look like?
I think it's black.
You think it's black?
Yeah, it's black.
How sure are you that it's black?
I think, yeah, it's black.
Okay. And why do you think the bathroom is on this hall?
Because I'd assume it was. I mean, I don't know how it would gotten. I'm not sure what happened.
Is there anything in that book bag that could hurt anybody else?
No, sir. No, sir.
You sure?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
No, sir. No bombs, no nothing.
Okay. We'll call to this time.
Actually, just be open.
At this time, you're going to be placed under arrest, okay?
Yes,
So we got a transport unit that is coming to pick you up.
Yes, sir.
We are still trying to figure everything out.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to come explain to you exactly. Right now, I don't know all of what you will be charged with. Okay. But as of right now, you know that it's illegal to bring a gun on school property. Obviously, it's illegal to shoot at people and to harm them.
Yes.
So right now, you're being placed under arrest. Okay.
Yes, I understand.
Okay. So we're going to get you transported.
Okay.
Is there anything else I need to know before you leave here?
No, I don't have anything else on me.
All right. I'm going to be contacting your dad, and I'm going to be talking to your dad.
Yes, sir.
Is there a message that you want me to give your dad?
Tell him that it wasn't his fault.
Tell him that it wasn't his fault?
Yeah, no charge and pardons.
Okay. I'll tell him that.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anything else that he needs to know?
No, I think that's the main thing. The rest should probably be better off getting from y'all.
Okay.
Than what I told
I'm going to go check and see if we got a transport unit here that can take you.
Okay.
Do you have any other questions for me?
No, sir.
Okay. Wherever you're going, I'm eventually going to come there and explain to you what the next steps are, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right?
I understand. No.
All right, so you mentioned earlier that you interviewed him a second time at the sheriff's office. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Where did that take place, that second interview take place at the sheriff's office?
That was done at the Criminal Investigations Division in an interview room.
And why did you take him to an interview room? What was the purpose of that?
So we could have it video and audio recorded, have the interview captured that way.
And did you video and audio record the interview in that room?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you also use a handheld audio recorder as well when you're in the interview room?
I do. Anytime I'm conducting an interview, I will record it, if we're using our interview room. In the event, anything can happen with electronics. So in the event that something does happen with the electronics, I will have a backup copy.
And for this particular recording of Colt Gray's second interview at the sheriff's office, did it video record the entirety of that interview?
Not the entirety, no, ma'am.
But did it audio record the entirety of the interview?
Yes.
About how much of the interview is only audio?
I believe there is approximately an hour and a half that is audio recording, and then there is roughly about an hour that is video recorded.
Okay. And for Exhibit 340, which is the interview with Colt Gray at the sheriff's office, is the entirety of the video recording on in that exhibit?
Yes.
And then after the video recording ends, does the audio recording pick up?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to review your interview at the sheriff's office?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it a fair and accurate recording of your interview at the sheriff's office with Colt Gray?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay, Your Honor, this time I'd like to introduce an evidence exhibit 340. It is in one clip with the video recording at the beginning, and then when the video recording ends, the audio takes over.
Mr. Allen?
No objection, just Judge, given the length of this, do we want to take a brief break for everyone before we start this?
If you want a break, I'll take one.
I think that would be good.
All right, we'll take a short recess. Ms. Brooks, Mr. Allen, you want to briefly approach? All right, we're all present. Go ahead, Ms. Brooks.
Hey, Your Honor.
And I don't recall if it was admitted, but 340's admitted, no objection.
No objection, no objection.
Can I introduce myself again? Okay, in case you forgot my name, okay? I'm the investigator Smith, and I'm with the Barrow County Sheriff's Office. We'll find out a question.
I'm sorry, it's a little difficult to hear, Your Honor. I think we have it all the way up on our computer, so I don't think we can make it any louder.
I have just given it almost all I've got.
So I wanted to, I told you I would be talking to you later. You know that? Okay. Before I do again, because you are under arrest, I'm going to give you rights, okay? Same thing last time. So it's time to be all right? You have the right to remain silent. You're going to say, you're going to use things to report law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer, and if I can review what you do, questions. You know, for our lawyers, you're going to be able to represent you. If you have a question, you can do it. You can try to any time to exercise his rights. I have no questions. So, you understand your rights. I was finding you. Having your rights in mind. You have to speak right now. So there's a couple of questions. As you can imagine, there's a lot of people involved in this case. That haven't been, there's been a lot of investigating in school. A lot of people to talk to this process. One of the questions that has been posed to me is your cell phone. Okay. And probably when you said earlier, you said that your cell phone was to the best of your knowledge was in your backpack. Is that correct? Okay. Now, in order to kind of help us with the timeline, and kind of a little bit out of this point, in order to help us with the timeline, phone people have to provide whether that be a alarm that you have set at the morning or a call or text message you made, helps us determine, what the day was like. And one of the things that we would like to do is process that phone to help us establish the timeline. You want to give us the passcode to your phone in order for us to access it. What would that look like? Right. Yeah, again, like I told you, it helps us establish a timeline, kind of a things that are going on. Things, I don't know if you have any text messages, any kind of things that you know about the way you reveal. I'll do it my best. Okay. What is, you don't want me asking, what is your passcode? My passcode is like, it's like 8 knots. It's like 3 rows of 3 knots. Right. Okay. A little bit left of the L. Okay. So the part of L faces to the left. Yeah, so like let's say Right here, I'll show you the doc. You draw it more than those are the docs that you just draw right there and that right there. Right. So another thing that I kind of wanted to talk to you about is we have done a search on your house. Okay, we lost your house and we did a search there. Is there anything you want to tell us about at your house? I agree. It is. When you say mid, is that Nicholas? Okay. And why do you have this picture on your head? There was some other stuff up there in the books now. There was some writing. Oh, probably just in the newspaper. And you mentioned to me earlier, you were telling me that you found being obsessed with it. Yes, sir, but also it's speaking of that, I was obsessed in a way that like, I'm not sure what about that, it's more like, didn't really like, okay, yeah, tell me a little bit more about that. What made you want to be in the recovery? Well, like I said earlier, I also true crimes, researching, serial killer, another guy, out of him. And so, that's all the trials. There's a lot of process and that way. And stuff that I've done. And how did you go with it? The neglect from the overseas of not having anybody there. The price for help. Have you tried for help with one dog and one listening? Okay, can you tell me about that? Yes. Even online, and then with my parents, it took a while for my dad to finally realize, what red flags do you think? You know what red flag is? What was red flag? Red flag is do you think there were any red flags that people miss? Honestly, go on that. The video was probably just the next like you stuff for today, so the stuff over it up. I feel like the treatment wise, that would go on for a while. But I would really have to touch on that. Sometimes the case like these where there's students or whatever, physiological effects on your mind. You break things off and working on that. What adrenaline does, kind of how, shortly after this thing happened, there's things you said that you didn't remember earlier today. And then you kind of walked over it a little bit, a timeline what seemed like grandma and my mom agreed that I had a secret news, so that was different. But most of that, like, I feel like we definitely not, I was not all there to see, or, you know, listen to act, you know, because you kind of going back to that timeline, when you got ready for school this morning, you mentioned you wanted to go look for your father. Between the time we talked this morning and now you remember where you went, it was definitely really, really funny for me. You know, like at that point, it was just so like, it was just, I don't know what it's been inside, but you know, like, you kind of see the documents and the adults in yourself, and that part was just like, I definitely got an employee of full time box, but I know it was some type of box that was locked up. Okay. Okay. You happen to remember if that was inside or outside the house? One of the two. I know sometimes you have to stuff outside, so it might have been outside. Okay. And you mentioned this morning that you went into the bathroom. In the time that you exited the bathroom and the time that law enforcement was contact, do you have any more memories come back to you? Barely. Like I said, most of the ones I've been into already is mostly like, you know, but it's somewhat that with all the emotions, like even the natural for you, like something horrible, shit like that. With mine, they're not important. Like I do, like all I always remember is just hearing, you know, yelling, obviously coming from the police, you know, down the hall, and I knew there was gun, smell like gunpowder, you made the comment earlier when you stopped shooting because you felt like that was enough. You remember making that comment? I think, yeah. And hearing that statement again, with me earlier today, is that, are you able to kind of explain that a little bit? Yeah, I think I can explain it a little bit. So I think it was more of like, when I say, I felt like I stopped shooting. It wasn't having, you know, self-awareness the entire time, like, oh, I reached so-and-so goal, or X amount of people want to stop shooting. It was more just like having to be just like complete breakthrough, just feeling like, because if you remember, like, the whole thing about it was trying to get, you know, teachers away from me, scared of me, not want to continue this place that I know they still, you know, want me to do. You know, I see all this, and, you know, it's horrible. I don't even want to know what it is now, but it's more just like, this is right. Do you remember shooting specific teachers? No, sir. I don't. You don't remember shooting? I don't think I shot it too much specifically. I think I just shot it randomly. I think it was literally just one of those. Yeah, coming from my like assumption on, you know, the other perspective that I'm getting people, like, I assume, you know, about how many rounds you shot people. Not really. I mean, it felt short definitely because that's just genuinely like that, you know, definitely come back to time slow and fast. And you're, how many rounds did the firearm hold? You know? I think the magazine was, I don't know, honestly, that's brass magazines. I know two were pretty big, so I assume they were high capacity. But you reload? They use reloading. I might have. Do you know how many magazines you brought with you? You want to say a brass or not? I usually grab one of those three items. Two or three? Were those magazines loaded or unloaded? I think they were, yeah, just like, okay. When you say you use this stuff with my dad. Okay. Not usually, but we were planning on going to one more year on. So we were already kind of, excited about that. So, we'll load stuff up and step off the year. We're going to see if we can get one of the magazines. It'll be great. Of course, he's a big home with this guy, so we got to see all of that. One magazine, whether you're bad or do you loading magazines? I guess you grab whatever you grab is part of the arm. Arm? No, I don't think it was. I think we remember talking about what kind of did you do that in the bathroom? I think that was part of getting ready. I think so. Okay. You know what kind of rifle it was? I said it was on the stick because I haven't been on the sidewalk always. But I think it was a stick. It was one of their rifles. There was all three markets. Because my dad would do that thing on. And you shot that thing before? You shot it. What were you guys? I can't remember the name, but I know it was a How many times do you think you shot that thing? I've gone through 200 rounds, target practice. Did it track something? Oh, we actually have only been 2 times, and I think we brought up. Okay. Have you ever shot any other firearms? He had a 45. I think he had a 45, but he's lost for a 9 He still has a 40. I've shot all 3 of those. 45 did have his experience. Where did you leave those at? No, I mean, I was thinking you looked at those. So the arms are around the house. You have it loaded or unloaded? No, usually they're like dates for coffee like that. The orders and the magazines are loaded. You can find over in the box with the rifle that I told them definitely to hide. So most of those weren't even mine. I didn't have access to the magazines for that. So they were loaded. Okay. You mentioned the box. You described the box to me. Black. I think you got the box. The little box. Kind of hardwood. You have a rifle box. I don't know. It was just kind of red. Was the rifle in as well? Yeah. As far as you mentioned earlier that you were shooting. Do you remember shooting at people? I do remember being on the ground, looking back and seeing a white badge, in the body. So I can only assume that doing this, especially with the whole concept of people being after the guy, I assume on the ground. Whether it be a hurt people or just so you think part of your attention was to shoot people. That I can't say for sure because it's you have to keep in mind that throughout that entire what are the voices that you the voices were saying more things along the lines of, and I say voices is more just like in your auditory whispers kind of it's not constant, but whenever maybe just bringing everything together, maybe it's just really intrusive thoughts. Have you heard the voice of what is that? Just coward, coward moment, I don't know. I just find that out myself. I can only assume that I'd be a coward if I kill more people. That's what they want. That's your interpretation of it? Yeah, that's my interpretation. How many people do you think that kill a coward? All all I saw was that bag and all of it. And the voice of people. Like, more people, yeah, that's why they were saying like cowards and stuff like that. So I had just this like sudden just including part of it. What's the anything else? They told me like past trauma and stuff. Like really interesting stuff. Like, think of a good example that can be interpreted as well. When I say intrusive stuff, it's like stuff I've seen over the years. So like the one time I went to the counselor, because I was nervous for myself, it was just like, you would see something easy, going to hurt you, as in the whole facility, and how long that they are for and stuff. Like, do they ever say anything that you agree with? Barely, you know. Like, it's sometimes more just like insulting others. So, I guess what I'm trying to get at is you know, I agree with all this. Do you have any questions?
Still like we said earlier, I watched the
I think it was 8 years, like 12.
What the red flag thing? Kind of elaborate a little bit on that. When you guys talk about red flag, I thought, like, sorry, I'm getting one of those again. Elaborate on that.
Red flag wise, I think it was more of like subtle jokes. Even is more of like, you know, oh, you know, I hope, you know, this mania doesn't kick in, and you know, I have access as a gun or something like that, you know, and just kind of laugh it off, like with family members and friends online.
Who did you said family members, who did you
My dad. Me and him joke like dark humor wise like that. Not often, but he did towards the end, and like when I would joke like that, he did get concerned. And that's why he made and I made myself, you know, the actions to go forward with.
Do you remember your online friends' names on Discord?
No, but I'd have them all added, so you could probably go through there. I think one of them's Mandy, and then yeah, that's the one I know.
And yours was the occasional burner.
Yeah.
Okay, is it spelled weird? Does it have like a dollar sign in it?
No, it's just occasional.
Occasional
burner,
space burner.
No, no space.
No
just
space.
Occasional burner.
All lowercase, uppercase.
All lowercase.
Okay. What do you like about Discord?
I don't use it very much. I will say that. I only had it just to reach out and connect with people, you know, Steam-wise, and because I am a gamer, you know, build my own computer and stuff. So that's kind of...
What type of games do you play?
Simulator games, Call of Duty, obviously. But that, not really. I've kind of retired from that. I rarely play it anymore. But it's more of just like RPG, like Skyrim type stuff, like sword fighting. I know Mandy, me and her got in contact because we really like sharing ideas Nick-wise. Like, they were never anything bad as to, it was an echo chamber of like, oh, we're both going to do something. It was always just like how we agreed that it was bad what he did. But
Did Mandy ever send you any pictures or anything like that?
Oh, her?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. She did.
Was she like your age, or how old was Mandy?
16, I think.
She was 16. What did she like about Nick?
Same thing really, like, that I did, just like the emotional aspect of it, and, you know, because she does get bullied a lot, so she related to his, you know, the part where he was getting bullied.
Nick was bullied?
Yeah.
Okay. What kind of bullying did you experience? You said you didn't experience anything here.
Yeah, but in middle school, it was just, like I mentioned, I was just, like, really in a bad headspace at that time, just depressed-wise, and anxiety, no medication, so, like, showing up to school with, like, a puff jacket and 2 hoodies on underneath, like, you know, in the dead of summer, you know, never wearing short sleeves, just being weird, like, really just not, like, somebody would try to talk to me and I just wouldn't talk back.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Is that a decision that you made? Why didn't you want to talk back with him?
Because I just couldn't think, like, I was just so, like, socially just inept, like, I just couldn't, like, I couldn't even formulate really what to say.
When did that begin?
Early 7th grade.
Early 7th grade?
Yeah, because that was when my mom and stuff was like, on the drugs, and her and my dad had just separated, so it kind of took a toll on mental health.
Have you ever used drugs?
Me? No, sir.
No, you never used them.
No, sir.
You mentioned not being medicated. Was there ever a time that you were medicated?
No, sir, other than Zoloft, which I'm on now, which isn't even prescribed, but it definitely helps.
And you get those pills from who?
My mom, because she gets prescription for me. My grandma just sends them to me. But it's not in like a bad way, because I genuinely do have really bad panic attacks and chronic anxiety, and it's helped me a ton with actually going out and communicating.
Okay. What's your grandma's name?
Deborah Paul Hamus.
Paul Hamus?
Paul Hamus.
Paul Hamus. Where's that name from? Is it like German or something?
I don't know. It's just Paul Hamus.
Okay. Is that the one that lives in Fitzgerald that your mom tied up?
Yes, sir.
Why'd your mom do that to her?
I mentioned earlier to you that she wanted my grandma to drive her up to us, and God knows what she wanted to do, but my grandma denied, and so she did that in return.
Okay, so your mom wanted your grandma to drive her up here, and she said no, so she taped her up to a chair?
Yep. And she wasn't.
What did you think about that?
I hated it. She took a picture and everything and sent it to all of us. It was,
What'd you
definitely
say
a traumatizing
in the picture?
experience. Nothing. It was just a picture of my grandma tied up, and she had been there for like a day, so she had like stains and stuff all on her pants. It was really nasty. It's sad to see.
Yeah. This Mandy girl online, how long have you been talking to her?
Like 2 or 3 weeks.
Okay. That's it?
I think so. And I know that looks bad, leading up to these events, but as far as her influencing me, no, not at all.
No, I'm not saying that.
She was simply just a mutual online friend.
Right, and you guys connected over Nick, so what did she like about him?
She just liked, I think it was more like the relation. She liked how he looked. She found him attractive. But it was more of like the relation emotionally that I think really made her like him.
Was there anybody else that you connected to on Discord?
Not really. I mean, I had my sister added, Mandy, this other guy who I played Modern Warfare with, the COD game. He's really, really pushy, like, oh my god, I love you. He's a guy too.
Does your computer have a password?
Yeah, I think so.
Would you mind sharing that with us?
It's a Colt 2010 exclamation point.
Okay.
Let me write that down.
Colt 2010 exclamation point?
Yeah.
Capital C?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that the only other device you have besides your phone? Is your tell me about your computer. What kind of computer is this?
Just Windows. I built it myself. I used an MSI motherboard. I got an RTX graphics card. Usual RAM. Just the normal stuff like with computer. It's definitely expensive, but as far as like operating system, it's Windows 10.
Is it good with games?
Yeah.
Not laggy at all?
It's really good.
Okay. Do you, other than playing, what other kind of simulation games do you play?
I like Minecraft. I meant to mention that to you. I played Minecraft with my sister a lot.
Do you?
That's kind of been my main. Also like Red Dead Redemption 2, which is like a cowboy type game. Open world. Definitely like open world games.
Okay. You ever play video games with your dad?
No. I tried to get him to, but he just couldn't get the hang of it. And he's a lefty, so the controllers,
well, they make lefty stuff.
Yeah, they do. I should get him.
He just wasn't into it.
Yeah, I could tell he was just so caught up in being like, oh, I'm so bad at the game that he just kind of gave up.
Okay. You don't have any tablets or anything like that?
No, sir.
No tablets?
No, sir.
Okay. Anything we need to be concerned about in your room?
No, sir.
Okay.
Sharp objects, bomb-wise, no.
Okay. Anything else?
So what? Again, I'm new here, so kind of help me understand this right here. When you said that you were shooting at random, you were kind of like, I guess, having like a out of out of your mind experience, out of body experience? Or
Yeah,
something
that's
like
what I
that?
mentioned to him, that it was
Okay.
in relation to that. Like, not, for me, it wasn't directly like looking down at myself or something while doing it, but it was more of just kind of like a, like, psychosis stage of like blackout, because that's an actual thing that people can have, and they just completely, you know, just lose it. And then when they come back, they've done something horrible, such as this, you know, or they've been subdued and admitted to a psych ward, which I wanted to do very badly.
Has something like this happened before, as far as like blacking out?
Not to this level, but it's definitely happened. Like, I've said stuff to my dad, you know, like I would never say normally.
Is that when you like get mad?
Not necessarily mad, but it's like the smallest things. I'll literally say the most messed up like shit. It's not necessarily him like triggering me like.
So how are you, I guess, enlightened as to what you had done? What you did? Like, how do you learn what you did?
Like, I mentioned to him that it was more of just like the reality of the situation. I was obviously on the floor for quite a while, so I kind of got the gist, and, you know, hearing police chatter and stuff like that, looking back and seeing like the bag, that kind of led me to the correlation that I had obviously heard people.
Well, let's back up to the situation with your dad. Did your dad say, hey, you know, what's going on here or something like that? Did he kind of say, hey, this is what you're doing?
What do you mean this is what?
The situation where you were saying things to your dad where you said you normally wouldn't say those things.
Yeah, but it was more of on the lines like he knew I still had some part of me left that I would be able to control myself back. But to the degree that happened today, I don't think that he was necessarily prepared for, because it had never happened like to this level before with him at the house.
So at what point did you just kind of, you know, lose consciousness, so to speak?
It was more of just like, I felt like, because I did have, in the bathroom, when I was in there for a while, I did have, like, leaned up against the wall, like, shit, like, what am I doing? Like, this is absolutely horrible. And then, like literally, like, I was, like I told him, I was walking up to the counselor's office. I was going to show her what I had, and, you know, like, police just take it away and, you know, get a resource officer to arrest me. But I just turned into the bathroom, and by that point, it was just completely gone once I had gotten into the stall.
So as what I'm hearing, there are moments of clarity.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so walk me through, like, all right, so this happened around 10:20-ish. All right, so that sounds like second period to me, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, walk me through your first period.
My first period, like, it just went normally until the end when my teacher questioned what was in my bag, which obviously was how I'd assume I had somehow formulated this plot on how to get the gun in. It was complete psycho, but like I from what I had viewed, it was like wrapped around with like some poster-like thing, paper. Might have just been some form of that. Yeah, that's all I can remember as far as.
How exactly did she question you about it?
She just said, what's in the middle? Like, what's in the middle of, like, the paper that had been surrounding it. And I remember just giving a vague statement. I remember telling, but I know it was along the lines of, like, oh, I don't know, probably something for a project, you know. Trying to, like, persuade her into not stopping it, which right then and there I should have had a moment where it was like, no, this is messed up. I need to just tell her, which is what happened in the hallway. But by that point, it was just like almost in a sense of no going back, but like not in the self-aware, like not no going back. Like, oh, I'm already here. I'm just gonna do this. There's no going back. It was like it had escalated like so badly at that point that I felt like there was no return. As much as I had tried my hardest to get the help that I needed, and even there, like today, like just stopped and just showed someone and gotten them, you know, to take me out.
So do you go to second period from first period?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So there's a class. Tell me, what time does class change?
I think 9:48ish. I think 9:30ish, and then 9:38, and then second period starts at 9:45.
9:45. Okay. All right. So how long did you stay in second period?
Yeah, that's when I was saying it was just like on the verge of just complete like psychosis at that point. I told my teacher I was going to go to the counselor because, you know, I felt that that's literally, I think that's all I said. Like internally I was like, I need to go to the counselor because I feel something really bad is like coming on. And by this point, you know, I had already had the gun, and it was just like that's kind of what formulated that I need to go to the counselor and get her to get a resource officer to take this away and take me to the station to prevent all of this. So I did that, and then I walked out, and that was probably 5 minutes, in the class, and that's when I was on the path, but like I quite literally just made a quick just completely I went to the bathroom.
So before all this happens, when you got your mind made up that you want to do this, but there's some of you saying don't do this.
And as far as my mind being made up to do this, it's not a self-aware like morally I want to do this, like, oh, I have the urge to kill people, I'm going to go do this. That's horrible, and I had always told myself I was going to call the hotline, and which I did in the bathroom anyway. But I mean, once like you just completely black out and you have these like horrible thoughts and urges and intrusive thoughts that you just can do nothing about, there's really no stopping it at that point unless somebody actually sees it and can physically stop you.
So we have moments of clarity in the bathroom, and then the next moment of clarity is where?
That's when, at that point, I'm just gunpowder smell, smoke everywhere, police yelling, on the ground. I'm on the ground, over by the doors exit, where most of y'all probably saw me laying at. And that was pretty much where it was like, holy shit, and that's when I kind of started to break down. He remembers because he took me in the classroom, and I just completely just told him, like, dumped everything. I mean, like, it was complete, it was genuine. Like, it was just horrible. Like, just the shit to see. I couldn't even look, like, when y'all were walking me out, like, even in that direction, because it was just so horrible. The smell was horrible. Like, I still had the gunpowder smell in my nose after I'd been delivered to the police station. I hated it. I hated everything. Like, I hated the dust that was on the floor that fell from the ceiling. I didn't like any of it. I didn't even like the clothes that I was on.
Yeah, that was.
That I
see
had
that
on.
in the video. The dust that came down.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Tell me about the dust.
Like I said, actually, physically, I don't remember, but I do remember whenever I was on the ground that a lot of it had fallen.
Yeah.
But yeah, as far as the video, I'm assuming at that point it completely covered the video, like it wasn't even visible.
So, going back to before school, all right, so we talked about grabbing some mags. The gun was in a box?
Yes, sir.
So,
covered in clothes. He had some clothes over it, which I guess was another, like, last resort, like, to hide it.
All right, so that's my next question. To you, is that hidden, or is that somewhere where you know to go find it?
No, that's hidden. I looked for it for a good while. Like, that was a really good, like, that's not him just half-assing, like, oh, I'm going to hide this. Like, he knew at this point, like, something was definitely very off, and he was going to give me the help that I needed.
Does he go to work before you go to school or something?
Yes, sir.
All right, so when you're going to school, you're alone?
Yes, sir.
What time did you get up this morning?
I didn't get up this morning. I've been awake for, like...
Oh, so you stayed up all night?
Yeah.
Okay. So...
it was just, that was most of that just stemmed from the sheer, fight of just trying to fight off this urge and this bad...
So, once your dad left for work, is that when you started looking for the gun?
Yes, sir.
What other, preparations did you make?
That was pretty much about, I remember just grabbing whatever thing I saw that could somehow conceal it, which at that point was just horrible because, like, somebody even thinking along those lines, which in this case, I'm assuming was paper from what I can recall vividly. Paper, poster maybe, it was wrapped around it.
Where'd you get the poster from?
I think it was just lying around my
pink
house.
stuff on it.
Yeah, it's just in my house. I just picked it up.
Is that something like your sister made?
I don't know. I didn't look at it. I just wrapped it around because the outside was white when I did that.
You did that?
I found some yellow gloves in the hallway where he was laying at. Did you put yellow gloves on?
Those probably are my gloves, but at the time, I definitely thought they were more purple gloves. But yellow gloves, I can't think of who else's they would be, so I just obviously assumed that those were the ones that I had taken.
Wow, why would you put on gloves?
I don't know. I told him, we actually questioned about that, like why would I do that? I can only assume just as like a thing because we were talking about separation is like me from that, but at that point I don't think I had that much like just self-awareness left to like even think of something that could possibly help, which was like that separation. I think it was just simply gloves. Like I can think maybe honestly honestly, I really don't know. Maybe the heat of the gun. Maybe that's what they were thinking. I don't know.
I mean, you shot the gun before, so
yeah,
you know that putting 100 rounds through it, it's going to
yeah.
feel like this.
With the guard, I forget what they call it, the hand guard on the specific SIG model that I have, heats up really quickly. That's the only downside from what I've seen.
What do you mean he took really quickly?
Heats up.
Oh,
Heats
heats
up,
up.
yeah. Like you put like 15, 20 rounds through it. That's why most people get a grip on it.
Yeah.
And you said you do not remember what range you guys shot at before?
No, I think it was some like guy's name, and then the range was like Charlie something maybe.
Charlie
I'm pretty
Elliott?
sure huh?
Charlie Elliott?
I think so, yeah. You could just probably search up local ranges and like write
Was
it
it
out.
maybe like a 40-minute drive from here?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Almost an hour.
Your computer, what type, you said you played like War, like COD and stuff like that on your computer?
Yeah, COD, RPGs, MMOs, open world games.
Is there anything else I need to know about your computer?
No, that's pretty much about it. I mean, really, I only use that specifically for gaming. Like, all archiving stuff, like Nick pictures, I straight up just put that on my phone, which I can probably find in my camera roll. But the computer in and of itself was usually just for music and gaming.
Is there anything, so like, it's intact, it shouldn't be taken apart or anything like that, it should be just, you know, live?
I'd assume so, but what I was talking to him about is that I do remember, you know, screws, and we talked about how, like, it popped, like, the likelihood of it being disassembled, because I remember it being on the floor. So the only reason I could assume it being on the floor is taking some part out of it. Remember, I just took a bunch of random parts out of it at that point, because at the time, like, and still, honestly, I thought that the teachers who had, like, connected with multiple people, they were inside of my computer. So at that point, it had kind of spiraled into, like, I got to do something about this. So I just set it down and just.
How would the teachers get inside your computer?
I don't know. I know they have some type of, like, technology, like they forward back to each other. I was thinking just like key logging, possibly, whatever I type.
What's your attendance like, Colt?
It was pretty bad, like, leading up to this because of mental health stuff. Like, I really wanted to make, you know, I was definitely unstable, so I asked them to stay home, and that we were gonna, I'll go back, and then we're gonna make that, you know, move to give me the help. And I also was sick. I had strep throat, so.
Okay. I guess what I'm trying to say is, so you're staying at home when you're having issues. Why didn't you stay home today?
That because it had just completely, like I said, it completely spiraled into something I hadn't seen or experienced before personally. And if that, in this situation, we can take that and correlate it to the definition of like it's gonna completely take over and just make me go, because I wanted to go back to school anyway, because, you know, I feel like, okay, you know, it won't be all that bad. But that's when all the shit just happened. You know, stayed up all night, like, trying to just get it to stop.
Are there any other schooling options for you? Like being around all these people are an issue or anything like that?
No, I think social wise I'm fine. That's what the solo helps for. And when I say when I say like fighting off these urges, I mean like whispers, like nooks and crannies in the wall that like I can hear. It's kind of like muffled. Sounds like from the other room. Sometimes it can differ in tone. Sometimes it's hard to make out. Sometimes it's just pure whispering. But
do you remember speaking to your dad before he left for work?
No, I don't think I did. I might have told him that I did. Honestly, I don't think I did, because he leaves pretty early.
What's pretty early?
6:30. That's not super early, but I mean.
Did he? When I talked to you this morning, you mentioned that he had taken your brother to school.
Yes, sir.
He did take your brother to school?
Yes, sir.
What time does your brother go to school?
I don't know, but I do know that he usually takes him. He might have put him on the bus, but I know that whatever time my dad was getting up, which was around 6 or so, that my brother's school starts.
Does he have one car or more than one car?
He just has a truck.
He just has a truck?
Yeah.
Okay. When his was his truck there when you left for school?
No, sir. He'd taken his truck, obviously, to go to work.
Okay. So you mentioned that you still don't remember where you found this box at.
No, sir.
In the house.
I was trying to think, like, correlating, like, maybe the toolbox in the back of his truck, but then I started connecting dots, you know, and it's just like, no, that wouldn't make sense because he was already there. That's just kind of a glimpse, like, how much just diluted everything is. But that obviously kind of, it's like, okay, it was somewhere there.
Okay.
It was definitely covered up by, like, a bunch of clothes and stuff.
So you mentioned earlier, like, that you did all this background research on Nick.
Mm-hmm.
What
And
kind
as far as research, I know what you guys are thinking. You're thinking like, what I looked up, what rifle he used and what round. That, as far as that goes, I didn't. All I did was, go to different sources that might have mentioned stuff like that, but it was only for like the emotional aspect of it.
Okay.
I wasn't searching
what
like.
What sources did you go to?
Wikipedia, Reddit, just the usual source infos. I think regular news websites like the New York Times, Tampa Bay Times.
How many people did Nick shoot?
I think 17.
17?
Mm-hmm. I think it's the worst high school shooting, like, to this day.
You think?
And it's
Where did that school shooting happen at?
Parkland, Florida.
Parkland, Florida.
It's kind of random, but I actually made an account on Secure Us, which is a jail messaging website and mobile app, and I'd actually sent him a letter or two.
You sent Nick a letter or two? When did you do that?
That was a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. I just wanted to simply see, what was up. I definitely tried not to come off as weird.
Okay. When you signed up for Securus, do you remember your sign-on, your log-on?
Not really. I think I might have put the password in a text file, but I know it's like 0099 and a bunch of underscores and random stuff, but I have it in a text file, so you just go through one of those and you'll find it.
Is that in your phone or?
A computer.
Okay. What did you say in your, you said you wrote him a letter?
Not wrote, but email, because you can send emails through that. And it was more of just like, hey, like, how have you been? Like, more of an introduction type stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You obviously can't be 14 when you write stuff like that, so I lied about my age.
How old did you say you were?
18.
Okay. And did he ever write you back?
No, he didn't actually, which is kind of understood because he has a lot of crazy fangirls that constantly hog his email stuff, so
How do you know
that's all
that?
he gets. Mandy, she says that there's a lot of, like, crazy, like...
Has she ever talked to him?
Who?
Nick.
Oh, Nick? No, he hasn't. She wrote to him, but he hasn't responded.
And you said you did that like a week or so ago?
Week and a half.
Okay. And did you tell him what you were having thoughts about doing?
No, sir.
You didn't?
Mm-mm.
You just kind of introduced yourself?
Yeah, just like a mutual, like, friendship thing.
Okay.
It's actually still there. You could probably just go to my sent folder and it's there.
Okay. Okay. Did you say anything else in your email to him?
No, it was more of just an introduction. The second one was more of like, like a, hey, I don't know if you got my first one, but if you did, it'd be cool. Just write me back anytime. That was all the second one was. It was pretty short.
Did you talk to him about any of you mentioned that you and him there were a lot of correlations between you two.
Yeah, but I didn't bring, because usually with that, he doesn't even know me, so I obviously had to, start, normal with introduction and stuff. And I wasn't going to say really any of that openly, because it probably just make him feel more guilty.
Did he suffer from schizophrenia too?
He did, like, he had, like, a psychosis symptoms, but he was notorious for faking his schizophrenia and the interrogation thing, like, he was, like, looking around and stuff. But as far as, like, that level of schizophrenia, I don't think he has, but I think he definitely has some form of, like, antisocial personality, like...
Why do you think he has that?
Just him killing animals, threatening people, I mean...
Have you ever killed an animal other than hunting?
No, sir. Not that I can remember.
What animals have you killed hunting?
Just a deer. It's actually on my wall.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. What others? I know you mentioned the trauma and all the things that like that you had in common. What else did you guys have in common?
Really, like, it was just the emotional stuff was really just gist of it. I'm trying to think of possibly other stuff. I know we had like same interests, gun related, and like we both like JROTC and Army stuff.
Were you in JROTC?
No, but I was planning on joining it.
Were you?
Mm.
Okay.
Where do we go from here, Colt? What should happen to you?
Honestly, I think I should be put in a mental health unit very, obviously, because what I've done is beyond horrible. Like, I have no words even for what I've done. And it's absolutely horrible that the parents have to go through the shit that I've caused, unknowingly at that, so that's even more guilt with me too. As far as what I should do, I mean, I definitely, now that it's over, it's just like, so many things running through my mind. It's like shock and, confusion as to why, I did this, and, definitely having to give you guys info, obviously, so you weren't left in the dark. As far as what should happen to me, I mean, that's my personal take. I know you guys are a lot more formal when it comes to this stuff, so you guys probably know. But I definitely think I just need to be on some form of, like, antipsychotics, Seroquel, that type of stuff. I know my mom was on that for a while, and it helped her after the whole thing with my grandma. But, yeah.
Is that something that you've looked into in the past, though?
Not really, but I know that's like a popular antipsychotic.
I'll bring it back. I'll be right back. In time, 1916 hours. September 4th, 2024, time is 19:20 hours, resuming interview with Colt Gray at the Criminal Investigations Division, Barrow County Sheriff's Office. Okay, sorry about that. Like I said, there's a lot of different people that are involved with the investigation, so I just wanted to clarify some things, that you have shared with us. Now, you mentioned that you destroyed your computer, right? And you took it apart.
Yes, sir. From what I can tell, that's
right. What did you do with your hard drive?
Hard drive, I didn't have a hard drive.
You never had a hard drive?
No, like the disk hard drive, no, I never had a hard drive. As far as drives, I wouldn't know anything about that. I know I just took graphics card, I think, because I remember like the two bands on.
So how do you store anything? How do you save anything?
Drives, really. I know SSDs. They're like little slots.
Okay.
Should be below the graphics card.
Below the graphics card?
Yeah, I remember taking that out.
Okay. And I also wanted to ask you about you mentioned being on Discord. How long have you been on Discord?
This account that I've made has only been like a month I've had it.
Okay. What account did you have last year?
I can't remember.
You don't remember that? Specifically May of last year?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
I know I've had previous Discord accounts, but I don't remember like the name of it.
How many previous accounts do you think you've had?
Like 4 or 5.
Okay. Why do you keep making new ones?
Just the paranoia. Like, it really is not fun, computer-wise, because constantly making new email accounts, thinking people are tracking them.
Do you remember when I asked you if you had ever made any threats on Discord?
Yes, sir.
You remember your answer to me?
No, sir.
You don't remember? You told me that you hadn't.
I hadn't made any threats.
Yeah, that you had made comments about possibly wanting to shoot up the school, but your friend on there kind of talked you down from that.
Sir.
Remember that? Okay. Well, last year...
Last year, I remember this incident, yeah.
Okay, tell me about that incident.
That was, I was in a server that was revolved around true crime, and pretty much what happened was it got raided. By like people raiding means like a bunch of people influx, whether it be bots or real people, and they spam stuff. And pretty much what they did, or at least from what I've had people tell me, like on that past account, which I can't remember their names anymore, but they told me that pretty much they were saying they were gonna like flash, like report us like to the FBI and stuff, you know, for simply talking.
What would they report you for?
Me, I guess whatever else they would have, probably like planning to do something.
Probably planning to do something.
Yeah.
I think you're right. You did plan to do something last year.
It's foggy.
It's foggy.
Yeah.
Yeah. You made a threat on Discord last May that you were going to shoot up a school. And when I talked to you originally about your I guess self-diagnosed schizophrenia and the voices and everything, you said it started happening about a year ago, right? And so that would be around last year, but that's a little bit more outside of the time that you had claimed to have been.
Yeah.
Why did you, if you weren't experiencing the mania and the voices then?
As much as I have that time in and of itself, I was extremely suicidal and depressed.
Okay.
And I was in a very bad online community that revolved around true crime.
So
that kind of echoed back and just...
So the recent threat that you made to Mandy about wanting to shoot up a school, and that was because of the voices. But the one in May wasn't because of the voices. The one in May was because of depression.
Yeah, not only that, but if you were listening, like, the complete echo chamber of just, like, having that constant stuff feeding into an already unstable mind doesn't really mix well.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, I mean, I knew I wasn't going to do it. Like, it was more of just, like, I liked the attention because I had boasted about that, and, you know, the attention I got, that was more. So it was also, that correlated a lot with it.
I think you're right about that. I think you did like the attention. How many times do you think you've... in the 4 or 5 Discord accounts that you've had, and do you have any other social media?
Not that I know of.
You don't have a Facebook account?
No, like as far as like chat, social media, no. I've never used those.
Okay, no Instagram, Snapchat,
any account that I've had previously is probably wiped, deleted.
Okay.
But not recently, no.
Why did you wipe and delete your accounts?
I'm talking like months ago, like, so honestly, I don't know. I mean, that's just a habit. I mean, that's like, making new emails, like thinking.
How many different emails do you think you've had?
It's only limited for phone numbers, so like 6.
Okay. What's your current email address?
I have 3, I think.
That you know of?
Yeah.
What are your 3 email addresses?
They're at Gmail, but I know 2 of them I can't remember, but I know the other one was more of like a burner. I think it was a declivity decentralized, and I can't remember the set of numbers.
Okay. Declivity?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I don't know. It just shows like really unique words.
Okay. Now you mentioned that you hadn't made any friends here. You didn't talk to anyone at school?
No, sir. I just kind of waited around. I eventually was because I was going to go out to clubs and stuff. I just kind of waited to see, kind of let the introduction happen.
Okay. Did you, this girl that you were going to talk to, that you told me about earlier, do you remember her name?
Who?
The girl that... No. The girl at school.
Oh, no, I don't remember her name. But I was going to, go up and introduce myself and stuff.
Okay. Where'd you see her at?
Going out the buses.
Going out the buses?
Yeah.
Okay, but you never knew her name?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And did you have any problems with anybody at school?
No.
No? Okay.
Other than the very obvious signs that they were, like, correlating some kind of plot with the teachers that, I don't know what that entailed, but I knew that it was something along the lines of trying to hurt me.
What do you mean?
Like I mentioned, like, I don't know if they were going to take me somewhere or belittle me, but they were going to, like, I don't know if it was on my way home, but they were going to somehow, I don't know, because I remember I mentioned, footsteps on the porch. I tended to hear that a lot, so, I got paranoid that
Did you ever tell your dad about it? About the voices?
What, like the schizophrenia? Yeah, I told him that. And also, I mainly brought up mania with him because his big thing was just the stuff that I said.
What was his response when you told him you heard voices? Mania?
Mania thing was just a big that he understood and that he was going to get me the help.
When did you tell him that?
Which part? The
Mania.
Mania, like 2-3 weeks ago.
Okay. And when did you tell him about the voices?
Around that same time.
Okay. So about 2 or 3 weeks ago, he said he was going to get you help. And when was your appointment scheduled? You said, was this Thursday?
He said, yeah, that it was going to be like next week, I think, or this week. I can't remember, but he said that he had scheduled it.
So when
we were going to do it over the.
What made you wait so long to tell your dad?
About that, because I was just scared. Like I thought that me reaching out and telling him or really anybody was gonna trigger a response from teachers and people that were after me.
Did you tell your mom?
I think so, but I only brought up the mania to her.
When did you tell her that?
Around the same time I did my dad. I kind of came out to that about them, but as far as like the paranoia and what I thought was going to happen to me, I couldn't just. I couldn't.
So you mentioned you were scared of your teachers, right? Mm-hmm. And what they were going to do to you. When did you first go to the counselor and tell her about all what was going on with you?
A week and a half ago, I finally.
So a week and a half ago, you weren't nervous that she was in on it with the teachers?
What? Wait, what do you mean?
So you went to the school counselor, right?
Yeah.
Remember our conversation this morning? And you said that it was about a week and a half ago or so, whatever, that you went and talked to her.
Mm-hmm. But that was like pure crisis. Like that's
right. But you weren't worried that she was on the side of the teachers?
No, because I trusted her. Like I met her when I first went to my school. When I first started going there, and she was really nice. Like she really gave off that impression of me.
Okay. But all your other teachers, what about them? You didn't trust them?
Yeah, and then with them, it was also like auditory things. Like I never had that with the counselor. Like even from day one that I was there.
Okay, but like with your other teachers, when you were in class, you had it.
Yeah, like I could like hear faintly muffled whispers, telling other kids, and also in the hallway, them telling other teachers, locations I probably would be more likely to be at different times during the day.
Okay. What did when you were in the bathroom? What did you hear?
Just going based off of like this moment I had in there before everything completely flipped. It was more of just like it was just times that like it was that, and what I mentioned to you earlier, it was like today was the day. Sometime this week was going to be like when they were going to attack me and do whatever the hell they had plotted against me.
And when you say they, just to kind of clarify,
teachers, possibly students, like ganging up on me, and them all like being in on that. And having it kind of circulate if I didn't do anything about it. Okay.
How many times did you go see the counselor there?
Twice.
And you said that she was a black lady?
Yeah. Okay. Butler, I think.
Butler? Okay. And how many times did you see her total?
Ms. Butler? Twice, I believe so.
Okay. What did you tell Ms. Butler? Did you tell her about the voices?
Oh yeah, like that was like complete crisis. That was like probably my last like true like crisis like I was feeling before this whole stuff had just completely heightened.
Now was that the first time you talked to her, or the last time that you felt the crisis?
Last time that I talked to her. Like,
it was?
Yeah, but I had already been feeling that, but at that time it was kind of like the situation where it had been heightened, and I felt unsafe, so I went to her to talk to. I went to talk to her about it.
What was her advice to you?
I was kind of disappointed because she didn't give me a lot of advice. She just simply called my parents and said, like, do they need to come get you? And of course my dad was at work, so he couldn't. And so she kind of just like, put me into the conference room and just said to sit there until you feel better or stable.
Did you feel better or stable?
Yeah, eventually I calmed down because I do have that reluctance of like, affirming myself like, hey, it's okay. You're okay, and it also helped when other people did it. But it's just when it spins out of control and there's really nothing there to actually affirm that these are simply just so-and-so, that it kind of just spins out. And I know it seems like I contradict myself because why would I be thinking that now? But I know now that it's for sure. Because in the past, like, the affirming, I feel like I was just simply deluding myself. Like, now I know, like, how real it was.
Okay. And so you were able to talk yourself down before, but you weren't able to this time?
Yes, sir.
What was different?
Really everything. Like having, like at this point, like I said, I'm not using this as justified, but like just almost to the point of having like no control whatsoever. Just complete like hysteria almost.
Okay.
Let me out with the whole, you and Nick Cruz have a similar upbringing. What does that mean?
Well, trauma-wise, like from an early age, he definitely had a lot of family issues and stuff. His mother, his birth mother, gave him up for adoption, and she abused drugs while she was pregnant with him. He struggled a lot, like, socially, so that I kind of related to. I'm thinking more, like, along the lines of that. That was one of the main things. It was just him and, like, how he tried to fit in, but it never really, it always seemed to backfire. It was him trying to get attention. That was another thing, like being kind of childish around girls, like doing like stupid stuff to try to get attention, to like date them and stuff. Is an actual video of him like scaring them to try to get some form of attention or reaction, and hope that they would ask him out.
Did you do that?
Me? No, I didn't do that, but I thought it was cute. And I can relate to that. Like, it almost goes back to elementary school, because, one side of autism to another, I guess.
Well, what's your school history like? I mean, did you move around a lot?
Yeah, a ton. I never really there were so many grades I just completely missed out on, and I never really got the social, like, add-up skills that I needed when I was younger, if I'm being completely honest.
All right, well, let's go backwards. So you're in 9th grade now, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so 9th grade at Apalachee. What was 8th grade at?
8th grade, 8th grade I started in Jefferson Middle School, but after that, the whole stuff with my mom happened, and we moved to our current house from Jefferson, and so most of that was like spent, going back and forth because my dad, and my mom were kind of like both pulling strings, so it was hard to choose, so it was more of me just going like back and forth with them, like switching households and stuff. And I wanted to do homeschooled, but it was just like there was so much happening, I could only assume that it was just not really that important to them at the time.
Where's back and forth to and from?
My grandma's house, my grandma, her grandma had her mom had a house that she had still owned after she passed away, so my mom was living there.
Where's that at?
Fitzgerald.
Okay. So, and that's South Georgia, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're back and forth between Fitzgerald and where?
Winder.
Okay. So you're...
For Bethlehem.
Your dad's house over there, Harrison Mill, I think it was? Okay. So how'd you... All right, so your mom was in Jefferson. That's why you went to middle school there? That's why you started middle school in 8th grade?
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. All right, so 7th grade, where were you at?
7th grade, I was at Jefferson Middle School. It's kind of the same situation. Like 90% of it, I was at Jefferson Middle School, but the beginning of it, I was at West Jackson. And then my entirety of 6th grade, I was at West Jackson also. And then 5th grade was Ben Hill Elementary.
Ben Hill?
Yeah. And the very late start was at Ben Hill also.
All right. So what is your first period class? What subject is that?
Intro to Software and Technology.
Who's the teacher?
I don't know her. I think it's Suzanne Harris, but it's S. Harris. So.
Is she a nice lady?
Yeah, she's nice.
Who's your second period?
And nice in a way that I can perceive it outside of, the very glaring things that she's in on with the teacher. But what were you going to say?
I was asking, what's your second period class?
Second period is algebra, and that's Miss Greer. I don't know her first name.
Both of those are Mrs.?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, we didn't get a third or fourth period or anything like that. Do you have a locker?
No, sir.
Is that something that you don't have because of a specific reason? Or?
I don't know exactly, but I know nobody uses a locker. We all just carry around our book bags.
Okay. Describe your book bag to me.
Black. I think it's Sport something, the brand.
What do you carry inside your book bag?
Just notebooks, math, big book for algebra, and notebooks as in to take notes in my classes. And most of my software and technology classes are done on the computer, so not a lot. And my laptop.
And your laptop's in your book bag also?
I think it's at home.
This particular day, did you have everything normally that's in your book bag, or did you pull it out?
I pulled out my laptop, I think. I don't know why I did that, but everything else I think was normal.
Okay. Do you normally carry your phone in your backpack or in your pocket?
Pocket. That I guess I just set in my backpack is like not wanting to get destroyed, I guess. I mean, I kind of texted everything I wanted to say, so I didn't see a point. Like the cops were going to take it from me either way. Kind of like looking back at it. So I mean, I guess that could only be what he was thinking future tense as to what why take the phone.
Okay. And you said the text that you wanted to send. Elaborate on that. What text did you want to send out?
Or want to send out. I sent out just, I love you to my dad, and that it isn't your fault. And I think, that was pretty much it as far as like text messages. Anything else I can't think of or was on an impulse that I don't have any awareness of.
Do you remember if you got a response?
I don't think I did for my dad. If I did, it was in my book bag, so I wouldn't know.
Gotcha. What made you text that?
Guilt. Like I said, one of those moments where this is so fucked up. Like I don't know if I'm gonna be able to save myself today, but if it somehow shit blows over and I'm not able to do that, I would want them to know that it wasn't their fault and that I love them.
Was your dad the only text message that you sent?
I think so. I think my mom too. She didn't respond, but I think I might have sent her just the same thing, like I love you.
Is your mom still in Fitzgerald?
Yeah, living in my grandma's house.
Do you? So you live with your dad, so I'm assuming that you speak to your dad every day. Do you speak to your mom regularly?
Not really. I mean, I talk to her in text messages, but as far as speaking, like physically, no. But like text, we text back and forth.
Do you get along with your mom and dad?
My mom, yeah, but like back when shit was just going on and she was, on hard drugs, not really. My dad, he's very much a narcissist, as much as I hate to say it. So there's a lot of things that, I can take into consideration as like, into him not, doing stuff that needs, doing as much as he's the parental figure. And I should be the last person telling him stuff like this. Just simple stuff like that. And, like dumb arguments, like dad and son arguments.
The gun, is that your dad's gun?
Yeah, yes.
How long has your dad had that gun?
Since Christmas, I think. He bought it as kind of a present for me, but it was him. Like, he always kept it.
What do you mean as a present to you?
Like, just for hunting, because we used that gun actually, or it might have been a 450 that we used to own, but he sold it. We were going to use that for hog hunting and coyotes, so that was kind of like the present part.
What other guns are in the house?
His 40, I'd assume he carries his 9, and I know he has a kind of almost my exact rifle, but it's like a long range, like he uses for hunting and stuff, and also a shotgun he uses for self-defense, home defense.
I remember you asking that before. Now, Jason, sorry about that. The hunting trip to Illinois, what's that all about?
He had been planning it. He has a mutual guy at work that had some land up there, and that he said that we were free to go up there.
So for deer or?
Deer, yeah, everything really. I mean, whatever's on there. He kind of switched it up. One day he wanted to hunt deer, the other day he wanted to, hunt wild boars and stuff.
You guys hunt for trophy or for food?
Just for food and fun.
All right, so the comment that you made is that the students and the teachers were going to hurt you. Is that so? Again, elaborate again on it. For me, for my purposes, is that what voices are telling you? Is that
that is what that exactly like that statement is what I feel truly. I feel like that they are. I don't know who they're working with, but I know that they are mutually like agreeing with each other in secret and plotting something against me, formulating some kind of plan. And that I know for certain, and it's not paranoia or schizophrenia induced.
Okay. What future plans did you have?
Future plans as in?
You're into technology and stuff like that. You seem very bright. What were you planning on doing?
Going to the tech industry, maybe fixing up computers, getting that as kind of a starter job, and then kind of having to formulate it into like maybe an IT guy, somebody who works in that department.
All right, and I think that we covered this before, that you think that after this is over with, you think that you should go to a mental hospital and
Yes, sir.
get help?
For my safety and the safety of people around me.
Okay.
And I'm not saying that as in a cheap way out. I'm saying that as in genuinely, like until I can get on some form of medication. Aside from the very obvious, aside from the stuff that I told you that I feel truly and honestly, just the paranoia side of things and intrusive thoughts as to just hurting people.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess, what are we going to ask? All right, so if we ask the people that you hurt their families, what are they going to want to happen?
That's why I feel like it's very hard for them to perceive, especially from my end, because I can understand that trauma that they're going through in the loss of a child, if there is any, and it's really definitely hard because, especially with my end, with things, it definitely would be hard to come up with some sort of like something you could tell them that could truly get across that I feel like the teachers were after me. And as far as them at that point, I really had no control over, and that's just like sounds like such a shitty way to get out of any situation, and have have guilt against you. Oh, he just didn't have control. But with me, I genuinely I just have gone for so long unmedicated that it's just formulated into just something that just isn't me.
Earlier when you said after the event was over with and everything is kind of settled and then you're starting to smell the smoke and stuff like that, that's when you're starting to come back,
yes,
so to speak. That's when your clarity is coming back. I had a train of thought right there. I totally lost it.
And after that, another thing that contributes is the self-realization that, I've done what has been egging me on, what, whispers, muffled voices have been telling me to do for so long. And after that, there's no more urge to get rid of them. I've at that point, according to them, I've achieved it scaring away the teachers. So at that point, there's really no other you need to do so-and-so. So that definitely contributes to having that self-awareness.
I thought you said they were calling you a coward.
After that, yes, they were.
That's where I was going with that. You reminded me. Thank you.
So what do you mean is they were calling me a coward?
So did the voices stop and you don't feel any need?
As far as they definitely continue. But at this point, cops surrounding me, in shackles. At that point, that's kind of just morally, naturally. That there's, you're obviously not gonna just pick up the gun and start shooting again. But that I feel like that was anybody from the outside looking in could see that would probably happen if you were to somehow stop. Oh, you coward, you didn't kill more people. Oh, you're stupid, you're a pussy.
Do you feel like a coward?
Me? In what way?
I'm just asking if you feel that way.
Like a coward for...
You mentioned that these voices have called you a coward. Do you feel like a coward in any way?
It's hard to gauge. As far as coward, I feel absolutely horrible about what I've done, and I've luckily have had that realization. But as far as being a coward, I don't know. It's hard to see what you're getting at. Coward. They're calling me a coward because I didn't kill more people, and that's just the blatant, edgy, just intrusive shit that I hate.
Mm-hmm. Are they saying anything right now?
No, sir. Because at this point, as cringe as this sounds, I'm pretty much contained in shackles and in under y'all's possession. So, at this point, it's hard to tell. This has already been so much emotions flowing through that it's probably gotten up in the mix. When I'm sure as I try to go to sleep tonight, it'll probably start right back up, but not in the severity that it was today, because I don't know what happened today, and I don't.
Do you think it's because you mentioned this earlier about the attention? Do you think it's the attention
Not
that
at all.
keeps the
sir.
voices away?
I personally thought that every true crime that I researched, people doing it for notoriety and attention, that was just absolute bullshit, and I thought it was really childlike. As far as attention, I only brought that up because I thought, posting, shit about, oh, I'm going to shoot up my school was cool. Because the people in that server, like, their appeal was, school shooters. So, like, if you say you're going to do something like that, they're also like, yeah, that's so cool.
Okay, so you only like the attention online?
Yes, sir.
Not in the real world?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I'm not proud of what I do.
But you're online.
And online is like, I didn't do that often.
Right, but your threats online manifested into the real world.
What threats, though? The May one?
Well, you said last year that you were going to shoot up a school.
No, that like I said, there was a lot of different formalities in that, like the depression and being in a really bad mental state and having a bunch of things going on. That didn't formulate into anything because I had an online space that I could echo back and forth with other people who had, some of the same illnesses that I had. Mm-hmm. So that definitely.
But it did this year.
This year, yeah. At this point, I feel like it's completely evolved into like whatever it is, and it's hard to tell because most of it I think is honestly real. But as far as like the paranoid schizophrenia, which I can kind of tell out from the rest, and the intrusive thoughts, like that is definitely
okay. So I told you earlier that I explained to you that you were under arrest. We are still processing evidence. We are still processing the scene. I've taken 4 warrants for your arrest. I'm going to read those to you here. All right. What is going to happen? First, I'm going to read these warrants to you, and then you are going to be transported. Can you shake your hair out so I can see? There you go. You're going to be transported to the Barrow County Detention Center. Even I know you're 14 years of age, but the severity of the crime, you have to go to the Barrow County Detention Center to be booked in. Okay? So they're going to pull everybody out of the booking area. You won't come into contact with any inmates there. You're going to be fingerprinted. You're going to be booked in. And then you're going to be transported to RYDC, which is the Regional Youth Detention Center. Okay? There may be additional charges coming in addition to these. But I'm going to read these out to you. Each one, it is 4 counts for 4 separate acts. Okay? The charge is felony murder.
Yes, sir.
All right? So the first one I am going to read out in its entirety. And then for the remainder of the warrants, I will just read the affiant statement, which the affiant statement is my statement. Basically, a culmination of the investigation. This is what we determined to have happened. Okay? So again, this is for felony murder. To the best of my knowledge and belief, Colt Gray did, and the county aforesaid, commit the offense to wit felony murder 16-5-1 in said county between the hours of 10:20 and 10:30 on the 4th of September, the place of occurrence being 940 Heyman Morris Road, Winder, Georgia, Apalachee High School, and against Richard Aspinwall.
Yes, sir.
Do you know who that is?
No, sir.
Colt Gray, while in the commission of the crime of aggravated assault, which is a felony, he caused the death of Richard Aspinwall, another human being, to wit Colt Gray, while in possession of a black semi-automatic AR-15 style rifle, fired the weapon in the direction of Richard Aspinwall's person, resulting in the projectile from said weapon striking Richard and causing his death. Richard Aspinwall was an employee of Apalachee High School. For the remainder of this, I'm just going to read. Again, these are 4 counts of felony murder. So this one is for Christian Gabriel Angulo. Colt Gray, while in the commission of the crime of aggravated assault, a felony, he caused the death of Christian Gabriel Angulo, another human being, to wit Colt Gray, while in possession of a black semi-automatic AR-15 style rifle, fired the weapon in the direction of Christian person, resulting in the projectile from said weapon striking Christian and causing his death. Christian was a student of Apalachee High School. The next warrant is for Anna Christina Remy. Colt Gray, while on the commission of the crime of aggravated assault, which is a felony, he caused the death of Anna Christina Remy, another human being, to it. Colt Gray, while in possession of a black semi-automatic AR-15 style rifle, fired the weapon in the direction of Anna Christina Remy's person, resulting in the projectile from said weapon striking Anna Christina and causing her death. Anna was an employee of Apalachee High School. This next warrant for felony murder is for Mason Alexander Schermerhorn. Colt Gray, while on the commission of the crime of aggravated assault, a felony, caused the death of Mason Alexander Schermerhorn, another human being, to which Colt Gray, while in the possession of a black semi-automatic AR-15 style rifle, fired the weapon in the direction of Mason's person, resulting in the projectile from said weapon striking Mason and causing his death. So those are your 4 charges at the moment.
My condolences, truly.
That concludes the interview.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to stop there for the day. We will resume 9 o'clock. Is that Mr. Allen, 9 o'clock?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we're going to resume at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Is that a Zoom witness at 9? Do we need to suspend this testimony?
No, Judge, he will be here in person. The Zoom witness that we were requesting would be for Tuesday.
Okay. All right, so we'll just resume at 9. No special accommodations of it.
One question. I got on this final report.
Yeah, I should be getting on this weekend. I'll be able to do He says his conclusions are very similar to the one previously filed.
We had a preliminary report from their doctor. We haven't had a copy yet.
Okay. And Mr. Allen, you think you can get that to him this weekend?
Oh, yes, Judge. I will be meeting with him this weekend, and hopefully Saturday I can email the report to him.
Okay. Ms. Brooks.
I was going to say, that was my final question for Investigator Smith. I know Mr. Allen indicated he has cross-examination. Do you know approximately how lengthy that will be just for planning purposes?
Probably under an hour.
All right.
Just wanted to make sure Investigator Smith knew it.
Anything else we need to address before Monday?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. We'll be adjourned.